we'll get rolling. Welcome, everyone. Super excited to have you all here with us today at the Second International Climate Control Conference. So just a couple of quick tech things before we get rolling today. We are assisted by our fabulous tech team. Rasmus is here joining us this morning. We also have colleagues from around the globe joining as we progress through our content. And we're really excited to have you with us. So if you have any issues with audio or video, usually the easiest thing to do is just disconnect and just reconnect. But if you need any further support, please pop your messages in the chat and we will get to those right away. The other thing that I wanted to mention to everyone is that this is a webinar format. So as attendees, you have access to the chat where you can have discussions on the side about the content that's going on. But if you have questions for our speakers, please use the Q&A, and that way we can make sure to answer the questions during the presentations. A few things to mention about the flow of what we're going to be doing today is basically we're promoting our case studies from our climate control project. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But this is an interactive event, and we want to make sure that we answer your questions. So once again, please use the Q&A for our speakers, and we'll be able to answer those during the Q&A sessions. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we will be having a short break in the middle of the conference. So if you are jumping off and jumping back on, there will be a banner up letting you know that the conference is on pause, but don't worry, we'll be back shortly. You can find the full program on our website. I will pop the link in the chat with all of the speakers as well as their bios. So please know that if you have any requests to look further into any of our speakers, that's where you'll be able to find the information. Okay, I think that's enough tech stuff. Now let's get into the good stuff. So it is my absolute honor to be able to be joined today by so many prestigious colleagues from around the globe. We are going to be looking at case studies and as well as scientific evidence and updates about the climate control conversation from around the world. 2 years ago, we hosted the first International Climate Control Conference, but a lot has been happening since then. This whole thing started back in 2022 when I was approached by a friend and colleague, Tino Segal, the famous artist, who said to me, "Caitlin, we need to do something about climate control." And I looked at him and I said, "Tino, you're right." Because of course, we all know that when it comes to climate control, we have this, let's call it an outdated practice. The thing is, we have all of the scientific knowledge and data that we need to know that making updates to our climate control is safe, and now it's really necessary. So after doing some research, surveying museum professionals from around the world, we discovered that there still was some confusion around the topic of climate control. What guidelines to use, what was best practice, what museum standards really were. And that was the incentive for starting the first climate control conference. During the conference in 2022, we analyzed basically what is climate control and how we got in this situation in the first place. What was the science saying and what was actually needed to best protect our collections? Throwing into this the sustainability conversation in the light of climate change. Well, the result of the first conference was basically it's time to make some updates. We all know that these really tight parameters that we kind of had in our heads as the standards or best practice is actually not necessary. But trying to apply really strict conditions across the globe year-round was not only not necessary for our collections, but was causing a lot of issues for us from the standpoint of financial insustainability as well as environmental impact. So there was this desire to try and update our conditions to be more environmentally responsible, save a lot of money, and also make our collections more accessible. What was really exciting about this was that it was not only an opportunity for us to update our practices, but an opportunity for us to collectively, as a museum field, look at how we can be more sustainable. After the conference, when we realized that this was something that everyone was on board with, the big question remained, well, how do we actually do this? If we've had this science for the last 20 years, then why haven't we made the changes? We started looking into it, and the reality that we're going to be unpacking today is that it's not that straightforward because every museum is different. every collection is different, and consequently, every institution has different needs. The really exciting thing, though, is that it can be done. And what we're going to see over the next 2 days is basically how it can be done. After the initial idea behind helping to support institutions with integrating updates on their climate control, I had the incredible honor of meeting our first speaker today, Brigitte, from the Green Academy at the Association of Danish Museums, who was really interested in helping to support the museums in Denmark with updating their climate control conditions. And together with the support of colleagues from around the globe, we ideated this program called the Getting Climate Control Under Control program. The idea was to work with institutions to identify what their current conditions were, but also what their actual needs were, and how we can transfer them from one to the other. Over the last 18 months, we've been working with 10 museums across Denmark to help them update their climate control conditions to not only be best practice, specifically tailored to their collections based on their buildings, their facilities, and their geographic location, but also based on energy optimization, energy efficiency, and reduction of climate control. Of course, the really cool part about this is that it also makes our loans much more accessible. And of course, the whole thing that we want to do as cultural institutions is share our work with the world. So some of the things we're going to be looking at today are the energy side of things, the collections care side of things, but we're also going to be focusing on loan agreements and how we can alter our loan agreements with updated language and practices to make sure that our collections don't continue to just sit in storage. So over the next few hours, 2 days, we're going to be looking at the case studies from the Danish cohort. It's also incredibly exciting to announce that we just launched a similar program in France. And tomorrow we will be joined by ICOM France, our partners in the country, who are going to be presenting the French program as well as the outputs from the program, which include a manual which will help support cultural institutions across the entire country in updating their climate control conditions. So what I love about this is that this is really something we can do together. And I think it's really important for us to know that while we might be working at a single institution, this is not a singular institution conversation. This is a global conversation. And this is why I'm so excited that we're being joined today by so many people from around the globe. In addition to viewing the actual how-to from the completion of our Danish cohort, we'll also be joined by leading experts from around the globe, including leaders from the National Museum Directors Council. We'll be talking about the BISO refresh. We're also going to be joined by ICCC presenters tomorrow, who are going to showcase how this is working in other parts of the world where climate control might not be as accessible. So what we're really hoping to do over the next 2 days is not only show you how this is being done at other institutions, but inspire you to be able to take action to do this yourself. Because really, this is something that we can all do because we're starting to do it together. A lot of times when people were talking about climate control, we were looking at barriers. Oh, well, we can't do this because of our loan agreements with other institutions, or we can't do this because of our insurance companies, or the indemnity scheme, or our lawyers. There was always some reason why this couldn't be done. And what we're going to do in this conference is we're going to bust all of those myths. There is not a single reason that we can't do this. Yes, sometimes it might take a little extra time, it might take a few extra conversations, a little bit of effort, but every institution around the globe can make updates to reduce their carbon footprint, to reduce their energy consumption, and to save a lot of money. So I'm super, super excited to be joined today by so many amazing people who have been through this process and can tell you firsthand how they achieved this. We're going to be exploring successes. We're also going to be really honest and talk about obstacles, what didn't work and why, how we were able to overcome those obstacles, or maybe these are things that we're actually still trying to work through. The most important thing that we want to get out of this is transparency. So please join me in welcoming all of our colleagues from around the world and also in initiating conversations in your own institutions. As I mentioned, what we'll be doing today is we're going to be having various case studies. We'll have Q&A throughout the entire program. Please feel free to continue conversations in the chat, but if you have any specific questions for our panelists, please do use the Q&A profile. All right, let's see if there's anything else I need to remind you of. I will be posting links in the chat. And the last thing I have to say is that we also have everything is recorded. So if you have registered for the conference, we know it's a long event. If you're not able to stay for everything, we will send you the link for the recording of the session when it is available. This will also be posted on YouTube so that you can continue to reference the amazing information that we're going to see. At the end of the conference tomorrow, we will be talking about the outputs from the Danish program. I will be presenting the impact report, which shows just how much impact this has had. And I have to say, I was finishing this up last night. It's pretty exciting. It's absolutely amazing how much impact that we can have, not only on our wallets and on our institutions in terms of energy and carbon, but also on each other. And one of the things that I've loved seeing from this program is really not just the awareness around this issue of climate control, but the ability to have these conversations bring us together as a sector. It's been so exciting to see how much more collaboration and communication we've seen with participating institutions, how different departments are now working together towards similar goals. I had one colleague that I was talking to at an institution who said that she'd been trying to have conversations with her team about this for 10 years, and it never happened. And we're finally getting people around the table. And I think that that's what's so exciting to see, is that, yes, this conversation can be tricky, but we're going to see exactly how it can happen. And we're going to see that actually we're all on the same team here. So it's going to be really fun to get some inspiration, hopefully, for how you can drive these conversations at your own institution. As I mentioned, I will be posting links in the chat, as well as sharing things with you guys who have registered via email afterwards. But once again, please feel free to get in touch if you have any questions about anything. And the outputs of this is that we will be not only presenting the impact report, but we will be publishing all of the case studies on the Key Futures website. So hopefully you'll be able to go back and review not only the conference recordings, but actually see the narratives about what happened here. Just a distinction here, the impact report is going to give you some hard numbers. We're hoping that you can utilize that to drive conversations. And the case studies are going to be the narrative. That's the story about how these things happened, what worked, what didn't work, and how we got to the amazing impact that we've had so far. All right. Thank you so much again for joining us, everyone. You're going to be hearing from me plenty, but now I would love to stop talking for a few minutes and turn over to our esteemed colleague and friend, Brigitte, from the Green Academy at the Danish Museum Association, who is going to walk us through the partnership and the incredible work that's going on in Denmark. So welcome, Brigitte.
Well, thank you, Caitlin. And I'm so excited to be here. As Caitlin mentioned, it's been a journey, about 2 years, and I have 15 minutes, and with that time, I will get us hopefully all through, first of all, who we are and how we are organized in Denmark and why this was possible for us to do. Then how we built the program and cooperation with Caitlin, and then what we learned and where do we go from here. So that's the intention. So here we go. First of all, who are we? The Green Museum Academy is a 6-year program. We started in 22 and we have funding until the spring of 29. We will be 4 full-time employees, and we are part and organized within the Association of Danish Museum, who are the political voice of all the Danish museums. This program is possible for the very generous contribution from a private foundation in Denmark called the Augustinus Foundation, And if you add up all the different projects that we've made with them, it comes to the sum of 3.415 million euros. Our focus is on what is unique for the museums. A lot of areas in our societies are working with sustainability, and what we are focusing on is what is very specific to museums. We do preservations. We have a lot of museums are in buildings that are hard to energy optimize. We have exhibitions and collections, and of course we have also leadership and management, and all the work we do with sustainability has to be tailored to museum needs. We also, from the beginning, did not plan to work with archaeology, but our colleagues here in Denmark kept insisting, so we're also tackling that now, but that's for a whole different conference. The Green Museum Academy are targeted with the job of facilitating and supporting the sustainable development across the whole museum sector. We do that by building capacity. We do that with training and network, and also helping foster partnerships. We also work with what is called cultural change and structural change. And we do that because we've realized that a lot of things that hinder sustainability is because the museum sector is quite complex, and we have a lot of different people involved with different knowledges and different agendas. Finally, we're also looking into how we can support the museum's transition with helping them to get more funding. As I mentioned before, we had looked into structural changes, and that's because we've realized that a lot of the the structural changes is because a lot of the I'm completely losing my overview here. I'm sorry, just give me 2 seconds. The structural changes bring together different sectors, different parts of our sector, because we realize that a lot of the stakeholders want to participate in changing, but there are different barriers that makes it difficult for them to do so. The first structural program what we work with is getting climate control under control, and in the years to come, we will also work with other areas such as transportation and the data footprint. When it comes to climate control, the different areas that needs to be taken into consideration is both the prevention of the collections, the climate control, and also, as Caitlin mentioned, the loan agreements. We were looking at this area and wasn't quite sure how to address it, but then luckily Key Future came along and we started to collaborating on how to put together a project. In the beginning of 2023, we had gathered 10 museums that started the Key Culture program, Getting Climate Control Under Control. And not only were we putting these 10 museums through the program, but we also had the goal to develop a program that
Birgitte, sorry, you got muted for a moment. Would you mind unmuting?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're perfect. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll just start again here. Back in 2023, we started the Getting Climate Control Under Control with 10 museums. But not only did we do that for the 10 museums, we also had the goal of developing a Danish program that could be shared with the rest of the Danish museums. But as I'm sure you all know, big transformations are not made in a vacuum. So we set out to try to organize our program around the reality of the Danish museum world. First of all, it was important to us to pick museums that were different, that we both had art museums, but also historical museums, and a variation of size, and also that were situated in different parts of the country. Also, we knew that museums had already been working with climate control. There's been a very big survey made by a project called Bevav that also the Danish National Museum has been very involved in, that had been out to all Danish museums and look at the actual facilities and conditions of collections, and also how collections were and storage. We also collaborated with the Ministry of Culture and the Agency of Culture and Palaces and the Royal Institute of Conservation, and also the hardware, because a lot of the IoT factory sensors were already being used by a lot of museums, so we decided to work with them. It was important for us to have national and Danish-speaking consultancies, so we have the Conservation Center of Vejle, and also Jesper Stup and Thor Nørmark from the National Gallery to consult us, so that we were sure to take the international training from Key Future and combine it with national, how the landscape were set out in Denmark. And also, of course, we had the collaboration of Joe Taylor, who is situating in Norway and therefore has a very good understanding of Danish culture and how we work here. So now, what did we learn and where do we go from here? Some of the critical success factors for us have been that it has been essential for us to have the leadership on the local museums to support. And that was also very important for us when we onboarded the museums, to make sure that management were in favor of this program. We also knew, and it has been confirmed over and over again within the process, that the commitment of the staff is key, because they are the ones actually driving the progress. Also, we were very happy to have Jakob Nørby join us as an energy consultant, and to have him actually visiting the museums and looking into their AVAC systems and helping them adjust it with the knowledge of presentative conservation and the knowledge of how the daily life in museums are, so that he could assist, especially facility management, in how to adjust the equipment locally. And all this is because trust is the foundation when we are changing things it's because we've been doing things in a certain way for so many years, and now we have to do something different. And to do that, you need trust. So the 10 museums in our view is sort of first moving. To do that and be a pioneer, you need to have what you can say volume or muscle, because it is an investment and it has taken a lot of time. We also know that we can have to tailor solution for each museum. A lot of things the museum have in common, but because the building and the people and the knowledge level on the museums are different, you have to tailor solutions if they are to root and be successful. And then also it is crucial that you work with data, so that you can see what you're working with, and the data also are part of making people more relaxed and also to trust. We think that these 10 museums, because they are Danish and because they are working in the framework of our culture and how we deal with things here, it is easier for other museums in Denmark to identify with them, and therefore also it would be easier for them in the program to come to take on the new way of working. So as I said before, we set out with the goal of 10 museums to go through this program and then to extract knowledge from the program and design a Danish program. We are very happy to actually start up that program next year, and we have successfully designed a program which is quite a lot shorter. Actually, we can do it within 3 to 4 months, and we made a visual of how we do it here. The reason why we can do it in a shorter time is because we are resting on the knowledge of the 10 museums that's been going ahead. So that because Denmark is a fairly small country and a lot of people know each other and are educated together, then the knowledge that have been developed within the program is easier transferred to the broader Danish museum landscape. In the deck here of my slides, there is a little bit more information about the program. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but it's in here, and please feel free to contact us if you're interested in knowing more about it. My point is here that, and also with what Caitlin was saying before, is that we are approaching critical mass for this new way of operating and having new international standards. And it's not only this program, but also we see it in many different areas of the museum sector. Last year in Finland at the European Museum Conference, this new statement of sustainability was issued, and I highlighted this part. And the key to this sentence is we realize that it's no longer possible to preserve all heritage and collections in their current condition. And the key word here is all, because it doesn't mean that we are not taking care of our collection. It means that we look at our collection and see what is necessarily for preventing it. So what we say here is keep sharing and keep the conversation alive. The conversation is taking part in many places, and we are very much looking forward to hearing from the results from the French cohort, and hopefully together we can have critical mass so that we can have a quick transformation of how we preserve our collections. Last, I would like to thank all the Danish museums that have participated. You've done so much work. We've been going back and forth on so many things. It's been a jumpy but also very interesting ride, and I'm thrilled that we're here today, and I'm very happy with your results. And then, of course, a big thank you to Caitlin and Key Futures for their support. And I would also like to mention the Augustinus Foundation, which have made it possible for the Green Academy to be part of this program. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Brigitte. And I just, I love what you said about what's acceptable, what's possible for us to preserve. And I think that this is really a shifting conversation where it was previously like our job was to preserve everything perfectly. And we're starting to realize that maybe that's not the conversation we should be having. And Fiona Graham, who's going to be joining us later, will talk a little bit about looking at preventive conservation, not from how do we freeze and stop damage completely, but actually what's acceptable. And I think that's a really important aspect to highlight. And it's been such a pleasure working with you all. And I think one of my biggest excitement factors from this project is the national impact that it's having. And it's not just the 10 museums that we worked with within the pilot, but it's the fact that this is continuing momentum. It's continuing conversations. It's opening up to every museum in Denmark. And to be able to utilize that peer-to-peer knowledge exchange, to be able to show case studies where this is happening, can inspire people to be able to feel comfortable making the change. And, one of the barriers we've seen in the past is this idea that, well, it's kind of scary to be the first to do it. But if we're doing it together, if we have each other's supports, if we hold hands, it's going to be great. So I'm so grateful to you guys for taking a risk and being a part of this journey. It's been such an honor to work with you all, and I'm so excited to show off to the world the amazing work that all of our colleagues have been doing. So a huge thank you, Brigitte. And with that said, it's time to welcome our first case study. So we have with us today from the Stadens for Kunst, Pil and Inga, who are going to tell us a little bit about their journey in the climate control program and how they've been leading the way for over 10 years. So Pil, Inga, thank you so much for joining us. Turn over to you.
Thank you. We will try to share our screen here. I don't know that jeg er ikke sikker på, den gjorde det. Du skal vel på hele skærmen. Do you see our screen now?
Yes, we can see your
our presentation. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for having us today. We're very excited to be able to report on the work that we've been doing throughout this process. So SMK, the National Gallery of Denmark, holds the largest art collection in the country. You see our building there in the photo. So there is an older part of the building that was built specifically for showing the collection to the public. Back at the end of the 19th century. Before then, the collections were founded as the private collections of the royal family here in Denmark. And with the abolition of absolute monarchy, the collections were handed over to the state and the museum was built. And the extension that you see, which is the white building next to it, is roughly 100 years younger than the old building. So we're located in a park, as you can see, in the center of Copenhagen, which is the capital of Denmark, for those who don't know. So the collection holds more than 200,000 works of art and spans over 7 centuries.
Yes. One of our main gains from participating in this program, which we will come back to later, was strengthening cooperation across departments and making climate control part of a common conversation. And as you can see here, we were a team of conservators, registrar, security managers, and people working at the Agency for Culture and Palaces, which takes care of our operations. Yes. And now it's 5 main reasons that we decided to take part in the KI Futures Climate Control Program. Was that green transition is a priority at SMK. We have a green transition strategy and work quite systematically with green transition in the museum. The second reason is a very complex climate control setup. We have 45 units of our HVAC system, and they're zoned in a quite difficult way. So we also joined because we had a long time wish to consolidate information and knowledge. There is a lot of knowledge in the house, but we needed to consolidate that and maybe systemize it a bit. And then, as mentioned before, we took part in this because we wanted to find new ways of cooperation across the organization and with the Agency for Culture and Palaces. And there is a fifth reason, which is connected to the building. And we have another slide for that. As Pete mentioned, we have one part of the building from 1896 and a newer part from 1998. And that is a quite complex situation because they're quite different. The older building has some time typical drafts and leaks, whereas the new building has an open space distribution and large window surfaces and high ceilings, which also complicate climate control a bit. And Pete,
yeah, I should mention that we included the image in the lower right corner because it's, as you can see, it's just from Google. It's a satellite photo, but you can see how the buildings are connected. And I don't know if you noticed in the previous photo that the connection between the two buildings is basically a glass structure. So essentially it's a greenhouse. It gets very hot in the summer, and the hot air then permeates through the building walls of the existing buildings that they connect. And this gives us a general issue with heat in the building. Also, you can see that the green parts of the roof, that's the old copper roof of the original building. But in between those, you see these dark gray areas that actually used to be light wells. Those have been covered up and used for more square meters for exhibition space. But this all in all gives us a very sort of tight building which holds on to heat. And this brings us to the way we chose to experiment within this whole process and program. So when we started out thinking about joining, I think the ideal approach would have been to start working with system settings, system control mechanisms, and seeing how much we could gain from that in terms of energy savings for the HVAC systems. However, when we started out, we were in the middle of a legal dispute following a conversion of the HVAC system and the units in question. And so we were actually not really able to change control mechanisms. So instead, we chose to simply shut down in a controlled manner 2 of our HVAC units to see what happens. This also comes back to the story of the house and the HVAC unit or the HVAC system, because that was originally put in the 1960s for visitor comfort purposes only. And then over the years, it has been expanded and extended and adapted to the growing requests for climate fall collections. And actually at this point, we didn't really know what the baseline was for the building, how much it was able to buffer on its own. So this was also an interesting way to test what the baseline of our building is. So we wanted to test how far the limits were for lowering energy consumption of the HVAC system, how far we could push that. We wanted to test the building's ability to keep a stable climate for a limited period of time. We wanted to gain more knowledge about the building and the climate control system as well. And the way that we went about this was that we decided to shut down in a suite of exhibition rooms that are serviced by the same HVAC unit, and also a storage room for art, also serviced by its own unit. So in this way, we could control what we were looking at. The exhibition spaces have windows. One of the rooms is bigger, like has a taller ceiling than the others. So they're quite different, and we wanted to sort of see what was going on in these kinds of different rooms when shutting down. The way we monitored throughout was that we decided to make a grid of data loggers essentially in the room, so we could see the layout of the room, whether or not there would be any difference from one end of the room to the other. We also did 3 layers vertically to see if there would be any layering of the air. So we also gained more knowledge about how the air is distributed within our rooms. We decided to do 4 cycles of shutdown following the 4 seasons here in Denmark. So a hot and humid season in the summer, warm and humid, I should say, a cold and dry in the winter, and then the transitional seasons of spring and fall. And we decided to start out by shutting down on a Monday when the museum is closed. We should shut down for 3 hours when staff were on site and could be able to turn on again if we did sort of venture into difficult territory with it. Not much happened. So the next following Monday, we decided to shut down for 6 hours, see what happens. This seemed okay as well. And we decided to do the final step in our plan, which was to shut down for 12 hours overnight when we were not present in the building. And this was then handled by alarms set up on the data loggers so that the HVAC unit could be turned on remotely should we encounter any kind of trouble overnight. The conclusion very quickly was that there was so little difference between these different test times that we quickly decided to actually do 12-hour shutdowns at night only for the following 3 cycles. And the results we will just briefly touch on with an example.
Yes, we've chosen an example from August of this year. As Peter mentioned, we began in January and very quickly discovered that cold was not a big problem for us. And as Peter also mentioned, heat is more of a general problem here. So we found a night in August, on the night between the 15th and 16th of August, which was one of the warmest nights I think we've ever had. And you can to make an experiment. And the graph on top here is the temperature. The green graph is the outside temperature, which falls during the night. It comes up from 26 degrees Celsius at about 9 o'clock in the evening, and then of course falls. And the graph below is humidity, relative humidity, and as you can see, the green line is the outside humidity and is quite a long time on 100%. So this was like what we think was the worst situation possible for us. So we were very happy to be able to test in these circumstances. And the blue and red lines are the loggers in the exhibition spaces that we've tested. And as you can see, both temperature and relative humidity is very stable throughout the entire night. Oh yeah, I should say the period of the close down is the light blue part of the graph. And that actually changed something for us. We decided then to begin having nightly close downs every night in these spaces. So testing in quite high heat was an important test for us.
Yeah, and as you could see, the graph kind of started out quite high, both when it comes to temperature and relative humidity. As Caitlin briefly touched upon, we have been working with changing our indoor climate requirements for about 10 years. We've been going by 40 to 60% relative humidity and 16 to 25 degrees Celsius. And I'm sorry, I have no idea what that is in Fahrenheit. No. But we've been doing that for 10 years. In our own collection spaces. We have special exhibition rooms for loans and those, or like temporary exhibitions. And in those rooms, we are able to monitor and keep it closer to 50% if the lenders want us to do that. But for our own collection, we do 40 to 60%. And as you could see, this was in the higher end of our own kind of requirements. So this is a bigger issue for us actually than turning it off. When it comes to which artworks we wanted to monitor while doing this, because as you can hear, we were experimenting with rooms where there were actually artworks kept in them. So we decided to go by a kind of canary in the gold mine approach, where we picked out the objects in those areas that we thought were the most fragile to and most sort of likely to possibly sustain damages when experimenting. So this is an example, obviously, of an artwork on paper where you can see that it was already torn before, so we could monitor the tear. We chose, for instance, a wooden sculpture with an open crack that we could also monitor. Then we chose some paintings. I don't know if you can see this properly on the screen, but the painting to the left is oil on canvas. And there's a crack pattern there that is slightly raised. And then to the right, there is actually a panel painting. And this is the only object throughout this whole process where we think we maybe see some changes. we're not entirely sure because we mostly did visual examinations, and as you probably all know, you can be a little unsure about what you're seeing. We did very thorough photographic documentation as well, and we're not entirely sure. But I think what we learned from this is when we can carry on with these kinds of experiments, we would probably remove panel paintings from that area or put them in a microclimate frame to be on the safe side.
Yes. So coming to our successes of taking part in this program, I think we needed a renewed focus on maintenance and operations. We've created a structure for cross-disciplinary cooperation. We've enhanced knowledge about the building. We have a focus on knowledge structure. We're not quite there yet in organizing our knowledge. We're quite analog here and need some digitalization. We have a plan for testing and decision making going forward. As we've mentioned, we've only tested on 2 of our 45 units, and therefore we're going to continue testing. But so far we have decided to have nightly shutdowns on these 2 that we've tested.
Yes, and I should mention that probably going forward, the ideal way when we're out of this legal dispute would also be to start working more with system settings as well, and maybe do standby instead of shutting off completely. But other than that, I would say some of the obstacles we've encountered both during this process, but they were actually there beforehand, I would say, is a lack of funding. We've had many cutbacks in the cultural sector here in Denmark for years and years. We've also looked at a lack of time, resources to actually work with this. It takes man hours to do this and to get involved in this whole process. We've experienced a lack of documentation, both about building sort of layout and different changes, historical changes to the HVAC system. But also actually during this conversion, we lost all of our historic climate data. So we're kind of starting over. When we went over to also as well to the Agency of Culture and Palaces, it was also kind of somebody else taking over. So this has been a bit of a challenge for us. As Inger mentioned, the general layout of the HVAC system is not necessarily the best in terms of how we use our space here. We have situations where, for instance, an exhibition space and an office is being serviced by the same HVAC unit, and it's very difficult to save energy when you try to have 2 competing ways of climatizing room. Then we've seen a bit of a lack of an interdisciplinary structure, which this project has really helped us manage better, but there's still work to be done in terms of working together cross-disciplinary within the organization, but also with other agencies, for instance. And then we come from a history of a quite low priority of maintenance as operations because of this lack of funding and economic sort of space.
Yes. Our next steps, we have some goals here. We are planning to complete testing of the 1896 building in 2025. We begin in January, we will begin experiments in the 1998 building in 2026. And we will set up an upkeep system for testing and decision making. Then we have some wishes that are maybe more points of discussions than things we know we can do, but we would like a staff member dedicated to energy efficiency. It's actually been good for us to have the coaches in join this program. Both they've been kind of helping us with what kind of staff could be a good idea. We would also wish for a new zoning of the system. We would like to move sensors from docks to exhibition and art storage spaces. because the sensor is connected to the CTS are placed in the docks, we are afraid that we don't get the precise information that we need. We would like a new digital knowledge structure, and then maybe not as the first thing, but at some point try to work with AI and see if that could give us some additional knowledge.
Yeah, so tips and recommendations, I think we've touched on most of them already in the previous slides, but this is just sort of a recap. I don't think we necessarily need to mention them all. We're out of time, I think. But the main one that I would point to would be identifying and overcoming barriers, because if you can see what it is stopping you from moving forward, it's also a lot easier to sit down and get an overview of what resources would be needed to go further. And also, to sum it all up, I would say, keep it simple if you can. You can easily be overwhelmed by all of the technical aspects and the complexity of building and HVAC systems and everything. But actually, I think our case has shown that you can also do a lot with a little. I mean, we are looking at a situation where we can possibly turn off for 12 out of 24 hours. And this is maybe not a 50% reduction in energy consumption for climatization of collections, but it would be quite a substantial amount if we could just do this. So I think one of our coaches recently said that ours was a case of a perfect case of making lemonade out of the lemons you're given, and I agree completely with that. And I think that's a good approach to this kind of work.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Pia. Thank you so much, Inge. It's been so exciting to see all of the incredible progress. See, I think you have to stop sharing your screen, but I'm looking at myself twice.
Sorry.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. But I think it's so exciting to see that there are also different approaches to the climate control conversation. It's not so black and white as, the only option is to change your ranges, as we were discussing, and we saw so beautifully illustrated from your experience, is that HVAC system shutdowns can have a huge impact. So really excited to continue those conversations. So if you guys don't mind, I'd love to ask you to hang out for a few minutes. We're going to turn now to Louisiana Museum of Modern Art, where we're joined by Bo and Annette, who are going to tell us about their experience, and then we'll have some time for questions and answers. So Bo, Annette, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see me? Here we are. Can you hear me as well?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to all the participants around the world. My name is Annette Hansen, and I'm Director of Facility and Security at the Museum Louisiana, the Museum of Modern Art in Denmark. Presenting with me today, I have Bo Henrik Christensen, who is the BMS technician, and Ulrik Stålstange Dinesen, who is head of conservation and exhibition producers. Louisiana was opened in 1958 and went throughout modernization in 2002, 2006. We have around 7,000 visitors a year. We have spaces around 42,000 square meters. 30,000 square meters is a sculpture park. The rest, the 14,000 square meters, is exhibition areas. It's shop, cafe, and concert hall. We are a museum for modern and contemporary art. We have around 14 different exhibitions a year. And besides that, we have, besides being a museum, we do concert, we have live event and a literary festival. We are around 350 employees, and their opening hours for visitors is about 42 hours a week. Goal for this presentation is that I'd like to tell you that we believe that all systems can be received. And now it's starting, but I think more it's like to continue and support the further dialogue about the climate control And not only between colleagues in the museums world, but also between different institutes, because we think it leads to new understandings and optimization options. Goal for joining this project was that, we have been working with reducing energy for many years at Louisiana, and we also have been active part of working in the working groups for the Green Protocol of the BSO. So we like to kind of join this project to, again, as I said, improve the dialogue between the colleagues at our museum, but also in Denmark and international, and get the understanding in that. And the task we gave ourselves here that we should try and work with and focus on was to work with the white windows of the border of the climate systems, as you can see there, it's the normal thing, but also trying to reduce the air airspeed in our systems. And besides with the KI project, we did two other things. We installed new damper, and we have implemented an AI solution. And both of those things will Bo explain much more about. So Bo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you. Yeah. Hello, my name is Bo, and I've been a BMS technician for the past 25 years. And which of the last 9 years I have been here at Louisiana. We would like to start by telling you what Louisiana's baseline was before we started on this project. There are many of the following practical things that I haven't heard anyone talk about. So now I have the PowerPoint, and I plan to use it and show you what you can do, and we hope that we can that you can benefit of it. There's no reason for reinventing the wheel. So here is a quick summary, and perhaps it can be some inspiration. When you're looking at the system, you have some hardware and some programming. And when we looked at our entire facility in the beginning, we looked at what different components did we have, what components did use power, and what products have been improved since the facility has been built. And there's a lot of things happening in the world. So the entire system, we looked at the heating system, the cooling system, the ventilation system. And one of the things we looked at was our pumps. They were quite old. So we got some calculation, and that showed us that 74 out of our 77 pumps would be a good investment to change them to new pumps. And the payback period was between 0.6 and 7.7 years. But there were 3 pumps that couldn't, that it wasn't a good idea to change. We also looked at the fans. They are using a lot of energy. Our old was belt driven, and they have made some new energy efficient EC fans, directly driven. And here we could see that if we change all the 44 fans, it would only take 2.6 years to pay back that investment. So we did that. Then you have to look at the entire system to understand how does the system work, and how does the system feed each other, and does it work together, or does it work against each other? And we're looking at our central heating system and our cooling system and mixing loop. And of course, the ventilation system, the heating coil and the cooling coil, does it do what we want it to do? The different systems are affecting each other a lot. So we don't need too much heat, and we don't need too less heat or too little heat. And of course, with the cooling also, we don't need to have a very, very low temperature all around the world, around the year. Only when we need it to, for example, dehumidify. For example, of something that doesn't work is you can have an area where you have some heating and you have some cooling. The heating just want to heat the room, and the cooling just want to cool it down. And this is only a programming thing you have to do, so it doesn't need so much investment. You can, for example, heat the room to 20 degrees and then cool it down to 22 degrees. And then you have what we call a neutral zone or a dead band between 20 and 22. And there will no heating and no cooling be done. And so they won't interfere with each other. Another thing that we are doing is we are using the outside humidity to help us with the humidity in the rooms. So normally we have our dampers, fresh air dampers closed. But if the room is too dry, we look at how is the air outside. And if there are moist air outside, we open the dampers and use moist from the outside to help with the humidity in the room. And of course, the other way around, if the room is too humid and the outside is dry, we're also using the air from the outside to help with the humidity in the room. Another way to help with the humidity in the room is to use the temperature. The temperature has a big effect on the humidity in the rooms. So if the room is too dry, we are trying to lower the room temperature, and this will give us some humidity. So if you lower a room temperature with 1 degree, you will gain about 3% of humidity in the room. And of course, we do the same if the room is too humid. Then we are trying to raise the room temperature a little, and this will give us a drop in the humidity by 2 to 3%. So now we started the project. That was our baseline. So we thought, what we have done a lot. What can we do? So of course, the easy thing is to look at the set points. We have mentioned, and Nette mentioned the set point. It wasn't such a new thought, but it, as Caitlin also said, this project has made different people sit around the table and take some discussions. And here we talked about the set points. And of course, in an energy saving mode, it is nice to have a big difference between the humidifying and dehumidifying set points, because the less we need to humidify or dehumidify, the more energy we save. So normally we had a set point for 50 plus minus 2. And after the discussions, we looked at what is the research for this what is the research for this art handling? And we looked at Bissot's group's recommendation, and they are 50 plus minus 10. And we wanted to be inside these recommendations. So we are now using plus minus 8. So we can we stay inside. You cannot regulate so sharp. You will always have some fluctuation. So if we need to be inside the area, we need to have a little wiggle room to do it. Or of course, if our lenders have some other requirements, of course we look at that and use that. So that was the easy part, just to make some decisions. Then we had worked for the last 2 years with a thought of rebuilding our ventilation system. It is not all our ventilation system this can be done, but some of the big ones is it possible? And the normal way that is a ventilation system, our ventilation system is working is that we are taking the air out from the galleries and put all the air volume through the damper SM30, and then we will put the air in again with the supply air fan. And all the air needs to go through the cooling coil, and the cooling coil has a big resistance, so it's using a lot of power from the supply air fan. So we thought that is not so good, but what can we do? Another problem with this way that our ventilation system is built is if we need to dehumidify, we are taking all the air again through the cooling coil, and then we have to cool all the air mass down to the dew point to remove the moisture from the air. And then we have to take the entire air mass and heat it again, so we doesn't put the very, very, very cold air into the exhibition areas again. And that's of course very expensive in both cooling and heating. So we looked what can we do, and got this suggestion that we are building this new damper where we can take the air directly from the exhibition area, so it doesn't need to come through the cooling coil, and then it will go through the ventilation system again. So normally this new damper will be totally 100% open, and we will take the air directly from the exhibition and down to the inlet fan, and do whatever we want to do with the temperature or the humidity in the zones. So now we are only using a small amount of air. So if we need to dehumidify, or if we need to cool down the air, it's only a small amount of air we are cooling, and so it's also a small amount of air that we need to reheat again. So yeah, that's doing a lot, a lot. I have here a graph for the inlet fan or the supply fan and the exhaust fan, and this was how much they normally was working. So, a funny little benefit I haven't quite thought of is when we are bypassing so much air, the exhaust fan doesn't need to work so much. So now it's the inlet fan that is working the same as it did before, but because we don't have to cool all the air through the cooling coil, the exhaust fan barely moves sometimes. So and another thing that we also did in this project here to us, we are trying to maintain a slightly overpressure in the rooms, so we don't get polluted air or too dry or too humid air into our exhibition, so we can control the room better. And what now? We wanted to do more. So we looked at how many times, why are we changing the air? How many times per hour are we changing air, and why? What's why? Why is it the number of times that matters? What matters is the humidity in the room and the temperature in the room, and of course the air quality in the room. So so this would be a good way to maintain the quality in the exhibition room, but it could be fun if we could do it with less air. That would be a big benefit and would give us a big savings on energy, electricity energy, and of course cooling and heating. So we ask ourselves, how far can we go? Is it 10% or 20%? And if we just say, okay, we will try with 10 or 20% less air volume, will it then work when we need to humidify, or will it work when we need to dehumidify? And that is that is very, very hard to decide. So what we stumbled upon was the AI, and the AI is working with is doing a lot of experiments, and it knows when the fan are working most efficiency. And we are sharing our data from our BMS system to the AI system, and then it controls our set points for the pressure by all these measurements and the experience that the AI have made. It knows how long does it take when different things are changing. It knows how fast shall I change the pressure. And on this next slide, you can see this is my set point for my inlet supply air fan ventilation before the AI. And I was always going for 250 Pascal in the inlet. And when we then implemented the AI, you can see that now we are going up and down and up and down and up and down. And every time we are under this green line, we are earning money. We are saving money. Yeah. Yeah, this is how much it's working right now. And the program that we are using is a program that has been made and is exceptional conservative. So it has a lot of peaks where it just to be sure that we are holding inside the limits. It is always going up, so we know we have a big amount of air that is changed. But in the next couple of years, we will try to do this hard programming of a high volume change. We will do this with a further and further distance. So the next couple of years, the savings will be bigger than they already are. And this is the energy optimization with the AI. We can see the left one. We have only this has only been implemented 2 months on our entire system. And the one on the left here before AI is from 2023, October and November. And the next one here on the right is how much energy we are using in 2024 in the same month. And so we can see just in our first 2 months, we have had a fall in energy consumption by 28%. And this is only on the electricity for the fan motors. So we don't measure the energy saved by all the heating we don't need to provide, and all the cooling we need to provide also. And in addition, this AI gives us this dashboard where we can monitor our energy consumption for the fans. They use all the BMS historical data, and then they calculate the energy consumption. So yeah, that's also a nice benefit you also get with this. So instead of installing new hardware to monitor, we already have data years back of how much energy we used, and and so we have something we can compare with already, even if it only have been working for 2 months. Yeah, that was the technical part of that, and I will give the speech now to head of the conservators, Ulrik. Yeah.
Only one slide, so I will it will be fast. So I think we are almost on time. So just a quick note regarding loans and moving from Gary Thompson, the Gary Thompson that wrote this Bible on museum climate, the book called The Museum Environment, over to the BISO requirements. So in other words, going from 45-55 to the 40-60 RH. In between this, of course, there's a lot of research, research on materials in different climate situations. And for example, the Marion Mecklenburg research 20 years ago did quite an impact on us here at Louisiana. So following that research, we did some changes. We tried widening the spectrum of the RH, but only, of course, when dealing with shows with our own collection, because for loans, it's a different situations, and we think that now we are looking into a common understanding that we need to widen this RH spectrum. So we decided for all our outgoing loans, of course, there are exceptions, but for our requirements from this museum is now 40-60%. And for loans going in, sometimes we are met with the old standards, and we kindly ask them whether they would like to agree on following the BISO guidelines. So yeah, that's our hope that that we are not, and of course we are not the only one that are doing this, but we believe this should be a global change. Yeah, how do we? So the last slide here, our recommendation. There's been a lot from Bo, challenge the climate control system, and recommendation for us is just to follow the BISO guidelines whenever that is possible. So yeah, that's it for us.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to the entire team at Louisiana. It's so inspiring to see not only how much you've accomplished, but the leadership that Louisiana has taken on this. So that's really amazing. And thank you, Bo, for sharing the information about the AI. And for those of you who this might sound amazing and new and innovative, it is. This is very cool. There are a lot of museums that are now looking at integrating AI energy efficiency optimization software, which is changing the game, as Bo demonstrated. So we're really excited to be working with different companies that are going to be helping us to save even more in our energy optimization. So thank you so much. So the really good news about the fact that I'm supposed to be presenting next is we'll just skip me. So we do have plenty of time for questions and answers if you guys are available to hang out for a few minutes. We had some great questions coming in. So we had a couple of questions about the loan agreements, and I think that's a great place to start since we kind of were discussing that at the end here. And when it comes to incoming loans requiring strict parameters, and we mentioned a little bit the discussions around how to handle that, but I'd love to hear both from Peel and also from our colleagues at Louisiana. How has this affected your relationship with lenders, borrowers, in terms of making recommendations around them accepting BISO for an incoming loan?
I can start. Inga had to leave, I'm sorry, so it's just me. And to everyone in the chat who thought that, or in the Q&A who thought that they wrote to Inga, I was the one replying. For us, as you mentioned, we've been doing this for about 10 years, and our registrar's office does a lot of diplomatic work, I would say, in this regard as well. So the changes have been reflected in our loan agreements for a long time for outgoing loans, and also presented on our website. So we kind of try to lead by example when it comes to this. And then obviously it's always a diplomatic kind of discussion. Every time you want to lend something, we as well, like they do at Louisiana, suggest then to the lender, would you consider doing this instead? If they don't agree, we can, as I mentioned, do 50% plus minus 2. We will then be forced to do that for the whole exhibition space if just one lender requires it. So it's kind of possible to go both ways, and we try to just do it in a diplomatic manner, I think.
Sorry to interrupt, have you ever had someone say, no, absolutely not, we can't do BIZO?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we don't do BIZO.
There we go.
Yeah.
So helps to be flexible, it sounds like.
But our registrar's office tell us that more and more people, because the conversation is also expanding globally, I think more and more people are also willing to discuss it and willing to get on board.
Well, that's exciting to hear. I don't know if anyone from Louisiana would love to add on to that.
It's totally the same, as I say. So yeah, that we ask them if they're having this really strictly loan agreement and things like that. And some of the loans, it's like Ulrik said, that we also have loans that we keep the very tight limits on that one as well. So it depends on the artwork.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, and I think that's something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of throughout the conversations today and tomorrow, is that actually best practice is really taking into consideration the needs of the individual artworks rather than kind of blanket statements. So thank you so much for highlighting that. We have a few technical questions. So Bo, the first one is for you. And this is from Dave. He's asking if bringing outside air is just based on RH values, or what are the other considerations there for when you decide to do that?
No, we are only looking at how much is the humidity outside and do we need it. We are cleaning the air with good filters and so it is only the humidity that is in the deciding of we want to. No, that's not quite right. Okay, of course we have air quality, of course. So if the air quality, if we suddenly are 1,000 people in one room, we will of course take in some fresh air, and then we just need to mechanical dehumidify or humidify whatever that needs. So it is the humidifying, humidity and air quality. They are the game changers in the dampers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there was a follow-up question. In humidity control, do you ever take absolute humidity of the air into account, or do you just refer to relative humidity?
No, I'm using it in my inlet. I'm controlling my inlet humidity with absolute humidity. Yeah, that is quite important to use that, I think. So yeah, but only when we humidify.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. There was a question also for Inga and Pil, and Pil, I hope you're okay answering this. You said the question was, you didn't see much change in the environment during shutdowns, but you might have caused damage to the panel painting. What do you think caused this damage?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that there are two ways to think about that. One could be, as I mentioned, the first one could be that it was actually there already, but we didn't see it. I think every conservator knows this doubt when you do a condition report. Was this there? Was it not there? Did I just miss it? Of course, we were very focused in this program of getting good documentation. I think that since indoor conditions did not change throughout these experiments, it's not the experiments that caused it, but that doesn't rule out the fact that it could be the indoor climate doing it. So in a way, this is also why I'm saying, as you also mentioned with the blanket conditions, I mean, I think it requires a more risk-based approach for each object. So maybe we already do this when we loan out panel paintings. We put them in microclimate frames. So maybe we should do that more for our own collection as well when changing the indoor conditions. But at the same time, this panel painting predates the museum building. So I feel like it's already been through its sort of cycle of proofed fluctuations already, which I also wrote to another question in the chat. So I forgot to mention this, but actually large parts of our collection have not been in a museum climate until in recent years in their sort of collective lifetime. So I think that's also worth considering when you do a risk assessment. What have they already been through? The objects that you're dealing with. So for me, maybe a bigger point of concern would be modern art, because that has not been through so much yet, and the materials are sometimes also more fragile, actually. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's a really important point. And that's something we're going to touch on a little bit more later, about this idea of proofed fluctuations and what the actual needs of the objects are. And of course, that's why, as you mentioned, you know, with contemporary art, there's a few other things that might be needed to be taken into consideration. So we are getting a lot of questions about the AI. So Bo, I was wondering, would you mind just saying a little bit more about which software you're using, and kind of if it's appropriate for museums, considering most of these softwares are created for commercial uses?
Yeah, it's totally suitable. The AI software we are using is from a firm called 4AI. And it's some guys from DTU, a Danish technical university, that has made it. And it's right, when we first got it, it was very commercial. But they are some nice guys. And we had a lot of talking forth and back. And every time I said something, they just made it. So now I think it's a very, very good working software. And I see no problem. It just works. As you can see, it turns up and down our pressure, and we have no fluctuation that we didn't have before with the humidity and the temperature in the rooms. So I can't see any problem with that. And it's a small firm, so and that's nice, because you can just say what you like to, and then they can implement it. So yeah, no problem there.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, and we've had a lot of success working with Ento, which is another AI energy optimization software, and they've been so, as you said, just flexible in terms of making sure that the system works for the purpose. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to get ahead of the curve by working with these organizations while they're still in development, to make sure it's specifically tailored for our needs. So thank you.
If I just can say, that is also why I just mentioned in the presentation that we will, the next couple of years, we will save more energy, because this is so fine tuning. So it will be much more saving when we are not taking not chances, but when it knows the system better, we can do it much better also.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And I think that was something that was covered by both presentations, is this idea of, you know, continuing the dialogue, continuing the work. You know, climate control is never something that's finished. It is an ongoing conversation, and the idea that there's a lot more opportunities for savings is really exciting. So thank you so much for that. We had one more question. I know we have a lot of questions that we're not going to be able to get to, unfortunately, but we've got lots of exciting presentations. But I really liked this question, and it was, what was for you the most challenging thing to consider, considering lack of studies or research? If you would recommend more research into something, what would it be? So this is a question for anyone. I don't know if anyone has anything that comes to mind immediately.
Well, I actually also already answered in the Q&A, but maybe I should say it here instead. I think for us, it's kind of, we're trying to return to working with the building instead of against the building, so to speak. I feel like this whole sort of regime with HVAC systems is also something that for us at least has been put into a historical building that was maybe not constructed for that. And we've done a lot of amendments over the year to try to make it work, but maybe we could also gain something from returning to more traditional ways of running the building. For instance, we mentioned this about the light wells being covered over, but actually that could have maybe cooled the building down in a natural way had they been kept. Of course, we're not going back to that at this point, but just to say, I would be very interested in research looking into more traditional ways of cooling a building, for instance, because you're also less dependent on mechanics. I mean, what we see is maybe the HVAC system keeps everything at level, but the moment that it then shuts down for whatever reason, a few weeks ago we had a general shutdown because somebody cut an electric cable in the road. So, you know, everything just turned off. And of course we do have a backup, a backup, what do you call it? That starts up, but that turned on and off and on and off. So it's also, I think we're also very dependent on this at this point in history, in museum history. And for me, we could gain a lot of freedom if we used other methods. So I would be very interested in that personally.
Cool. Very cool. Fantastic. Well, a huge thank you to you all, and I hope that you'd be willing to share your presentations because we have a lot of requests for that. So we'll be publishing that online at the end of the week. But just a huge congratulations to both teams. It's been so impressive to see not only the leadership that's come out of both of your institutions, but also the incredible collaborations and work that you've done. So very, very inspiring. And I'm sure that all of the attendees will agree with me when we say thank you for setting the stage for us. This has been such an honor. So it's really, really wonderful for us now to be joined by Joel Taylor, who is actually needs no introduction. Thank you so much to Louisiana. Thank you so much to SMK, Annette, Bo, Inga, Pil. Great to see you all. So just a little bit of background, as I didn't introduce the program as well as I probably should have, but the climate control program consists of an 18-month process whereby we are joined by experts in preventive conservation and energy efficiency to help guide institutions through the process of updating their climate control. And it was an incredible honor for us to be working with Joel Taylor, the Joel Taylor, throughout the Danish cohort. So we've invited Joel, and later we'll hear from Jakob a little bit to share their experience in the program and just some general findings about the latest and greatest in climate control. So, Joel, floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thanks very much. I'm gonna apologize straight away. I've got a cold, so if this is a little bit kind of all over the place, that's why I wanted to do it kind of a little bit kind of like without a script a little bit. Yeah, so that's the risks you take with these things. But I'll just share my screen. And as Caitlin mentioned, I was one of the coaches in the program along with Jakob Nordby. So this is going to be a little bit different from the ones you've heard so far and some of the ones you're going to be hearing later. And because I don't want to take anything away from the fantastic work that they were doing, this is more going to be a bit about kind of the process in general, and how we think about climate control, and to a certain extent, as a result of that, how we talk about climate control. So it's going to be a broader, more general thing, which may kind of touch on a few examples here and there, some of which you've heard. So kind of like we were given a template, and for my motivation, this is my cup of tea. This is kind of the kinds of things I like to support. So it was a great honor, really. connecting with the Danish museums and working with them to kind of build on this. And part of it is this thing where, as Katie was saying in the introduction, it seems very simple. We talk about these things, it seems very simple, but there's a lot that goes into these things, a lot of considerations in a lot of different ways. Some things that you may not know at the outset, some things that you may feel you're disagreeing, but there's a lot of data to kind of connect with in different ways. Then, as well as gathering that data, that needs to be analyzed to create knowledge. That knowledge needs to be synthesized in different ways to create enough wisdom to make the kinds of decisions that we're trying to make. And there are a lot of different ways in which that kind of takes place. And as a consequence, all the journeys of the Danish museums were very different. There were the kinds of differences that we expected. The kind of the climate control. Some had a ±2 as their kind of current set point. Some were already working with BISO. Some had quite different conservation environments. So there were things like that which we were expecting, and this was part of it. All in Denmark, but different parts of the world, different areas, and also different kinds of signs of control. But there were some things that surprised us that they really had a big impact on how people took into that journey and when and how they made progress. Not least the size of the institution. Sometimes that meant that some of the structures were more informal or more formal. And also just the makeup of the staff. Some people had in-house conservators, some had many. A lot of services were third party. So there are a lot of these organizational aspects which were big factors, and also quite a few kind of just wildcards, things that you don't necessarily see in conservation literature that aren't kind of spoken about to a great extent. As SMK were talking about, there was an arbitration case where they couldn't change the set points of their climate control system, and that wasn't the only one that had that kind of issue. There were some doing refurbishments. There are a lot of different factors that aren't necessarily directly related to climate control, which can have a real kind of impact in that way. But they're all part of that journey and things that had to be connected or considered, and a part of the everyday existence of all institutions in that way. So as a consequence, it got me to thinking about what I wanted to share in this time, and part of it was just the way in which we talk about these things, because we talk about climate control, but I think in a way this is partly what we're doing is stepping away from that. It's not about control. It's not about holding power over a situation. That's almost what we do when we try and get a flat line with relative humidity. What we're doing is stepping away, releasing some of that control to increase our ability to manage, and kind of good management coming from trying to understand rather than trying to control something. And as Peel said earlier, working with the climate, working with the building, not against it in this way. So a lot of what we were trying to do was to kind of connect in that way, step back, look at a broader picture, and then reassess our goals. It wasn't just the preservation environment, but it was also the energy consumption as well. And it didn't necessarily need to be a compromise. It's not one of these things where reducing kind of rigid control means that your preservation environment is compromised. Sometimes stepping back and looking at things holistically allowed people to improve both of those different things. And I think you'll see some of those examples during this session. Another kind of thing that we would talk about a lot is what is possible and what's necessary. So I think a lot of the reason we're all here is because what is possible isn't always what is necessary, as Tim Padfield has so kind of vividly expressed there. But also the kinds of object responses, the kinds of things that we're able to detect, the kinds of things that we're able to control. To a certain extent, what is necessarily required in these things, and having that opportunity to step back and look at this in a broad sense, to reassess the goals in a larger sense. And part of this was breaking it down. So instead of just saying, understanding what is necessary, was partly looking at the spaces in different ways, looking at the options in different ways. One of the things that some people do quite often is a seasonal variation. That's been something which has been advised since the 80s. But as well as that, looking at days when things are open and closed, and not just kind of days, but also something that was quite popular during the session was kind of nighttime shutoffs. So all of a sudden we can look at different times. We can break those spaces down into how they're used. Are there collections there? What are the different kinds of demands? There are some sort of basic ways of doing that. There may be some kind of variations within those kinds of categories, but we can start to kind of disaggregate and to really focus on what it is that's necessary. We can also start to think about the risk-based approach, as SMK were talking about, and thinking what are the kinds of things that we need to look out for, instead of having to do a blanket approach of optimal preservation or optimal energy reduction, starting to think about what we really need and what is really connected there in that sense. And then stepping back and looking at this holistically. So one thing you can do, a little game you can do at home or in your institution, depending on what time of day it is. But you can start to just look at the room you're in and look at the kinds of sources of heat and moisture, the different kinds, and also where those sources come from, and where you're losing that kind of information, that kind of phenomenon. And that can be a number of different things, the things that we all think about in terms of the systems which are providing these kinds of things, but also the objects themselves absorbing and desorbing moisture, some of the things that we need for other purposes, and also thinking about the between spaces, those areas, what are the adjacent areas? So when we start to monitor, when we start to try and understand, we can start to think about what is happening directly outside those spaces. So when we start to think about our energy demands, do we extend that to different areas, or can we kind of take advantage of vestibules or areas which are buffering those spaces? So being able to kind of look at these things holistically, seeing the relationships between things, I think as SMK were talking about, the kind of systems-based approaches to these aspects can be very valuable. And a third kind of distinction that I wanted to talk about was kind of the outputs and outcomes, which is kind of consistent with this holistic approach to things. Because I think when we talk about energy reduction, we start to think about reducing things by certain percentages, which is extremely important and very, very persuasive. And the numbers are important, but also building capacity, I think, is vital to sustainability. But it's something which is quite harder to measure. It's much harder to convince people about this. But it was something that we'd see energy reductions and celebrate those kinds of successes. But also if someone said, oh, we have a monthly meeting now about climate and about energy, or we forged a connection with a third party who is involved in these things, we celebrated that just as much, because those kinds of outcomes and output being like a target of something, whereas an outcome being the kind of the consequence or the impact of the actions that you're making. These can be transformative in ways that support climate specifications and future changes. Already you've seen people making plans. No one is stopping at this point. So just to kind of look at this from the coach's perspective of the tips and recommendations. There are a few things that we kind of noticed as a consequence of this. And one of this is that, you know, all the pieces matter. The things that aren't seemingly about climate control affect climate control and are part of this. Getting those baselines is very boring. It's quite time consuming, but to have those becomes invaluable in different ways. And yeah, and make lemonade. Sometimes there were delays. Sometimes there were things that didn't go as quickly as planned. But that gave people the opportunity to evaluate, to plan ahead, to think about things and how they could do it, and use that time to adjust and connect in those different ways. And thinking of it in different ways, thinking of it technically, organizationally, kind of in terms of object response, in terms of building response, in terms of visitor experience, looking in different ways, seeing how they connect, became so important as people could mature their thinking. And also, as mentioned already, a lot of these objects have undergone damage already. 55 plus minus 5 or plus minus 2 doesn't guarantee preservation in certain ways. So there's an element of don't panic, really. Just don't necessarily think that this is something which is going to be a problem. Step back. There may be changes. There may be things that you want to adjust as you go through, but that's part of why we do it so systematically, and why we and take our time to do it in a way where we're keeping an eye on all the different aspects. And one of these other things was something that was really, really pleasing for us, is to see how the institutions helped each other, how they drew inspiration from each other, how they kind of reached out and supported one another. And you could see that cross-pollination of different ideas, and people, yeah, that sounds interesting. So there were a lot of practices that were shared during the program, which started to kind of influence how other people were doing things. They would be able to look at their journey and their situation, and then apply that knowledge in their way. And those communities were fantastic, but also the communities they had within their environment with other experts were just as valuable. And I think the final thing, in a way, is once you've built that capacity, it's a kind of don't stop at the end. The program is going, but people are kind of full steam now, and now they're thinking about different kinds of changes, different ways of scaling things, which is very, very exciting to hear about and to see. So just like to say thank you to Key Futures, to the museums and Jakob, and hopefully I'm in time. I'm kind of in a little bit of a but yeah. But thanks very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure. So.
Amazing, Joel. Thank you so much. It's brilliant. And it's, you know, it's been so much fun working together on all of this, but I love what you're saying about stepping away from control, and this idea that, you know, climate control is about ownership of the climate, but actually what we need to be doing is understanding the climate and working with the outdoor climate and our collections to find balance in a way. So
yeah, and all these traditional kind of dichotomies of preservation versus energy use, or access versus conservation, they start to kind of drift away a little bit once you really think about what you need. But I don't want to ruin the surprise of the upcoming talks.
It's brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Joel. I'm super grateful for you being a part of this, and thank you for sharing your experiences. And I think we're all going to start thinking a little bit more about moving away from possible to necessary. And we'll be covering a little bit more about that later. So brilliant.
Awesome.
Thanks, Joel.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to be moving right along to our next case study, and it is my great pleasure to welcome Tor from Skane. I finally learned how to pronounce that. I'm very proud of myself. And it was actually a huge pleasure to be able to visit you guys last year, and a beautiful, beautiful town and a beautiful, beautiful collection. So, and you guys have been very busy. So Tor, I would love to turn over to you to hear about what you've been up to.
Yeah, hello. So the Skanes Museum is an art museum located in the historic fishing village of Skane at the most northern part of Jutland in Denmark. The collection is based on the artworks and legacy of a group of Scandinavian artists who established an artist colony in Skane between the 1870s and the 1930s. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's perfect.
The local climate is humid with cool to temperate temperatures, and the town is located close to the sea, and it is always quite windy here. The museum was founded in 1908 by key members of the artist colony and some of their supporting patrons. The museum had exhibitions at various sites in the town until the current museum building opened to the public in 1928. The original red brick building had smaller extensions built in 1982 and 1989, as well as a larger modern slate tiled extension which opened in 2015, with a dedicated space for temporary exhibitions, new museum storage, offices, and a conservation studio. The Skanes Museum's main project team has been Mikael Karud Jensen and myself. Jensen has worked at the museum for 13 years and advanced through the ranks and is now the manager of facilities and security. I am a paintings conservator at the museum since 2020, and this project presentation will be told from the conservator's perspective. We have also had help from the museum's registrar, Maren Bjerg Thomsen, during parts of the project. Jensen and I had a growing interest for and understanding of the importance of sustainability before the project. And when the invitation to participate in the project came, it was the right time for the both of us to start tackling some of the challenges involved in energy-efficient climate control. At the same time as the project started, the museum was also undergoing some changes in organization and generational change of head of facilities and security, which made it possible to adapt a more pragmatic approach to the climate control, as well as making it easier to prioritize participation in the program. The main objective was to bring down the energy consumption used by the HVAC systems in the building, as well as getting a more systematic approach to understanding the building and its indoor climate. Before the climate control project started, the parameters in-house and stated in the museum's lawn conditions were 50% relative humidity, with plus and minus 5% per 24 hours, which specifically should be understood as in the range between 47.5% and 52.5% relative humidity. The temperature should be between 18 and 23 degrees Celsius, with a maximum fluctuation of 2 degrees per 24 hours. And the humidity and heating control systems had to run 24 hours a day. But due to the new management, it was easier for the museum to accept what was previously considered a big risk for the collection, as we now want to balance the preservation with our sustainable future. In addition to the new management, the Museum Loans Committee, as well as all of the museum's managers, have been involved in approving and agreeing on the new parameters for eternal climate control, as well for the loans, for the loan conditions. The collection is based on the artworks of the artist who established the artist colony here in Skane. The collection of the Skane Museum.
Oh, Tor, we kind of lost you for just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just a little bit fainter, so you might have to project a little bit more. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, the collection is based on the artworks and the legacy of the Scandinavian painters that I mentioned earlier. And the collection is mostly artworks on canvas, wood, and paper. Some artworks are also sculptures, design objects, and arts and crafts, stoneware, as well as furniture and artist materials, which were owned by the members of the artist colony. A few aspects were considered before selecting the paintings to observe during the project. Some paintings in the collection are known to be sensitive to degradation due to material choices and artist techniques. As well as in Denmark, we have a quite interesting history of structural conservation treatments, and the museum has all forms of linings from glue paste, wax resin to various forms of acrylic adhesive linings. The 5 selected paintings were selected to be condition checked and documented. They were chosen because of their structural conservation history, as well as previously reported challenges, as well as they were all displayed in the old building where fluctuations were expected to be most extreme. At the time of selecting the paintings, we did not know if we could improve the climate in that part of the building. And all the paintings have gilded frames, and the condition reports were made based on the museum's own PDF form, but Articheck's app were also tested as a report format, as well as photography and on visual examination of the objects in the galleries before, during, and after the climate changes to the climate control. 2 paintings were unfortunately later removed from the galleries due to an unexpected curatorial change early in the summer of 2014 or 24, because of a possible loan of the Burson painting, which was painted by one of the Skagen painters, and the painting was salvaged from the devastating fire of the historic stock exchange building in Copenhagen in April this year. The museum is heated with district heating mainly by underfloor heating and some waterborne radiators in office spaces and corridors, the museum shop and conservation studio. In the modern extension, where museum objects and artworks are kept in the gallery and the storage, the heating is done by air-conditioned ventilation, and there are not windows or external doors in the modern exhibition gallery. The original building, on the other hand, which is from 1928, is in comparison not as well insulated, and in terms of exhibition spaces, it has large 2-story galleries with windows, as well as the side galleries on the ground floor with even more windows and external doors. The original building has been altered several times in terms of climate control, and many layers of solutions can be found. The whole building complex has 6 different HVAC zones, controlling the indoor climate in the museum building, needing large amount of energy. And especially the oversized cooling units demand large amounts of energy. New windows and doors in some parts of the old building were already planned, but installed during the project period, which we hope have had a beneficial effect on the indoor climate in the old part of the building. We have also been looked at opening and closing procedures and a policy for curtain and lighting policies in part of the old building because of the large windows which influence the indoor climate. From a conservation perspective, there was also an opportunity to address parts of the old building with problematic and rapid fluctuations due to the sun and heat during the summer and condensation in the colder winter months. It was necessary to look at efficient ways of stabilizing the indoor climate in certain areas of the original building, as the HVAC and the ventilation in these areas did not work as intended in delivering a stable indoor climate. The first things we did after starting the project were to place data loggers at the level of the paintings in the galleries and the storage. Then we tried to get access to previous data from bills and BMS system, as well as other form of meter readings. Initial monitoring by the installed data loggers showed that the temporary exhibition gallery and storage in the modern extension could achieve a very stable environment in the above mentioned range of 47.5% to 52.5%, and with a very stable temperature, while the old galleries had fluctuations between 42 to 65% relative humidity and between 16 to 26 degrees Celsius. And that was just in the period from July 2023 to January 2024. Jacob came to visit us in September 2023. It was very helpful to have Jacob Jakob at the museum, amongst other things, because as an external professional expert, he could support us in the decision-making process and making others at the museum more comfortable taking the decisions to agree to the new parameters and the strategies. He helped us to understand the different HVAC zones at the museum. There is in total 6 different zones, and all of them have different challenges. Having someone from the outside asking questions can be helpful when deciding on a new strategy. As far as I understood the discussion of that day, much of it was centered around the difference between daytime and nighttime operation of the HVAC systems, as the previous settings had not really considered that the building had different needs during the night, as there are no humans occupying the space at night. So discussing lowering of ventilation pressure and reducing or stopping intake of fresh air was some of the suggestions. The museum's new parameters for climate control were agreed to be in the interval between 40 to 60% relative humidity, with fluctuations of maximum plus minus 10% within a 24-hour period. The temperature must be stable between 16 to 25 degrees Celsius, and frequent fluctuations must be avoided. The agreed new climate control does not require a 24-hour operation, which enabled experiments with nightly shutdowns. The climate control and set points in the BMS system have been manually adjusted gradually throughout the project period to adapt to changes in season and after evaluation of previous implemented settings. The first changes were introduced after Coach Jakob's visit, with reduction of overnight intake from air from the outside and less air pressure. For example, we started in non-collection areas like the offices, hallways, and the museum shop to observe how the building and the HVAC system reacted to nightly shutdowns. The indoor climate in these areas responded well in a stable manner, making us confident that some form of night mode or shutdowns could be possible in collection areas as well. The major changes to the climate control were first implemented from January 2024, when Jensen officially started as the new head of facilities and security. The temporary exhibition gallery in the modern extension is where we from November 2023 first tested new settings and night mode at the ventilation by reducing the air with reduced air pressure during the night. This had promising results, at least when in terms of the kilowatt hours, as well as maintaining a stable climate. And later, in January 2024, we felt confident that the modern gallery could be without ventilation during the night. And slowly we introduced a nightly shutdown of the HVAC system for 13 hours. And actually, during February 2024, we had an incident where the HVAC system, where the new air-conditioned air, where it was not introduced into the gallery as a fire damper, had been kept shut during an automatic test. This went on undetected for a while without anyone noticing, and as well because the BMS system did not activate any alarms, as the relative humidity and the temperature were stable within the set parameters, so nobody reacted to it. The incident was, of course, quite thought-provoking, but made us confident that the gallery could maintain a good indoor climate in terms of relative humidity and temperature with the 13-hour shutdown, that the building could handle it going forward. The massive concrete walls and the thick timber floors in the modern extension might make the temporary exhibition space able to buffer some of the more extreme fluctuations of the outdoor environments. The incident with the shot fire damper led us to investigate the CO2 levels in the gallery, and at peak times for 2 of the days, it went above the recommended limit, but on most days the room was able to maintain a good indoor climate. Parallel to the changes in the temporary exhibition gallery, the old part of the building was also tested. From September 2023, it was evaluated if the HVAC zone, including the old galleries, could manage a reduction of air pressure at night to 30%, as well as having the air recycled instead of using fresh air from the outside. This had slightly positive results, and from January 2024, it turns out that the automatic fire doors, like the non-security doors, which closes automatically in case of a fire, separating the side galleries from the main galleries in the old building, were left open during the night. From this point on, it was discovered that the reason for the unstable environment and condensation partly was that the automatic fire doors negatively interfered the intended airflow from the smaller side galleries to the main galleries. And by adjusting the flow in the building, both reducing the volume of air allowed into the building by the HVAC system, with the ventilation speed at 30% during the night, as well as 0% fresh air during the night, as well as looking at letting some, like the automatic fire doors being left open, have actually resulted in a more stable environment for the paintings. Articek and the Association of Danish Museums came to Skien to do a virtual career workshop during the project, which we can see here on the screen. Regarding the condition assessment of the selected paintings on display, it was not found any damage or significant change in the condition, which I personally can directly relate to the project or implementation of new climate set points at the museum. The 5 paintings, which turned out to be 3 paintings by the end of the project, are not, well, it's not representative of a whole collection or a whole exhibition, but I guess in terms of our pragmatism towards the new climate control, long term, the proof will be in the pudding, to say it in, like that. The museum has updated the in-house climate control parameters as well as terms and conditions for loans, resulting in a situation where saving energy has been possible. The passive control of airflow between gallery spaces at night by opening some previously shut automatic fire doors ensured better air circulation. The nightly shutdowns and addressing air pressure with reduction of ventilation speed and recycling of some of the air have both stabilized indoor climate in parts of the building and reduced the museum's total energy consumption. We can see that in the modern gallery, the challenge at keeping the environment stable is actually during opening hours and not during the night. Well, and this is of course subject to seasonal variations though, but having people in the building is actually making this climate unstable. So far, we have reduced the energy consumption at the museum by 22% compared to the energy usage before implementation of changes. And this equals to a financial savings of 18% compared to the year before implementations. The number of the energy usage from the district heating are not included in the calculation, but this is also expected to be slightly less than from the time before the project started. But some of the main positive outcomes of this is actually they're approaching the issues as a team. The collection staff and the facilities staff have been brought closer to a common understanding as well as better cooperation. We did have ambitions to make changes to the 2 oversized cooling units during the project. The 2 cooling units seems to be overdimensioned for the HVAC systems and currently have the biggest demand for energy, especially during the summer. During the project, we have tested if we could rely on just 1 at a time instead of the 2 currently installed, but we have not been able to make major permanent changes to the cooling units yet. It turns out even having 1 on standby uses energy. And going forward, we want to investigate how we best can reduce the energy consumption of the cooling units. And as it is one of the biggest energy consumers outside. CO2 measurements is a new parameter we have to consider going forward. Previously, the HVAC system was controlled in a way that CO2 never had to be monitored, because of the air exchange was up from 6 to 8 times an hour in most of the rooms. The now reduced airflow in some of the zones during the day as well as during the night, although it had resulted in a more stable relative humidity and temperature in some parts of the building, CO2 sensors and measurements must be included in the set points and programmed into the BMS. We have seen during parts of the year that actually CO2 levels might be the critical parameter to consider. Getting to know the building and the various systems for controlling the indoor climate was a huge and ongoing process. It takes time to understand how everything works and functions, as well as how it all affects across systems, zones, and throughout the seasons. Better staff collaboration and cooperation in the conservation and facilities alignment have been the most rewarding part of the project. The synergy effect of participating with other daily tasks has been very important. It's important to focus that it is a dynamic process and adapt to unforeseen situation, and don't forget to consider passive measures as well to stabilize the climate for the sake of the collection. The building and the environment seems like a fine equilibrium at some point. Climate control and modern buildings are complex, and it takes time and resources to fully understand changes. And for us, it has been difficult at times to separate all the activities of the program and the daily maintenance. And don't forget to measure CO2 levels if reducing air pressure or reducing intake of fresh air. And not last, do not always trust the BMS system and look at the bigger picture, compare with data loggers, and trust your instincts. Thank you for listening, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Tor. That's absolutely brilliant. And I think it's so exciting to see all of the progress you guys have made in so quickly. So a huge congratulations. I love what you said about don't trust the BMS systems. And this is something that I think we all have to, I don't want to say work on, because that sounds like we're not doing it well, but I would love for us to all embrace a little bit more confidence in our own skills and abilities, and indeed our instincts, because we're the ones who have been studying this and trained this. We know the collections, we know what the needs are. If your gut's telling you something's wrong, it's probably wrong, even if the machine says it's right. So I love that you highlighted that. So thank you so much. That's amazing. If you wouldn't mind sticking around, I would love to turn over to Rasmus, who is going to actually present to us a video recording of our next case study, which is in Danish. It is subtitled already in English, so we should be totally fine. But Rasmus is going to be representing Sødost Museum from us. So I'll turn over to you. Thank you, Rasmus.
Thank you, Caitlin. Almost southeast Denmark, sydøst Danmark.
My Danish is improving, but not perfect.
So what happens now is that there probably won't be any sound.
Correct.
Do you hear that, Caitlin?
No, you have to reshare it with the little tick box saying sound.
Yeah, but the tick, and it wasn't an option anymore.
Oh, we'll try it one more time.
That's weird. Yeah, so I see them, but I'm not allowed to click them.
Okay. Well, let's see. Why don't I, if it's okay with you, why don't I let you see if you can figure that out. In the meantime, Tor, if you wouldn't mind coming back on, we already have a question for you in the chat that maybe we can address while we're figuring out the tech side of things for Rasmus. Tor, are you still with us? Oh, he might have stepped away for a minute. All right, no problem. Well, Rasmus, if you need any help with that, let me know. But hopefully we'll be able to figure out how to get that sorted. So one of the things that I wanted to also highlight from the program was the involvement of the coaches. And Jakob has been mentioned in a few of these presentations. We heard from Joel. We will be hearing from Jakob a little bit later, but just wanted to also mention how this worked with the collaboration and the influence of experts. As we've seen, there's a lot of things that need to be considered when it comes to looking at our climate control. And I think that this has been one of the issues in making progress in a lot of institutions, is because maybe we're thinking about it within our department or within our own individual roles. But as we've seen, this is something that really requires collaborative effort and a lot of stakeholders. Part of the Getting Climate Control Under Control program was bringing in these experts and these advisors to help support with the implementation of new energy optimization protocols and new climate control parameters. So each institution worked with both Joel and Jakob, who are our two coaches, to help look at what I call the inside outside, so the facilities side of things, as well as the preventive conservation side of things, and get all of these organizations and institutions working together to see how we can make them work for each other rather than against each other. So when we were talking about Jakob's visit, one of the really cool things we did in the program was send our facilities and energy efficiency specialist to all of the institutions in person to take a look at the facilities. And in a lot of cases, it was amazing how many immediate changes could be made in order to make the program or in order to already start implementing energy efficiency savings. So, oh, Tor, you're back. We had a question for you in the chat, if you wouldn't mind. One of the questions that came in was about VOC levels. And so did you monitor VOC levels in the collection storage areas during the program? And especially in terms of during the HVAC system shutdowns?
No, we didn't in the museum storage, but we did have a send data logger in the same part of the building where the exhibition is, the temporary exhibition space. And there we saw that the VOC levels were within acceptable levels. It was the CO2 because of humans occupying the space that was the issue. And but then I can only assume it's the same picture down in the storage facility or room. So, but that is of course something that would be interesting to measure. But the ventilation system was in the storage was on during the day, so there was air circulation because to some extent our storage room is also like a working storage room where we sometimes do registration stuff or so on. So
okay.
yeah,
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I hope that was an answer to it was kind of not an answer, but an answer. Yeah.
No, I think so. And I think that's a really interesting point is that, one of the things we also saw with the case study at SMK is that the biggest influence on our indoor climate is actually humans. We're the ones that bring in the rain from outside on our jackets. We're the ones that are breathing. We're the ones that have pollutants that we're bringing in. So it doesn't surprise me too much that actually a lot of times at night when it's unoccupied, institutions can kind of just settle down with their climate. And it's interesting to hear that that's not just relevant for temperature and relative humidity, but that's also relevant for VOC levels. And of course, this added level of looking at the carbon dioxide presence is something that I don't think we are as aware of. So I think that's a hugely important aspect. So thank you so much for answering that. Absolutely. I see we have Rasmus back. Rasmus, is it working now?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, no worries.
I don't know how, because we tested this and we did test it and it was working and now it's not. So I'm still not allowed to click the box for sharing sound. So I don't know what to do, Caitlin.
Okay, well, no worries. Well, why don't we do this? If you want to send me the link, we do have a little bit of time to go back to the presentation that I was supposed to give earlier on BIZO. So we'll just switch some things around. There's nothing like being flexible. And hopefully we'll be able to share the presentation a little bit later because it is really interesting. But before we do that, I would love to see if anyone else had any questions for Tor while we have him on board, because I don't want to take up all of your day. So if you do have any questions, please put them in the chat. But I actually do have one more question for you, if you don't mind, before you head out. I know that as I mentioned, I had the opportunity to come visit Skane and was so impressed with the work that you guys were doing. But as you mentioned, one of the things that was really so beneficial was the collaboration within the group. And I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more, if you had advice for anyone who's looking at making some updates and maybe they're having some doubts about how to approach these kinds of conversations with their colleagues, or if they're maybe nervous that their colleagues are not on board. So what kind of advice could you give to someone who is interested in starting these conversations?
That's an interesting question, because I think here at the museum, we have been quite lucky that me and Mikael had the same, so to say, the goal of being more sustainable even before he became the manager. And when he was taking over the department, that made everything so much easier. And but in terms of the museum director and the administration and so on, for instance, just mention the potential for financial savings as well, which always helps. And so then actually taking the time to do the discussions and to do all the work that is necessary to do changes helps when you get the head of administration and economies or the finance to kind of, okay, it's a viable option, or like it's a good idea to actually do this because it saves money as well. That might help. But I know it's very difficult at some points. If the previous manager of facilities and security, the discussions can be hard, and especially when you seem like you're the one like going away from what your profession have been telling for years. It is difficult, but I think it's worth some professional pride, so to say, to be able to for us to go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's such a important point, is, figuring out what's the driving factor here. And a lot of times when it comes to talking with supervisors or upper management, it's usually budget. And we discussed this earlier, the cutbacks in the cultural sector. Pil and Inga from SMK mentioned this. And it's such a reality right now. We are facing a situation where culture is not only experiencing budget cuts, but we're going to continue to experience budget cuts. And this is the realities of the climate crisis. As we have more and more climate disasters that are requiring government funding for, response and recovery, where do you think that money is going to come from? They're not going to have time. They're not going to, be spending that money on culture if there's, a hurricane, or which happened to my parents a couple months ago, or, some other disaster that's come into play, a flood, whatever it's going to be. So I think it's really important for us to make the case and, figure out what the angle is, but budget's almost always a winner. And, I think that we have to start getting ahead of the curve on this in terms of looking at, the cost benefit analysis and saying, okay, this is no longer something that we can talk about in 2026 or talk about in 2027. This is something we need to start making changes with immediately in preparation for the changes that are coming.
Mm-hmm. I was just also reminded about something when I started at the museum. My kind of mantra when I was discussing with others at the museum also as well, that we know the science, and so then making easy statements like I was saying a lot of times, I don't care what the relative humidity is, if it's 45 or 55, as long as it is stable. It's kind of perhaps that could also help open some discussions that it's not necessarily the numbers that is the way forward, but more the stability and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, what's going to help open up discussions more than anything is it's the examples that we're presenting today. It's the impact report that people can show to their colleagues and say, look what's happened in Denmark. This is something that we can also do. So I just, you know, a huge thank you to you for sharing your experience and, you know, willing to be one of the first to really stick your neck up and say, okay, we're gonna make these changes, because it's gonna be impactful not only for Skane, for Denmark, but for the whole world, because we can see how it can be done. So just a huge thank you again for participating, and a huge congratulations for all the incredible work that you guys have been doing. Wonderful. All right. Are there any other questions for Tor? I see. I think that we are out of time here. So I will thank you again for joining us. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the discussion about BIZO. We've been mentioning this a lot, so I think it's important for us to get a little bit of clarity on what exactly BIZO is. After this, we're going to be joined by Maggie Appleton from the National Museum Directors Council, who's going to be telling us a little bit more about leadership and the discussion around climate control. So this is a perfect segue in. So I am going to be sharing my screen. Unfortunately, BIZO is actually meeting today, tomorrow, and Friday. So this was a very unfortunate clash of the conferences. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get a representative from BIZO to join us live, but I'm really excited to be sharing a few of the key takeaways from the new refresh protocol. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have this here. Brilliant. I hope you guys can see everything. Okay. So, as I mentioned, we've been talking about BIZO a lot today, and we will be continuing to reference this very, very important document throughout the next day and a half as we continue the conference. But it's important for us to also take a step back and make sure that we're on the same page in answering the question, what is BIZO? So BIZO is actually a group of museum leaders from around the globe who started getting together a few decades ago to kind of discuss what the trends are within the museum world. And we were very fortunate that the BIZO group caught on early to the conversation around sustainability and environmental impact of the museum sector. And in 2014, the BIZO group issued their first green protocol, which reevaluated the practices around climate control as well as loan agreements to try and influence and implement more sustainable practices. This included what is being referred to a lot now, which is that plus or minus 10, the 40 to 60 relative humidity range. What's so interesting about this, of course, is that while the BIZO protocol was endorsed by institutions globally, there were very few institutions that actually implemented it. There were some, like Stadsmuseum for Kunst, SMK, that we saw earlier, who were early forerunners. But one of the other things we saw is that a lot of times when people were implementing BIZO, they weren't talking about it. So of course, that's one of the things that we want to do with the conference today, is start showing that, guess what? Museums around the globe have been using BIZO for decades, and it still works, and it's very safe. In 2023, BIZO refreshed their protocol. A group of 50 leaders of museum directors, scientists, and other influential museum professionals from around the globe got together and revised the protocol. The refresh had a major focus on scientific data and was a collaboration with the Getty Conservation Institute to really showcase what best practice was for climate control for collections. Now, there are a lot of other really cool parts about BIZO. I'm going to put links in the chat for everybody so you can check it out yourself. And we're going to go through some of the key passages now. But what's really important for us to know when it comes to BIZO, and as I mentioned, they also talk about loan agreements, virtual courier, all of these other cool things. We're going to focus on climate control. But what's really important to notice here is that what we're actually moving towards is best practice is bespoke, tailored conditions. And I'm going to repeat this about 300 times over the next 18 hours. So get used to it. But what is really important for us to start thinking about is that when it comes to collections, when it comes to objects, you know, objects are like humans. We're all unique. Everyone is different. We have different requirements. We have different needs. We have different wants. Some people like spaghetti. Some people like, pizza. It's just, we all have different things. Some people like heat. Some people like cold. Collections, objects, we're the same way. So rather than looking at blanket statements, rather than looking at tables in a book with numbers on it saying this is what painting's like, we have to start looking at what the collections actually need based on the individual collection, based on the individual object. And what BIZO does so well is it breaks down the science behind why this is important. And what is actually best practice is taking in all of these variables that we've touched upon today into consideration to figure out what is actually acceptable and needed for your collection. Not what is prescribed, not what is possible, but what is needed and what is acceptable. Different variables that we're going to have to take into consideration are the history of the collections, the type of materials, the building's capacity, the facility's capacity, and of course, your local outdoor climate. So I wanted to just really quickly here highlight a couple of the key passages from the BIZO refresh. And once again, during the next presentation, I'll pop all of the links for you in the chat. Broader is safe. This is so important because every time someone talks to me about updating their climate control practices, they always ask, is it safe? BIZO says, based on scientific evidence, adopting broader environmental parameters does not compromise the safety of most collections. Here it is in black and white, proof this is safe. Now, once again, this is most collections, so it's always best, we always recommend having a preventive conservator come out and take a look at your collections and just make sure there's nothing too sensitive. But scientific evidence derived from experiments, observations, and field campaigns demonstrate that museum collections survive exceptionally well in climatic conditions that are much wider than traditionally assumed. And of course, this is also based on the proved fluctuations concept, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. I also mentioned this idea of moving away from prescriptive numbers. This means that best practice is not looking up a table in a book. It is not saying plus or minus 2 or plus or minus 10 for every collection around the entire globe. It's important to state clearly that the numbers 40 to 60% relative humidity and 16 to 25% or 16 to 25 degrees Celsius temperature range with 10% daily variation do not have any fundamental meaning from a scientific point of view. I'll let that sink in for a second. Rather, they represent numbers that seemed reasonably acceptable 10 years ago. That was when the first BIZO protocol was put out. But what we want to highlight here with this refresh is that these numbers should be proposed and viewed as a starting point. So instead of starting at plus or minus 2, we're starting at plus or minus 10. And then what we're looking at is assessing all of these variables and figuring out what is actually needed for the collections. But once again, just to stress this, in other words, we do not advocate for the replacement of one prescriptive solution, plus or minus 5, with another, plus or minus 10. Instead, we advocate for a more nuanced determination of environmental parameters that is based on the preservation and needs of the object as informed by scientific research and experience and the sustainability goals of the institution. So this means that actually now, green, sustainability, financial savings, same level as collections care. These two things should be working together, not against each other. And this is what's really exciting to see, is that we're actually looking at using these big, beautiful brains of ours and the knowledge and skills that we have as cultural professionals to decide what is best for our collections, not a dusty old book that's talking about a different collection. So what is best? Well, it depends. Bezos states that cultural heritage collections, the building envelopes in which they are displayed, and the storage and climate conditions of their geographic location provide an almost infinite number of variables which need to be compiled, analyzed, and interpreted to develop appropriate conditions for long-term preservation of diverse artifacts. Once again, tailored conditions are best. Now, of course, we understand that you guys are all busy, so this is a process. In the meantime, that's why we have those numbers, that plus or minus 10 as our starting off point. So we can go ahead and put those into place while we're doing all of this investigation into what is actually best for our specific collections. The other thing that we want to mention, and Al, shout out to you for mentioning this earlier, microclimates are safest. So when you do have a loan agreement that is coming in that they're not okay with BESO, maybe the object's too sensitive, actually the best thing to do for sensitive objects is put them in a microclimate, because it is much easier to control a microclimate within the ranges and specifications you need rather than trying to control an entire room or an entire building. As we've heard, and as we all know, accidents happen. You have incidents where a cooler blows or the HVAC system just randomly doesn't work. There are things that happen with mechanical systems that make them not 1,000% reliable all the time. So if we do have a sensitive object, if we do have collections that need really, really strict conditions, the safest, the best, most risk-averse thing we can do is put them in a microclimate. I mentioned proof fluctuations earlier. Once again, this is a really important thing for us to take into consideration, because what an object is used to is actually what they're going to be okay tolerating. So if there are collections in Egypt that are used to very, very dry weather and high heat, they're going to be just fine in that, in those conditions. If you move them down to Brazil, they might be a little bit more, let's say, they might be altered by the change. But this goes back to what Gaël de Gachamp mentioned in our first International Climate Control Conference. He compared an ivory collection in Egypt to an ivory collection in Brazil. Obviously, very, very different climates, but both collections were in perfect condition. And the reason for that is because they were being stored in an environment that they were used to. Any damage that would have happened from exposure to the temperature or relative humidity that they were being stored in would have already happened 500 years ago when that ivory was first born. So it's really important for us to know the history of our collections, because the history can determine what that object can tolerate and also what it's used to, which will prevent damage to it for future. All right. So in short, BESO does not recommend switching out one set of numbers for another set of numbers. What best practice is a more tailored, bespoke approach and enlisting preventive conservators to help determine the needs and the acceptable ranges for your objects in your collections based on the history, the current conditions, what it's used to, the type of materials, the condition, the capacities of the building, and what is deemed acceptable in light of a green first approach. Once again, green first is something that we need to start getting used to saying. 10%, 10 plus or minus 10 is not the rule, but may be used as a starting point. So I hope that this gives you a little bit of an idea about what we're talking about when we're talking about BESO, because there are so many interesting conversations that are happening around this. And as this is becoming more the standard and the practice, it's a really, really great reference point for us for really anything that we want to be involved with in terms of loan agreements or changing our own parameters. BESO is the reference point now. So when you're talking with your loan partners and you're referring to BESO, now you know that that's not always just numbers, but it's also best practice. So thank you guys so much for listening to that. I believe now we are going to be joined by Maggie, and I don't see Maggie here. Let me just check. I think Rasmus was trying to get the Thing online. There's Maggie. I'm going to promote Maggie now. Perfect. All right. And it's such an honor for us to invite Maggie to join us today. And a huge, huge thank you for being a part of this conversation. So Maggie's going to be joining us as a representative from the National Museum Directors Council. As we heard a little bit earlier when Brigitte was presenting to us, it's not only important for conservators to be on board, it's not only important for our facilities teams to be on board, but we need buy-in from leadership. So I would love to invite Maggie to join us now to discuss a little bit about the conversations that are being had amongst leaders in this conversation. So Maggie, I think your camera is still off, but hopefully you can hear us. There she is. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Caitlin. Thank you so much for having me, and hi to everyone listening and watching today. It's a real delight to be with you.
Thank you. So Maggie, I'm going to turn over to you to tell us a little bit more about the conversations at NDMC and also your experience. So thank you so much for being here.
Great stuff. Thank you. I'm going to try and share my screen, so keep your fingers crossed, everybody, that this is going to work. I'm not finding it there. Bear with me. If it doesn't, I shall just talk.
No worries. And let me know if I can help with that. Should be
Thank you. Can you see?
Let's see. Not yet.
Nothing there.
Not at the moment. There should be a little green arrow at the bottom that says share.
Yeah.
We love technology, don't we, guys?
Don't we love it?
I'll tell you what, this is why we always like being flexible, because sometimes technology is our best friend and sometimes it just doesn't like cooperating with us. So absolutely no worries.
I'm going to have another go here.
All right, perfect.
Ah.
There we go.
Hey.
You nailed it. Brilliant.
Nailed it. There you go. Apologies for that. Let me just get to full screen here. How's that?
That's perfect.
Brilliant. So, well, thank you again for having me. It's an absolute, a real joy to be with you. And looking at the programme for the couple of days you're together, it looks absolutely tremendous. And it's a real joy for me to see the work that's happening. So I'm really looking forward to engaging more with the conference and catching up online later. So, as Caitlin said, I'm Maggie Appleton. I'm the Chief Executive of the Royal Air Force Museum, and I became the chair of the National Museum Directors Conference Climate Group last year after the museum's UK COP. So it was an absolute honour. It's something I'm incredibly passionate about and keen. My background is as a social history curator. So I was a curator in community and civic museums before joining the Royal Air Force Museum about 10 years ago now. Where does the time go? So the museum's COP last year was a major event in museums. It was the culmination of months of work where we got a number of subgroups working together to feed into this whole day event with museum directors and sector partners, really to focus on where we're up to and to look at the future together. So these were some of the people that were at the conference of our parties. So National Museum Directors, members, and National Museum Directors Council, as well as the National Museum, as it says on the tin, involves the major regional museums as well from across the UK. The day was led by our environment and ecology group and the environmental leads from across that. So we got a number of working parties that had fed into the day. Really importantly too, we had a number of sector bodies included, as you can see there. So I won't read them all out. But the event was a massively significant day for us because it brought together those museum directors from across the sector with funders and other bodies, really to discuss and debate the proposals. And we all had a voting mechanism as well to really vote on some proposals, because we were incredibly keen that we took something concrete away from the day. So the scope of it was really, it was twofold. It was about national museums leading from the front, but it was also about how we could support colleagues in the sector. And of course, we are all learning, large museums and small, from each other all the time. So it was how we can all support each other too. We were very much focusing on where the barriers are that can hinder us and how we can work to smash those down together, and looking at the strength of what we could do as a sector when we're really working together. And certainly as a body, National Museum Directors Council very much has that remit to lead and also, as I mentioned, to support. So one of the key things that came out was it was an overall agreement. And I think it is important just to pause. I'm sorry, there's a lot of words on here, but they're important words because it took a lot of thinking about, a lot of refining, and some refining actually on the day to agree this proposal that we then sent out across the museum sector, across the press. So I'm just going to give you a moment to read that rather than to read it out to you. There won't be anything massively surprising in there, but it was a really important commitment for us to make. I'm just going to give you a moment. So I think together we felt it was really important to make that leadership commitment, and also we made a few specifics there. And as you can see, that first one was about our outward facing view in the way that we use our collections, our programs, our exhibitions to engage audiences. It's the many millions of visitors that together national and regional museums reach in the UK, and of course globally. Then thinking of that number, it's a massive responsibility to inspire people to take positive action. So that first one was all about looking outwards and upwards. Then, of course, and relevant for this conference, that look at sustainable collections management, which I know you've been delving into in a lot of detail. As well as how we could look after our collections, we were looking at our decarbonisation plans. And as you can see, they're looking at how we mitigate the impacts of extreme weather, which all of us is suffering from. And just a couple of weeks before we met for the conference, we'd had huge flooding that had really impacted Derby Museums, one of our key museums in the UK. So it felt very, very real and alive. Many of us, of course, have brilliant green spaces in our museum, so that was an important part of it as well. But we were also really keen to call loudly on funders, on businesses, and on governments to support, because it's not something we can do alone. Even the mighty work of museums working together, we need that support from others. So we made a call at the end of it too. And these were the key recommendations. So we were asking for urgent changes to planning legislation and guidance. And certainly here in the UK, for years we've been looking at how guidance for some of our historic buildings should be really equalled by an understanding of, for example, disability access. And the discussion was that really our carbon reduction principles should really be heightened to that same sense of importance as our heritage assets, so that we are really unshackling ourselves in terms of how we can make our buildings more carbon resilient and carbon responsible. very importantly too, considering all the museums in the UK, very conscious of the amount of really brilliant information out there, but almost too much of it in terms of advice and guidance, in that many museums, particularly those who don't have professionals working within them dedicated to this, they just don't know where to turn because there's too much of it. So one really important outcome, which we're working very keenly on, is a new central resource that's a guidance about which resources are important and relevant for which sorts of museums. Really important too, learning and development and recruitment should be focused on sustainability. And moving down to the bottom row from there, right from the beginning in terms of moving into the sector. So some of our professional courses, apprenticeships, university courses, really frighteningly surprising how few of them at the moment contain any focus at all on environmental sustainability. So there was a key call for that too. What has worked incredibly well in the UK is a programme of carbon literacy training. And there was, again, a real call for that to be sustained and expanded and funded strategically so that all museums have got access to it. And then, of course, very relevant for the conversations here, looking at more intelligent and lower energy conditions for our collections, which I won't go into any more detail for the moment because I know that you've had some really interesting conversations about that already. So this really was the leadership of UK museums, really giving ourselves and museums colleagues the authority, permission, responsibility and accountability to be putting climate responsibility at the centre of everything we're doing in our museums. Certainly for me as a museum director, both in terms of contributing and benefit, it enabled me, all of these key recommendations on the statement, it was enabling me to come back and talk to my collections colleagues about this and about the central role this had to play in our planning as a museum together. I think for a long time, as I'm sure you would agree, there's been a real nervousness about being seen to be the first to do something different and to be responsible for that. And I think working with collections is especially difficult because we've developed techniques over decades, and all our teams, rightly and professionally, feel a real duty to protect our collections. So in many ways, I think we've become entrenched in these ways of working, and often we can absolutely achieve the same care of our collections using fewer resources and less energy, you know, that frankly can save us money as well as being climate responsible. At COP, we also really importantly agreed that the NMDC would formally endorse the BESO principles, and the key recommendations from the collections group, as you can see again, are highlighted there. There's some brilliant work going on in the museum sector to move us on to a more sustainable footing in terms of our collections. Certainly peer organisations who took part in the COP are leading the way, such as ICON, which is publicly committed to that risk-based approach for managing heritage. Our UK Registrars Group, absolutely brilliant group and brilliant resource for our teams here in the UK. The Touring Exhibitions Group, Arts Council England, and others are all doing their part. Many of them work with us to develop the COP programme, and all made commitments on that day. Some of the things they're working on are included in the COP report, which you can get from the NMDC website. So I do urge you to have a look at that. And year on, we're really seeing changes happening in the sector. The COP report is now published, and is beginning to deliver on those actions and recommendations that I've outlined. Some museums were already working really actively on this. The British Museum and Tate absolutely at the heart of them. Incredible work now being led by the Science Museum Group, National Galleries Scotland and the Horniman. And these real icons of museums in the UK are really importantly ones that others focus on and look to. So their endorsement and leadership has been really very important indeed. And we are really planning that this continues with increased momentum. And with those notable museums leading the way, we're confident that things are going to change. I'm sure you'll all agree that things aren't changing quickly enough, and I'm certainly ambitious to do more and more quickly, but certainly in making these changes, reducing costs, energy and the impact of our core work, we're going in the right direction. It's a really tough climate for museums at the moment. Funding's a real issue, many are struggling, but often the sorts of work that we're talking about here helps us financially, frankly, as well as with our collections care principles. So our museums, I guess in closing, which are visited by millions, we've got a crucial role in engaging the public about the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis. But we've also got a unique ability to tell stories and share those stories in positive ways in which visitors can really, I think, join in and become positive and active with. And of course, as museums, collections are absolutely at the heart of this for all of us. So I'm absolutely balancing, I think, a concern that this is all too slow with positivity that we've got great models leading the way, with determination and with expertise to make a real difference. Well, I hope that's a helpful canter through in terms of the way that we're thinking about it as leadership in the UK. And I do urge you to have a look at the NMDC website and the COP report for more information. Caitlin.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Maggie. And I think it's hugely important to see this, not only if you're in the UK, but globally. I think, you know, it's really one of the things I like to take advantage of in the museum world is we have a little bit of this, kind of peer pressure mentality where, you know, if you start talking about, well, this is happening in this part of the world, or these museums are doing this, there's this sense of, oh, well, we need to do that as well, or we need to catch up, or that's the trend. So to me, this is a brilliant example of, you know, if you need to talk to your museum director about this, you can say, look at all of these museum directors who are on board.
Yeah, push and pull and support and leadership, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's absolutely brilliant. And just thank you so much. And also, I just love the idea of a museum COP. Are you guys going to do another one?
You know, we haven't got one planned in yet, but I think it's really important that we do, partly to keep up the momentum and, you know, report back on ourselves in terms of how we're doing. So, yeah.
Yeah, accountability as well as
Definitely.
momentum. And I think that's the biggest thing. And, you know, some of the conversations I've been having with colleagues around, you know, sustainability was such a hot topic. And then it kind of seemed to start petering out a bit. And it's like, no, we gotta get that momentum back. So
yeah. Well, we know realistically everyone's incredibly busy and have so many priorities, and it's about making sure that it doesn't, you know, start to disappear again. And so, yeah, it's keeping at the forefront all the time for us, Caitlin.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, this idea of green first, and that we can start pointing to places where it's published green first.
Yeah.
And we can start using that term when we're making arguments, because this is no longer a wish, this is a need. So that's brilliant. Amazing. Well, a huge thank you, Maggie, for taking the time tonight. It's just such an honor to have you and a pleasure to see you, and really looking forward to continuing conversations and to, you know, referring back to NMDC for a lot of great resources and materials. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wonderful. All right. This has been just such an incredible start to the event. I have to say, I'm feeling very buzzy and motivated. I hope you all are too. We are going to take a short break. I actually planned in breaks this time. My dog needs a walk, so I'm going to take him out for a short walk. But we'll all regroup here in about 20 minutes. The second half of today, we're going to pop over to the other side of the pond. We're going to be hearing from some of our climate control participants in North America, as well as some of our partner organizations who have been involved in the program and have been helping to make the dreams of these institutions a reality. Because if there's one thing that I think we've learned in the first part of this conference is that this is not something that we can do alone. So a huge thank you to everyone for being here with us this first part of our session. We will be back in 20 minutes. So that is 20 minutes after the hour here in Central European time. That is 5:20. So I will be putting up a reminder, but looking forward to seeing you all back here very soon and wishing you a lovely break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So as we know, and as we've heard this morning, climate control updates is not something that we can do alone. And as most institutions are strapped for resources, particularly human resources, we know that we need to be as efficient as possible when updating. And one of the ways that we can be more efficient is by using instrumental techniques, softwares, and going digital. One of the things that we've learned from our climate control pilot is that there are amazing resources and tools available to help support us in updating our climate control. And what's so exciting is that these resources not only help us with one aspect of our work, but can help us in all aspects of our work. When we first started the International Climate Control Conference back in 2022, it was right around the time that I was having some really interesting conversations with my friend and colleague, Annika Eriksson, CEO of Articheck. And Annika was saying to me, you know, Caitlin, I think that institutions want to do this. They just need to see how. And maybe there's some sort of incubator program that we can create to help support implementing the BISO Green Protocol. Now, Annika was thinking a little bit bigger than I was, and she was thinking about, you know, let's do climate control, let's do loans, let's do virtual courier, let's do it all, like a big package, put everything together. And she was right. The best way to implement updates on climate control is to put it into action, see how it can be done, share our learnings with colleagues and friends around the globe to inspire continued change everywhere. So it has been absolutely a huge honor for us to be working with Articheck during the climate control pilot in Denmark and continuing to expand our work with Articheck in North America. So it is my great privilege to introduce to you today, Annika Eriksson, who I am just going to go ahead and promote up to panelist. There we go. Who's going to be joining us to tell us a little bit more about Articheck, both the condition reporting side and the virtual courier side, and how it can help support you in implementing sustainable practices in your institution. Annika, are you here? There you are. Hi, welcome.
I am here. Thank you very much. What a wonderful introduction, Caitlin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. I'll turn over to you.
All right, let me see here. I am going to share my screen. Hello, everyone. Let's see if I can do this. I think that I can. Okay, can you see the right thing?
Perfect.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you again so much. I'm so pleased to be here with you today. I've seen some really great presentations earlier, and I just wanted to echo some of the key messages that I've been hearing about highlighting the goals and the barriers that have been felt, the kind of need to get all the stakeholders involved to really participate. Brigitte mentioned how important it is. You know, you need the stakeholder buy-in, you need the budget, you need the time, you need, all these things are so important to getting these projects off the ground. And I just really am so keen to support this transition. I, as Caitlin mentioned, am Annika Eriksson, founder and CEO of Articheck. And my background is as a conservator at Tate. where I felt a lot of similar kind of barriers a decade ago around going digital with condition reporting. And so I decided to innovate in this area. My slide. I decided to innovate in this area, and I was motivated at the time to give conservators more treatment time by streamlining manual paperwork, and also to create an international industry standard which would allow improved communication around reducing risks to objects and reducing the need to use a lot of paper as well. So I then realized in 2019, when I was protesting in front of the National Gallery, you can see the documentary evidence here, and I was reflecting on the massive carbon footprint of the National Gallery and the fact that it would probably be a better use of my time to help, bring our industry to transition to more sustainable practices than a body in a protest. And I knew that there was a lot of work to be done in the areas of, in particular, buildings, staff travel, and freight. And so we have been collaborating with Caitlin and Key Culture for several years, focusing on the intersection of collecting data and taking action to reduce risks, costs, and carbon in the kind of intersection where those meet. Because as Tora mentioned earlier, that's a really great way to sell it to other stakeholders as well, is reducing costs as well as carbon, and being more efficient in the process. Why not? So how do we do this is a question, right? And my answer to you from our perspective, and the software and efficiency kind of perspective is, improve efficiency. And we've done time tests which show that, we can, working with our customers can be about up to 75% faster than traditional methods for condition reporting, but also improving and enhancing communication. The needs of the object, and especially at key points of risk, as well as having a guided, consistent, and standardized approach. That is really key. And there are so many wonderful things that are possible. Once you go digital, you want to do something with that data that you have been collecting so carefully, right? And when you have good, consistent data sets, and you have better data capture, that means you can have better insights. And you can also have enhanced security, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But one thing I just want to highlight here is we have had some recent insurers analysis, which has found that our customers are proven statistically to have less damage than average. And so that's really an exciting result of these kind of things coming together over time. So in another area where we kind of needed systemic change and to drive standards, we found that there's been some great results. And I'm really confident that we can do a similar thing in this area with widening climate control parameters. So I just wanted to share quickly a quote from one of our key insurance contacts, because I know that this is another concern a lot of people have around changing their climate control protocols and procedures, is the insurance impact. And I want to just mention that insurers are very supportive of this. Chris Bentley is very supportive of this. It's an area that we've talked about a lot, and he also is supportive of use of Articheck in general. And here is a nice quote from him, which says that one of the things that we do is offer the possibility to move away from variation and subjectivity, and that consistently recording condition information will help us identify accidental damage more efficiently, which in the angle of insurance will enable them to settle claims faster and at a lower cost. Now, of course, this enables lots of different things to happen. And again, also can enable us to move to more sustainable practices, we hope. So here is an example of what a condition report in our system looks like. Some of the elements: you have images, you have standardized symbols around damage issues, you have detailed images that are attached to those symbols. You have keys with clear kind of notes and data and documentation. So we're all about clarity and also bringing dynamic elements into condition reporting and kind of associated information. So here, for an example, is from our case study with ePark Conservation Center in Belgium. They are here using a time-lapsed video for installation, which is really, dynamic and wonderful and communicates a lot of important things in a very short period of time for a lot of different stakeholders. There's also here some images of test and treatment analysis and in progress kind of before and after treatment images. And so, there's lots of kind of interesting data elements that you can bring into play here. And also, so we identified the largest risk point for artwork and cultural objects is in transit. And again, according to insurers, 70% of damage occurs in transit, right? So this is a really big area, which also has a huge cost and carbon footprint associated with it. And so we thought it was really important to build a product which would, track artwork, which would help record condition data, and also send and receive shipment notifications in a secure environment. That is really important for a lot of reasons. Insurers' analysis has revealed that, as I mentioned, Articheck customers experience less damage, but also have better security protocols. It can be very insecure to send data by email or by text around an artwork's value or location. And this is done often in transit by shippers and their clients. And it's useful for people to be aware that insurers say in case of data breach, it will not be covered should there be a claim due to theft from a data breach. That is information I think a lot of people are not aware of. PDFs sent by email and images by text are highly insecure. And so, we have two-factor authentication, permission control, and of users that are shared with, and also encrypted data transfer. And again, whether you use us or another method for those things, that kind of security protocol is really important nowadays. So anyway, we're working with institutions to improve their policies and procedures utilizing technology to collaborate across teams and countries and organizations, and that is increasingly important. So here is a short video where you can see a transit check of in an airport. And in this case study, we have actually saved 50 tons of carbon and 57,000 euros. So, hey, isn't that a good result? Now, here is a virtual courier workshop. We conducted 2 of them last year in Denmark with the Danish cohort. And we were really pleased and excited to do so, and we had a wonderful time. And the whole purpose of this was to look at how new technologies and processes could be put into practice with their cohort. So they did a fantastic job, and they're working really hard on updated guidelines to do just that. So now I'm going to speak to you about another really exciting thing, which is never been done before in a professional database, and that is bringing cause and effect together. This is looking at live data. We have an integration with IoT Fabrikken, the sensor company that the Danish museums in this cohort are using. Here we can see putting in some variables for temperature and humidity in terms of the new relaxed protocols that will allow you to then review and to work on a day-by-day basis to receive instant notifications if things go out of those set protocols, on an object level, on a group level, to receive data, insights about that, and to conduct analysis. So we're just at the infancy of this integration. We still really need a lot of feedback and engagement with all of you wonderful people to really make it a valuable integration, and to add more sensor companies to it as well, so that we can really broaden and expand. And really the purpose of this is to allow you to make more data-driven decisions. So here is an example of the kinds of data that you might look forward to receiving, and that is, for example, on a last month basis, or a 12-month basis, or a 5-year basis, to be able to look back in the history on the object level, or the sensor group level, or a building level, or an organization level, across a cohort, or even across the kind of global benchmarking level. So in the future, once we are, collecting standardized data and putting it all together, there's so many interesting things that we can do and look at, and that will allow us to make better decisions around our policies and practices and procedures. And so here, for example, you have an object which has spent 90% of its time within the set parameters. It spent 10% of its time outside of those parameters, and then we can zoom into that 10% of time. Well, 80% of that time was kind of just outside the parameters, and then 10% was in a little bit more of a serious position, and another 10% was even higher. And so this gives you a good kind of overview of the situation going on in terms of the environment and what the condition reaction might be. And so you can compare that to the average of the organization, again, the cohort or the global average, which is a really exciting possibility. Now, in terms of working on a day-to-day basis as well, you can get instant notifications to your email or by text, or push notifications. There's different options which say, this object is has an alert because the environment has gone outside of the agreed parameters. That might be around a loan, or that might be, your own object. And you can then get some instruction that you should go, have a condition check of that object to make sure everything's okay. And that could also become part of the object record. It could be, attached to the loan agreement so that all the stakeholders know what has happened. There's all kinds of possibilities there, and that will allow for more granular kind of analysis, and the ability to not just have a blanket, a blanket policy as we're all used to in the past, but to facilitate people having more case-by-case bases, or a range, or a tiered kind of approach. It will be really useful to have these kinds of technologies in place to make us able to monitor that those things are being followed, and where they're not, to intervene. So here we have another example, which is where you can search by damage type, in this case, probably water or moisture damage. You can look back over a time period. We're looking at 5 years here. And again, you can look across a large or a small data set, according to your needs, and by something like medium, for example. And so you can see how many instances you have had, and you can benchmark that against, other organizations that are, applicable or similar to you. So that is, extremely, I think, useful ability to have. And I hope that you agree, and that you will reach out to us so that we can talk and collaborate about how to refine and enable everyone to make these data-driven decisions in future. Thank you very much.
Oh, there I am. Amazing. Thank you so much, Annika, for that brilliant overview. And I think it's so exciting to see what the possibilities are. And I know that the integration with IoT has been really useful for the participants. And I know we've also been in conversation with some of our other partners, including Conserve, about continued integration. So I'm very, very excited to hear more about that. You have some questions in the Q&A and the chat. So if you don't mind hanging out and answering those, I'll keep you as a panelist for the moment, so you can continue the conversations. And I'd love to invite anyone who has additional questions for Annika to please utilize the chat or the Q&A to answer those questions. But we're going to go ahead and scoot on to some of our case studies, where we'll be circling back to more conversations about this a little bit later this evening. So a huge thank you, Annika. It's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for your leadership in this space. It's really inspiring. And also thank you for making this conference possible. Articheck are one of our sponsors. So a huge thank you for that.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. So it is now my great pleasure to welcome Heidi Sobel and Soren Brothers from the Royal Ontario Museum, who are going to be joining us to talk about their experience in the climate control program and a little bit more of an overview about what's going on in North America. So Heidi, Soren, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. Oh,
Thank
Heidi,
you.
you're on mute, just to let you know. You're okay with that. Okay, perfect.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to share the screen here and let's see. Does that work for everyone?
It is loading.
How's that?
There it is. We got it.
Very good. Awesome. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
Thank you.
As Caitlin mentioned, Heidi and I are at the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, Canada. And so that's, for those who don't know, it's in the Great Lakes region, pretty close to Buffalo, New York, not too far from Detroit. It's a semi-continental climate, so we have 4 seasons and shoulder seasons. It's a heritage building, so first built in 1912, but there's lots of stages of construction here in the building, and we're going to come back to that. The latest being this kind of crystal form that was built in 2007 that you can see in the picture in the bottom. And the collections we have are pretty broad. So we have a range, we have a transdisciplinary collection, so it's ranging from arts and cultural objects to natural history collections. So everything from paintings and artifacts to rhinoceroses and black flies. And we have the full spectrum of eras that's captured within that as well. There's 18 million permanent objects in our holdings and also about a staff of 530 roughly, including or plus volunteers and students on top of that. And with that, every year, pre-pandemic, we had about 1.3 million visitors coming in per year, and we have now about 800,000 and growing back to the pre-pandemic levels. The ROM champions we have for the key projects span conservation with Heidi and colleagues, myself in curatorial, and also we have a lot of technicians, we have preparators, we have registrars. So it really is a pretty broad representation across the museum in some ways. And I'm gonna kind of loop back to some of these things later on. We decided to join the program, so it actually started, I think it was a conversation between Caitlin and myself. I was already engaged through the Alliance of Natural History Museums of Canada with the KEY program. And I spoke with Heidi pretty early on as head of conservation, and that conversation moved up to senior management. We had internal approvals pretty quickly as far as things go. And a lot of the reasons for joining the program were, and started off as cost savings, as you'll see soon. That ended up maybe not being the best reason, but it was definitely an initial consideration. But of course, also thinking about carbon footprint of the museum and just being part of a global cohort and joining a group of museums who are all interested in communicating about these ways of how we run and manage our collections. So we decided to focus on a list of parameters that looked at first a survey of our current engineering controls. And there was a variety of different museum environments that were studied. So we actually had multiple environments within our museum, within our main body of our museum, I should say. And then there's also offsite storage facilities that we were able to incorporate into the program. And in terms of the decision making, that of course included the whole ROM champion team, and that was primarily directed by facilities. So a lot of conversations with the people who were running the actual HVAC systems, as well as collections and conservation really taking a lead in terms of looking at how this might impact the objects. So we had our initial meetings, as I'm sure most working with these kind of things had to, in terms of also refining our ROM champion participants. So we cast a pretty broad net in terms of people really across all of the museum departments. And we had a lot of initial buy-in. So everyone that we spoke to pretty much was really excited to take part in this, and that ROM was going to be taking part in this. We collected and analyzed data about our conditions and facilities with facilities and conservation staff members. We set up an internal file hub on OneDrive to share these parameters and to share updated data as things came in. And we decided we had a lot of objects that are in cases, as well as some that were ambient in rooms. So we were able to make a range of selections that really focused on those range of conditions, even, I mean, not that we necessarily expected changes on the objects that were in cases, but it also considered that it could be good to have data just as proof of point if it ever comes up with questions that those cases are not being impacted by these kinds of changes to the conditions. We also have updated loan agreements to inform lenders of the fact that we're adjusting ambient parameters to match BIZO. And that tailoring is still kind of being being worked out, but based on particular object needs. And Heidi, I don't know if you want to speak quickly to the sort of in progress or ongoing elements of process and monitoring data.
So we were so excited to get started, but I wanted to introduce Soren Brothers as our curator of climate change, which we saw on the screen, and I'm the paintings conservator here as well as the manager of the department. One of the things that we're still working on, because we are still in the key program, is to initiate all of these changes that we're doing to our engineering controls, and HVAC is in progress, and we're continuing to monitor the data and collections that we're gathering.
Thanks, and thank you for catching the lack of introduction there. All right. So the first obstacles that we actually figured, I mentioned earlier that we were interested in saving money. One of the problems with that, actually in our case specifically in Ontario as a provincial institution, is that our annual or our monthly power bills, I guess annually, have something that's called a global adjustment. So when we save money on our bills, there's actually an adjustment that the province puts in that balances that out. So we don't actually have major savings necessarily, even when we have energy savings. So it's kind of spread across a much broader range of agencies. There's also this issue that we have a changeover of HVAC systems right now that we were just already planning. And as I'll mention soon, this was both an obstacle and an opportunity in some ways. So in terms of resolving this first question, we were able to look at least, I mean, on one hand, we had to step back from the idea that this would necessarily save us a bunch of money, but also look at how we could implement at-source power monitors. So looking at specific cases. And one of the issues we had also with this kind of broader agency level sort of billing structure was that it was a bit difficult to get specific data on energy usage, but we were able to at least refine where we were spending money, at least within the institution, within galleries, to at least get a better sense of what we were doing, even if we weren't going to be saving money from that. And we figured in terms of the changeover of the HVAC systems, on one hand, it complicates things. You can't just do nightly shutdowns if you're also having a new system placed at the same time. But we're also able to compare and contrast the efficacy of new systems compared with the old ones without having changed the building structure. And of course, there's kind of necessary changes in the temperature and basically the climate controls of a place as you're making that change in system. So we were able to set this up as a test of those changes too. As I mentioned earlier, the staff that we spoke with from senior management down were all very keen to go forward with this. The conversations that we had internally were all positive and educational. And there's a lot of interesting meetings and supplementary meetings that really a lot of departments were able to, I think, get better understandings of each other's goals and kind of align our language in a lot of ways of how we speak about what we're doing in the museum and what our hopes are in terms of collections care and sustainability. And Heidi, maybe I'll let you speak to this in terms of the collection analysis.
Sure. So one of the things, or four of the things we tended to focus on are listed here when we looked at the objects that we were assessing for this project. Because we selected a number of objects as we see visualized below, from an icon painting to moccasins to an ambient mosaic and an ambient kayak of under tension, wood tension, and then another a sculpture, a polychrome sculpture in our offsite storage. So we had this large array of objects and how they were going to respond and how we were going to monitor them through condition checks. So they're all listed here as above.
Okay, thanks. So in terms of the building itself, as I mentioned, it's in a constant state of flux. And actually right now we're under a major construction period, which is another potential obstacle that could have been listed. So we have it's probably going to be 3 years at least of construction on site. But there are some really interesting things that our building is capable of doing. And one of these, as I mentioned earlier, we have these different stages of, of growth of this institution, of the main museum buildings. And so there's actually some passive effects within that, which make it kind of an interesting place to work. So you have buildings within buildings, basically, that create some extra controls on climate, especially given the variable climate we have here in Toronto. Yeah, we were aging out systems and replacing them as needed. One of the things that we're excited to be bringing in this coming year is a new hybrid heat pump system. And with that, we're going to be able to also dramatically reduce our energy consumption. We're expecting about a 30% decrease in consumption by basically reusing cooled air delivered by a heat pump rather than drawing in air from outside and having to expend energy to cool it. So there's a lot of things that are happening that are in some ways maybe adjacent to this, but I think also kind of interesting given the local context of where we are and what we're doing right now. Heidi, maybe do you want to talk about the parameters a little bit?
So we looked at 3 spaces spread out over 2 sites. So our Indigenous gallery, we monitored the condition in case and out of case objects in the case study. And when I say in case, I'm talking about cases that are controlled through microclimate generators. So we're able to condition the interior for relative humidity. So we're looking at adding in overnight HVAC shutdowns. That's in progress. Our offsite storage, this was what Soren was referring to as a changeover in our HVAC systems. So we're looking at the kind of a before and after. And in any good scientific model, we're changing one thing. We're not changing the envelope of the building as much as we're changing the HVAC systems to determine, is this actually going to affect a change? And lastly is the Byzantium Gallery, which we have scheduled for fan shutdowns so that we can conceivably understand how much power is being saved to that, but also then monitor the condition of both the ambient and then conversely, whether that has any effect at all, which we don't anticipate it will, for the microclimate generated cases.
So these selected objects, again, as I mentioned, they are in and out of cases. There's in 3 different buildings and / HVAC systems that we're looking at. We assessed the materials initially, looking for condition history and the conservation history of these specific objects. And we shared OneDrive files so that all of the key champions could contribute. And so far we have seen no changes. As you could see from before, we haven't done all of the tests yet in terms of the shutdowns. But what we've seen so far with the changeovers haven't had any influence on these objects. In terms of our facilities, this is largely a note from our facilities manager currently right now. So in terms of was anything changed regarding facilities, we set up historical trends in building automation system. The monitor parameters include operation schedules, so ensuring that we have efficient system use, system status for fan operations. So we track the fan performance in the museum. For outdoor air conditions, we analyze external climate impacts, and for indoor air conditions, we monitor temperature and humidity. For capital upgrades and exhibition setups, during the program, capital upgrades and new exhibition setups occurred in all 3 spaces that are being looked at, and we coordinated these improvements in alignment with the key climate program activities. So this is a little bit, again, of a repeat, but for obstacles, we did have this changing HVAC systems I mentioned, and the fact that majority of the on-display objects are in microclimate generator cases. And I would add that we also had a retention issue initially. So we actually had a lot of people sign up at the very beginning, and we kind of expected this to be an issue, that a lot of people really loved the idea, but not everyone who loved the idea necessarily ended up having time to stay with the program all the way through. So I would say that in one of our successes is that we were able to maintain a really strong core group that still represented a lot of departments. And really that was part of a strategy. I'll say it was Heidi's strategy. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, but in terms of generating a large enough group where we had that capacity for it to shrink a little bit as certain people, were pulled into different duties. I think one of the successes here is that we've really improved the communications and understanding across departments. And for me also, I'm one of the newest people at the museum that's part of the team. I'm only several years into this job. But I think it's been really interesting seeing what our museum does well and having this opportunity through this kind of multi-departmental program to get a sense of actually where we stand in terms of sustainability, in terms of expertise even within each of these departments, and the degree to which people are already thinking about these sustainability questions and have experience in them. And I think something that I'll add to that is expanding it globally, being part of a global cohort is quite interesting. I mean, a lot of people, I feel, in any institution, including museums, like to talk about aiming for leadership in terms of whether it's sustainability or some other kind of leadership role. But it's often a really hard thing to actually quantify. And I think a lot of people have a hard time saying, when and how do we decide that we're leaders in a certain realm? And I think that this is an actually interesting way to get a sense of where we are relative to other museums in terms of what we're doing. I think any museum that's joining programs like this is already, to a certain degree, becoming a leader, at least going down that path. But I think also able to kind of not only improve what we're doing, but see what we're doing well relative to other museums. And I think there's a great value in that for me also as a communicator of our museum sustainability through my role. And I will just add to that too, that one of the things that came up as an example of that is the registration department here. That was something that we ended up having our registrars presenting to other key groups in terms of the really exciting things that they were already doing here that were seen as valuable to other museums to learn about as well. So moving forward, we are looking at changing museum environments and engineering controls via the shutdowns, and then expanding really to additional galleries and storage spaces. So this is just the first step in. In terms of our larger sustainability strategy, so we do have a climate change strategy that we've developed, and really sustainability is part of that. Another part of it is, just thinking about this as part of our goal to getting to net zero and reducing our carbon footprint. We're lucky that in Ontario, actually, our our electricity grid is already pretty clean. It's about 96% renewable. So there's very little fossil fuels with our electricity, but it's still great to be reducing our electricity usage regardless. And in terms of favorite parts of this experience, I mean, it has been great having these regular interactions, these regular opportunities for cross-departmental and cross-institution conversations. And I'd say in terms of, doing the job better, it really is great, again, having a museum-wide initiative that's helping us improve those communications. Heidi, maybe I'll give you the last words, I thought.
I just want to show off our wonderful registrars and collections technicians working on a condition check of the moccasins. So I think this photo is encapsulates how we experience this as throughout the museum, but also our colleagues in our cohort internationally. So really, really enjoyed it, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Evan. Thanks, Caitlin.
No, thank you guys. It's yeah, I feel a little bit like this conference is just for me, because I'm so excited to see what you guys are doing and just to show off the amazing work that you're doing. So I thank you guys for sharing with us today, and just a huge thank you for your leadership in this space and giving such a an interesting perspective on this work. And as you mentioned, I had Melissa join us in a previous presentation where we were talking about, loan agreements, and, ROM I was already doing what I consider to be best practice. So it's really exciting. And we're going to be talking a lot more about that a little bit later, but a huge thank you to you guys for your leadership and for taking the time to be a part of this. It's a huge pleasure. Fantastic. All right. So, Soren, I'm going to ask you to stop sharing your screen if you don't mind. And if you and Heidi wouldn't mind hanging out for just a couple of minutes, we are going to ask our colleagues in Portland now to come join us. Oh, there you guys are. You're together. That's why I couldn't promote you. That makes more sense. Hi, good to see you both. Hi, Erin. Hi, Mike. How are you guys doing?
Caitlin, yes. Mike and I are in the same office now.
We were a little leery of technical challenges, and so as much as I wanted to pretend I had connectivity issues, Erin encouraged me to come to her office and present beside her.
Well, I think that's a perfect solution. We love it when we when we can find good answers for things. So amazing. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. And I know that you've been working alongside the ROM in this climate control conversation and making huge strides in short amount of time. So very excited to hear more about what you're doing, and I'll turn it over to you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share my screen. How's that looking?
Perfect.
Great. Let me make sure I can slideshow. Terrific. Okay, so we are the Portland Museum of Art, located in Maine. We are situated on a peninsula in Casco Bay on the Gulf of Maine in the Atlantic Ocean. We occupy land that was and still is inhabited by the Wabanaki peoples, including the Abenaki, Maliseet, Mi'kmaq, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot nations in what is today known as Maine. Because we are on the coast, we generally have these sort of mild, snowy winters, fairly temperate and comfortable summers, with those average temperature ranges, generally speaking.
Erin is a bit of an optimist. What she means to say is, for 1 week in the summer, we're over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And for 1 week in the winter, we're under 0 Fahrenheit. The rest of the time, it's quite beautiful. Please visit.
So we're founded in 1882 as the Portland Society of Art. And today we're comprised of 3 connected but distinct architectural buildings. We have the Federal Style 1801 McClellan House, highlighted in yellow here. We have the 1910 Beaux Arts building, the LDM Sweat Memorial Galleries. And then the newest building we have on campus is the 1983 Charles Shipman Payson building. We also steward 3 other additional buildings. We have the Winslow Homer Studio, the Charles Quincy Clapp House, and the 142 Free Street. 2 of those buildings are on our campus property, but none of these 3 additional are part of our climate program. Our collection is comprised of a multitude of objects and materials. Your basic small encyclopedic collection. We have paintings and watercolors, a lot of works on paper, including photography, a lot of decorative arts, of ceramics, textiles, and metalwork and basketry, a lot of sculpture, and a lot of furniture. Our time period is, I think our oldest object is around the 15th century, and we have all the way up to present day contemporary artwork. We have about over 19,000 permanent collection objects. We have over 700 long-term loans that we also steward in-house for lenders, certain lenders, and we have about 150 yearly exhibition loans on average. We work with 85 full and part-time employees, and our average yearly visitors are around 150,000. That's built back up. Pre-COVID, we were about 177 or so, and then post-COVID, we were down to about 100, so we're building back slowly to a comfortable 150. In addition to Mike and myself, we have Kirk Hoffman, who's our chief preparator, and Julie Warshall, who's our associate registrar, who are also part of our champion team, who help us tremendously throughout the monitoring projects here. So why update, Mike?
Well, I mean, one of the aspects that motivated our decision to participate was the actual performance of the existing building and infrastructure, particularly when your newest building is a 40-year-old brick structure, starting to notice some deterioration of the building envelope, but in just some system performance. You know, we note here about competition for scarce resources. There obviously, art is the heart. Art is why we're here. Everything's about the art. But we also have to maintain the building that we're keeping the art in and the manner in which we're storing it. There have been some items that were allowed to sort of recede to a point that they demanded attention, but they were competing for small amounts of dollars against other very other compelling needs. And we were hoping to cut the line. There was no single piece of equipment or upgrade. We had done some LED lighting conversions. We had added some variable frequency drives onto different pumps and air handlers, but truly felt like there was no other single action we could take that would have the potential benefit to the museum that participation in this program would. And the final item noted is that our donors are becoming increasingly aware of the climate crisis and of the museum role in that. You know, we're certainly paying for the sins of our fathers in some way, and they want to know, what are we doing to be more sustainable? So this was a step that could allow us to participate in those conversations in a meaningful way. So in lieu of shutdowns, so our building it's largely a sort of an open design, open concept. It's broken up into these 25-foot by 25-foot Lego blocks, but the way the walls break up the different galleries, they don't feel like they're the same, but they are. It's open from the lower ground floor, not directly, but from the lower ground floor below grade all the way up to the 4th floor. There's a clear passageway for the air. So our building striates rather quickly. Again, when we talk about the parameters insofar as the ideal temperature and humidity, in Portland, we were only in our prior range about 4 hours a year outside. The rest of the time, we were either actively heating, cooling, humidifying, or dehumidifying. We are exploring an expansion, and as part of that expansion, we hope to have more energy efficient systems, but we recognize there's also a need. We're not going to abandon the existing infrastructure. So how can we best improve that and integrate it with the expansion? So our journey, staff buy-in, there were some spirited conversations. We had a strategic plan work group that was assembled as part of our strategic plan. And there were some conversations about like, okay, what's next? What's next? We were doing native plantings, we did bees. Those are fun, but ideally we were looking for that tangential effort that was going to actually make a meaningful difference. And suddenly the committee itself was motivated to bring this forward. We met with our Building and Grounds Committee, which is a subset of the Board of Trustees. They were generally supportive, and then we went to key leadership staff and did a presentation regarding what we were thinking about doing and why. And surprisingly left with support. I say surprisingly because, you know, to a large extent, I didn't think that we were ready. When Caitlin was originally talking about this pilot program and was trying to assemble a group of museums of 50 or so together, I encouraged her to reach out. We definitely wanted to be the 51st. We're not traditionally a tip of the spear type of institution. You know, I pay attention to the conversations that came out of the Getty Institute and their work on BIZO, the conversation that were happening with the American Alliance of Museum Directors, but that critical first step forward was scary. But there was a desire, and that existed from both our museum director level all the way down to our registrar staff. You know, we mentioned Kirk and Julian here, could not have done it without them. The actual boots on the ground and the measuring of the climate and the work that we were doing, they were the ones making it happen. We're just here for the credit / blame, but you know, a lot of help went into this project, and just want to reiterate our appreciation to them.
So let's talk about staff buy-in. The conversations really did occur organically, but were, as Mike says, were initiated from recent AAMD conferences attended by our director, paying attention to what the Getty Institute was doing. So we had a lot of roundtables with our director, deputy directors, chief curators, myself, Mike, in March of 2023. And as Mike said, everybody was surprisingly on board. So once this initiative was greenlit, we needed to get involvement from all levels, from our registration staff, our preparators and art handlers, all of our buildings and facilities staff, the security staff. And by November of 23, we were having our first one-on-one with coaches. But Mike points out that we've already had established good pathways for an open and honest communication interdepartmentally. I think that's necessitated by the size of our institution. We're a mid-sized regional museum. So I think a good size, not too big, not too small, where we all have a very close working relationship. And I think without that, it certainly would have been a little more challenging to sort of get everybody on board. So getting started, obstacles.
You know, there were some of the initial challenges was, you know, as we alluded to earlier, it's a 40-year-old building, the largest square footage and the largest impact. It's 40 years old, 40-year-old systems. There were some items and objects of deferred maintenance and some equipment compromises, some of which we were aware of going into, and some of which we weren't. We were in the process of wrapping up a controls upgrade. So one of the items was a controls system that had sort of revved out back in the early 2000s, Y2K. Anybody? It was going to be a big deal, but we clung to this system until the very bitter end, until the point that there was only one person in Albany, New York, that could fly in and support it. So we undertook some work in that area, and we were wrapping up the conversion to Niagara controls in or about that March 2023 realm. As Aaron alluded, we had some good pathways there, you know, based upon feedback from other past relationships and other things. We're really good at uncomfortable conversations. And we were having talks about the things that we were good at and the things that we were struggling with. You know, so we had those relationships going into it. And I think those were critical as the steps progressed.
So moving on to our collection analysis, because it's a little encyclopedic, the objects are varied in both media materials and its age, their age. We are able to create microclimates for specific objects, either as loan requirements dictate or for permanent collections collection objects that are on loan, but certainly not on the scale that ROM is able to do in that larger scaled situation. So we chose some objects to monitor, not via ArtiCheck, because we don't have that system yet, but we rely on our own established condition reporting systems here. So we chose, we had 3 objects, and the reason for choosing them was their permanence within the galleries. But let me talk about that. The first was this oil on panel painting. I chose it because it was already in a microclimate, so I wanted to test that against any fluctuations in the building to see if there are any discernible changes. And as anticipated, there have been no visual changes to that object. I'm pleased to report the microclimate certainly helps with that. The second object was a Rauschenberg sculpture with cardboard and sand and paint and metal. That object was supposed to be in the galleries, but was removed in September due to some damage. So it's actually at a conservation studio. So our monitoring on that has been interrupted. The third object, currently in the galleries, but will be pulled in January. These have been very unexpected curatorial decisions. This object was chosen because of its material. It already had existing checks in the wood, which we can measure via calipers. As of now, there have been no visual changes or measurable changes to the object, given the ups and downs of the environment. But this is another object that we have to pause on a little bit in terms of the checks. Building analysis, we wanted to highlight that we have 3 different buildings with 3 different systems.
So again, with the Charles Shipman Payson, the newest, largest building, singular air handler, feed, supply, and returns, but then distributed reheats throughout the facility. One single centralized rooftop chiller, and that open floor concept. The LDM galleries, sort of a traditional courthouse, a lot of stacked granite and sandstone. Pretty stable overall, but a remarkably small air handling system because no operable windows and no doors that go to the outside. The 1801 original structure, again, was a house/mansion. So that one also operated differently and always had different operating expectations and parameters. A lot of glasswork and pottery was on display in there, out of belief that we had less control over it. That said, again, because of lack of operable windows and doors, remarkably stable. But we are seeing an increased level of deterioration to the windows of that facility based upon some changes that were made in 2000, our renovation, where the storm windows, because it was historical, were actually mounted interior. So as the exterior envelope has degraded, moisture gets in between the 2 panels, and then it just turns into a steamer. So we're seeing some manifestations there. We didn't expect that building to perform well. It did better than our main facility. And I'll sort of save that for the grand finale. And then also, when in talking about on-site visits, as Soren alluded to, there were a lot of online and web conversations, and those are always beneficial. I'm a huge fan of the face-to-face. I like somebody to come in and we'll show you all of our warts and everything, and really dug into what we're doing and why we're doing it. There were other institutions that, when there was talk about migration to BZO, and I won't call them out here because they might be participating, and if so, welcome. But, they said, well, yeah, we already did it. We've already made the changes. And when you asked about the data and the process, like, they don't want to share the data. They don't want to be transparent. We were really looking to be as open as possible, but due to some internal changes, definitely benefited from a personal visit from Caitlin. And then also Chris Cameron, Less Carbon, More Culture, and the Sustainable Heritage Group. Chris and Kelly came in because of some operating challenges, if you will. There were moments where we had two rather significant mechanical failures during the first 6 months of this project. Either one of those could and should have maybe derailed the entire thing. We kept going forward, even in the months where everything was going well. I would say that the buildings and the way that they act and react to the outdoor climate almost appeared overreactive. So we did bring them in and just to help us prepare a report about what the system's doing. Ideally, I was hoping they were going to come in and even say like, oh, you're doing this wrong. And if you make this change, then everything is fine. No, they're old buildings with old systems. And there were compromises made between 1 and 40 years ago. And they sort of get exposed when you start looking at the system on a daily basis to the extent that we were.
Sorry. There we
go. The other piece that we hadn't, at least initially, fully vetted out and decided how to do, and there really wasn't the best practice for it. So we're going to adopt BISO standards. We previously were ±2 degrees, ±5%, and hoping for the best. In this case here, it was a broader ±5.5, 6 degrees Fahrenheit. Obviously, Celsius runs a little different. And then the, ±10 in the relative humidity. Now, we're not looking to go roller coaster, 20% humidity fluctuations over a day or even a week. What this was going to allow us to do was to adopt seasonal setbacks so that in the summer when it was incredibly humid out here in Maine in the coastal environment, we could trend towards the higher end of that 60 so that we can use more outdoor air without the burden of having to treat it prior to entering the gallery. Same thing in the winter. When you get down to freezing or below freezing in temperatures, at that point we're required to add humidity to our air. And so by migrating towards, a 40% standard during those months and a little bit lower temperature, we can reduce the operating burden of that. And also maintain some flexibility. We do have some cold days in July. We also last winter had some incredibly warm days in the middle of winter. It was not unusual for us to have a snowstorm that finished as rain or came through completely as rain. And then temperatures would swing up into the 50-degree Fahrenheit range. So the way the building is acting and reacting to that, it was different. We weren't seeing those seasonal transitions with stability. It was almost like an EKG. Things were going up and down on seemingly a daily basis. Talking about the changes, just alluding to some of the work with building envelope, building system. The biggest one here was related to the controls, to a modern Niagara controls. I was eternally grateful for that because it created the ability to connect to our system remotely, which meant that when there was a problem, and I say when, not if, because as we all know, there are challenges with any of these institutions. Even new museums struggle. But when they come up, the ability to intervene remotely was a godsend through this process, and I highly recommend anyone who doesn't have that capacity yet to advocate for it. Too many nights in the parking lot here logging into Wi-Fi trying to make changes. It gets old fast. Last item, that we mentioned here was about the shifting of perceptions. Because we operated in such a narrow parameter before, you could bump up against those and it wasn't viewed as cataclysmic. I would say that when you make these transitions and you go 40 to 60, if you find yourself in a scenario where it's suddenly 61, 61 sounds really scary in a memo or in a staff meeting. So, talking through like, what does this really mean? And what is that 61%? Is that a singular location? Is that its entirety? Really talking through the various performance aspects, because again, so the major system challenges that sort of marred us in the beginning, we had challenges with rooftop chiller. We lost 2 of our rooftop chiller compressors, and then we had flow issues clogging our strainers, which led to then a leak that made us switch over to our least efficient water pump because the glycol weakened and actually became acidic. Finally get that under control. Everything's great. As soon as it got cold outside, steam humidifier boiler would not fire the servo motor on it. And it turns out, we went with a version that's from Europe because you guys traditionally are a little bit more advanced, or we perceive you as more advanced. So this one had an additional percentage of efficiency, but when you need a part, the part has to be manufactured in China, shipped to Italy, and then from Italy to Maine. So the lead time of that is something that we're still taking a look at and wrestling with, and starting to stock service parts, right? So that we don't find ourselves in a scenario like we did at the beginning of this fall. It's difficult to operate the building with everything going well. But when a major component fails, it's tenuous at best.
So I wanted to quickly say, I know we're sort of cognizant of time, Caitlin. So I wanted to quickly talk about loan agreements and how we began that process of inserting revised environmental language pretty immediately when we started the step down process, or step down process in the climate. And I wanted to report that, so far everything has been well received. We only have had some resistance in some contract negotiations with co-organizing museums for an upcoming exhibition that's a year and a half out. They wanted to maintain the original wording and not alter the standard environmental conditions. So we are asking to relay our own guidelines individually to the lenders once those loan agreements have been completed. It's more work for us, but and there may be some resistance from a couple of lenders, but we think that we are able to negotiate that pretty well. I have 2 slides on our language for incoming loans and our outgoing loan agreements that I have updated with some language about the updated BISO guidelines that folks can access once the presentations are over. And wanted to talk about some obstacles while we have a few minutes left.
Yeah, and again, I know everyone's busy, and I know that there's other presenters right there. Bear with us. Aaron's very long-winded, but we encountered some things during this that would have made it very compelling to not move forward with BISO in this iteration, if at all. When we talk about lack of staff, there was a moment in the weeks prior to adoption of BISO where the museum undertook layoffs. We're talking about 15 staff members, so that 85 used to be 100. And 5 of those 15 came right off of facilities. So that was a tough pill to swallow on the brink of something so critical. We don't encourage museums to do that. Loss of key personnel in the aftermath of those layoffs and turnover, lost several people, some critically involved in systems operation that decided, this was too hard to do with not enough staff. The obsolete building management system, we upgraded that. The deferred maintenance, the number of times we were actuating something on the building management system only to find out that it's valved off in the field. Those were things that maybe a more thorough audit beforehand could have alleviated some of the stress during the project. None of these were caused by BISO, but again, they were all made obvious from it. Competing needs and projects. There's a litany of things going on here. There's nobody on this call who is able to just focus in on adjusting gallery climate. We're all doing 100 other things. And, I think that bears mentioning. And, object rotation and loan agreements, as Aaron mentioned, we thought we had 3 very stable items that weren't going anywhere. And over the next month, they'll all go. So.
But let's talk about successes. We had buy-in from the beginning. And we had success in getting money to make the upgrades that we discovered that we needed from our Building and Grounds Committee. We were focusing on specific equipment. Again, that buy-in, which was pretty critical.
By virtue of going through and auditing all of this and being able to show cause and effect for not dealing with these things, we're able to get them on the table. Additionally, we talk about reduced carbon depending upon how you want to track your scoreboard. My CFO prefers to use dollar signs. So, in this case, we saw overall 9.5% savings. Now, that is lower than we projected. But there were some months where the way that we were operating and the need to operate, we knew we were doing it in about the least efficient manner possible to obscure mechanical failures. In the month or 6 weeks where everything was great, we saw a 50% decline. So, we're hoping to keep going with this, and we're hoping to be able to present numbers that are greater reflective of a consistent reality. That wasn't our experience here, but overall, still a success.
I'm going to skip over virtual courier again in the interest of time, but encourage folks to take a look at the slides later if they're interested. And let's talk about next steps. Mike, restoring system redundancies.
Yeah, so again, there were a series of sacrifices that were made over time. The systems were designed with full redundancies. 2 large air handlers, either one can operate the building exclusively. So you have that backup system. Once you begin not fixing one or cannibalizing it, even worse, to keep the other one going, that all goes away. And suddenly system challenges are crises. And you spend a disproportionate amount of your time doing crisis management rather than just flipping a switch. And then component level efficiencies. We know that, even though we've added some VFDs to different pumps over the years, when you actually start looking at the way that they're operating, you realize that the VFD is operating them in a very narrow band. It's not truly 0 to 100, even if it shows that on the building management system. You're only altering about 2 hertz between the two. And actually changing out those components would be beneficial. The work that we did here will inform next steps for the expansion, both the requirements of the new space and the work that has to happen on this side of the fence with the existing. Favorite part, I should have put all the meetings. That would have been a nice call, but it wasn't. But there was a lot of internal and external interest about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And having those conversations with donors, with peer institutions, with colleagues, that was a really exciting time. Again, we're not normally tip of the spear, so to be part of something really bold was exciting. And then, again, reiterating deeper level of understanding and commitment to addressing deficiencies. We're all sitting on a stack of deferred maintenance. There's items that we've all been asked to get one more year out of, but they don't go away, right? The fact that it didn't occur in this calendar year, it didn't change a thing. You're just stacking them up out back like cordwood. And at some point, you got to work through that pile. And it's not as sexy as a new building, but it is absolutely as necessary.
So I speak for both of us, actually all of us, that really we could not have done this without being part of this cohort. We rely so much on the sessions with ROM, with our coaches. We're all in very different places on this sort of sustainability journey. Having Caitlin as an advisor is so much easier to walk forward, and we have Chris and Fiona, as Mike says, on speed dial. That sort of puts our mind at ease, and this sort of global, not just national, this sort of global relationship has really helped us quite a bit. So we'll end on tips and recommendations.
We would not advocate for major organizational changes immediately beforehand.
That was a big sticking point for us. And if something that we had known about, we might have sort of paused on our participation. But it's working out that we are moving forward in an appropriate way, identifying those system deficiencies beforehand. I think, again, in a perfect world, we would have known them, and then I think also we would not have known some of them if we hadn't have entered into this project. We had to get over our own fear, maybe our own sort of preconceived notions, certainly on my end, of getting out of that very structured 50-70 parameters that was sort of drilled into my head in going through museum studies programs, and realizing that there was that flexibility that this allowance is really helpful with.
Give thought to what that transition looks like. You know, we had a sequence of operations in place for our building management system for the previous parameters and for the new parameters, but that stepped down. Not step down, step up as we modified, as we improved our operation. You know, we had not factored that in for that 2-week process. So we ended up doing a fair amount of manual operation of our systems. It tends not to be the most efficient. So give that more thought when making the decision. And last but not least, stress test your interdepartmental communications. Have a discussion about what does it look like if everything goes wrong. I don't want to manifest that or put it out in the universe, but the reality of it is there were at least 2 instances where we were convening a large group together, and I believe on the brink of making the decision to halt participation based upon other challenges that we were encountering. Fortunately, the mechanical causes were addressed in some cases the night before these meetings, because it was so hard to get everyone together. And so by the time we were having the meeting, it was, you know, people breathed a sigh of relief, and we didn't have to make that tough call. But I think we might have done ourselves a bit of a disservice by not talking through what are we doing if everything goes sideways.
So we're here, happy to answer any questions, Caitlin and all, and we're just thankful for your listening, and thankful that we can participate in this terrific project.
And we welcome any positive comments in the chat, any heart symbols, things like that. Please send them our way. We are coin operated here, and we need more love.
Mike, you are always a ray of sunshine for all of us. Thank you so much. And Aaron, likewise. It is just so much fun to get to hear all of the incredible experiences. And I'm so grateful to you guys for being a part of this. And, you know, it just makes my day to hear that it's been useful. So thank you guys so much for everything. We are running a little bit behind schedule. So if it's okay, I would love to encourage everyone to continue the conversations in the chat or the Q&A. If you guys have any specific questions for either Heidi, Soren, Aaron, or Mike. Also, as mentioned, the presentations will be available on the website after the conference. So we'll hopefully be just starting the conversations now and not finishing them up just yet. So thank you guys so much for sharing your experiences. And yeah, there was a comment about thank you for your honesty. And I think that's one of the things that for me is so important, is that we are being honest and that we're being more transparent about what's actually going on in our institutions. And that helps to promote transparency with other institutions. If we can be brave, then that encourages other people to step up and be brave too. So speaking of being brave and being leaders and basically starting this entire conversation. It is my absolute honor to be welcoming with us today Vincent Beltran from the Getty Conservation Institute and the Managing Cultural Environments Project, which has kind of started this whole conversation many years ago. So the leading scientific researchers and actually implementation of climate control updates. And Vincent, I know, has been very busy doing some incredible research both in Australia and the UK and hosting workshops, which we were fortunate enough to have some of our participants participate in. And really, really grateful to you, Vincent, for joining us today. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Caitlin. I assume I should share my screen now.
Absolutely, the floor is yours.
All right, let me go ahead and do that. Okay. All right. So again, I just wanted to thank Caitlin for the opportunity to speak at this conference. Being on the West Coast, I haven't been able to see all the presentations yet, but just catching on to the Portland case study, I wanted to echo that sentiment. It's really nice to see this transparency and probably, seeing what the warts are as well as the successes. I think it's very helpful for the field. So as Caitlin said, I'm a scientist at the Getty Conservation Institute. I'm a part of the Preventive Conservation Research Group and the Managing Collection Environments Initiative. We didn't really start this conversation. This conversation was happening for a long time, but I think the GCI recognized that it was an important conversation to join in. So the MC initiative started about 10 years ago. And the focus of this presentation is going to be on our educational efforts to help support sustainable collection environments. So a bit about the context, and I know this is speaking to the converted, but just a few quotes. In 2009, the National Museum Directors Council identified that research has to be done to understand the rate of response to individual objects and to define the extremities of the acceptable environmental range. In 2014, the ICCC and IIC Joint Declaration acknowledged that collection and material environmental requirements is complex, and we need to actively seek to unpack these complexities. And that's really one of the kind of starting points for the MCE initiative. And then in 2015, from the Pisa-Green Protocol, it's important to reconcile this interest in long-term preservation of collections with the need to reduce energy use. And then as sustainability has become more prominent because of the climate crisis, there was this joint commitment from IIC, ECROM, and ICOM-CC that it's incumbent on all of us to adapt, innovate, and pioneer change. And I think that's something that Key Culture and Key Futures is making happen. So shifting to the Managing Collection Environments Initiative, again, this started at the GCI probably around 2012. This is kind of a schematic of our approach. We're really trying to work on risk management principles. So here we're looking at a range of factors, your collection, your climate control, building, climate zone, access, and answering those key questions. What's needed by your collection and your institution? What's possible and what's sustainable. We're also building upon an existing body of research on the environmental response of objects. And there's this recognition that many collections are well maintained, even if they're in non-ideal conditions. And obviously I put the ideal in quotes, typically that's been very tight environments centered on 50% RH and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's not always the case in all institutions. And it's not that those collections in those non-ideal institutions are not being cared for well. Another important part is of the MC initiative is to try to include a diversity of perspectives. So here's our GCI team. The MC initiative actually spans 2 departments at the Getty Conservation Institute. The collections department, which focuses on movable heritage, and our science department. And here's images of our team. There's also a couple people that were former parts of the MC initiative, and I just wanted to point them out. In the upper right, the woman in the middle is Annalise Kozer, who's now at KIC-IRPA. And then the person at the bottom left, I'm sure is familiar to many of you all, that's Joel Taylor. He was at the GCI and he was really influential in much of the work I'm going to show. He's now at NICU. So the MC initiative tries to address the management of collection environments through three things: research, fieldwork, and education. And we often show this comic, we're trying to act in this sort of nexus of research, kind of guiding the field, having the fruits of that research influence policy, that policy in influencing practice, and then as researchers looking at that practice to determine what those new questions are. Some examples of our work in terms of research, we've developed a pretty prominent mechanical characterization lab at the GCI focusing on dyno indentation, DMA and tensile testing. We're also evaluating shock, vibration, air temperature, and RH as we travel our objects around the world. For field work, we're currently working on an environmental and collection assessment at the Government Museum and Art Gallery in Chandigarh, India. And from that, we're developing environmental strategies that we can propose that are practical for our colleagues. And then for the focus of today's presentation, education and dissemination are really paramount to not only the MCE initiative, but to the GCI in general. It's a real pillar of our mission. And this includes workshops, symposiums, and publications. Here's kind of a smattering of some of our education and dissemination efforts. In 2020 and 2022, Annalise Cozert and I and Jeremy Linden had this workshop to talk about the analysis of temperature and RH data. We've also had workshops on MFT, evaluating risks during transit. We recently had 2 symposiums. Earlier this year, we had the Towards Art in Transit 2.0 symposium. And just a week or 2 ago, we had the Mechanical Insight Symposium at the Getty. Part and parcel of this is trying to share publications with the field, and some examples of things that MC has been involved in is the ASHRAE chapter that was heavily revised in 2019 on museums, galleries, archives, and libraries. And then for Getty publications, we have an acoustic emission guidelines that came out in 2020, MFT guidelines in 2021, and tools for the analysis of collection environments in 22. And those are all pictured on the bottom. And these are all open access, the ones that are from the Getty. What I'm going to focus on today is our courses on sustainability. And there are 2 of them that we've probably championed since the start of the MCE initiative. The first one is called Preserving Collections in the Age of Sustainability. It was a course developed by Joel Taylor, and it ran in 2017 and 2019. The second one is this Changing Climate Management Strategies workshop, Sustainable Collection Environments and Monitoring Object Response. This is a series of workshops that we've been having around the world, starting in 2023 at the NGV, 24 at the Victoria and Albert Museum, and we're having our 3rd iteration next year, July 2025 at the Getty in LA, and I highlight in red the application deadline is today. It was perfect timing with this key futures conference, but I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. So talking about the Preserving Collections in the Age of Sustainability course, there were a number of objectives that Joel was interested in. First was just trying to update our technical knowledge so that we can, analyze risks. And again, thinking about different perspectives of managing the collection climate. Obviously, conservation is key, but curators, facility managers, scientists, and then blending the experience of the experts that are in this course with your own institution's situation. I think that was a key part of this course, was that you bring your situation to the course, and that helps you, but it also helps everyone else in the course. Explore decision-making that balances issues and stakeholders and builds towards consensus. So it isn't just about the technical knowledge, there's also the soft skills, that are very important and that were clearly paramount in the Portland case study that we just saw. And then trying to develop a holistic solution based on your institution's specific needs and capacities. And then the other upshot of these courses and these workshops is that you develop this cohort of people that are all interested in sustainability. So it gives you a way to learn from these people during the course, during the workshop, but then also people you can lean on afterwards in order to kind of talk about your issues and how they're solved in different places. So this specific course, it had a very small cohort. There were 18 participants, and it was offered twice. And it was a really long course. It was a 9-month course, which is very different than some of our other educational offerings, separated into 3 phases. The first was a 10-week online learning phase. They were gathering information from their institutions and having key discussions with colleagues at their institutions. This was followed then by a 2-week intensive in-person workshop. And at the end of that in-person workshop, they were charged with developing an action plan. And that action plan was the focus of the next phase, which is a 6-month distance mentoring phase. Each participant was assigned a mentor from the suite of instructors in the course. And the job really was to support that participant in realizing their action plan. And these action plans varied. Many of them were focused on institutional actions, but some expanded beyond the institution to look at regional or national scopes. The curricula of this course was supported by a suite of commissioned technical notes that provided this holistic perspective on sustainability. And this suite of technical notes is something that we've published in 2023. This is a publication on the right, Managing Collection Environments, Technical Notes and Guidance. You can access this via this QR code. It's available by PDF or print on demand. And these 16 technical notes are grouped by themes. The first theme was context and background, so just kind of understanding the lay of the land. Then analysis and uncertainties. How do we approach environmental management? And then finally, how do we build and communicate sustainability, sustainable change? And each of these technical notes can be read on their own. They are each self-sufficient. But I think the strength of this publication is this diversity of topics. So if you can read them as a whole, it really allows you to kind of get this interdisciplinary perspective on managing collection environments. And that's really key, I think, in the success of each institution's efforts. Just going through these individual technical notes, in context and use, there were 3 written by Michael Henry on the context, systems thinking, museums and their environments. I wrote one on psychrometric processes. In the second group, we talked about the physical responses of materials to the climate. Discussion of standards and guidelines, how do we monitor our environment, and how do we analyze that environmental data? In terms of approaching environmental management, we speak about risk assessment, the process of managing collection environments, and I'll get back to that in a second. And then what are the strategies that you might employ, both non-mechanically that aren't involved with an HVAC system, and then mechanical, what are your options in terms of HVAC? And then the final topic, building and communicating sustainable change. The whole pre-designed phase, what goes into that before you implement a solution, and how do you analyze your stakeholders? How do you consider life cycle analysis? And then the final 2 really are focused on these soft skills. How do you become an effective negotiator? How do you build consensus? And how do you, do this art of diplomacy? How do you lead from the middle? And I think, as a whole, this MCE publication was really important for us to share with the field and make sure that all this information was available to everybody. Finally, it includes a glossary of over 100 terms on all these various topics. So, I think that's quite helpful. Just getting back to Joel's technical note on the process of managing collection environments, something that came out of this is this flowchart that we often show. I say MCE ASHRAE because it first appeared in the ASHRAE MGAL chapter, but it's a diagram for how we think about developing environmental management strategies, and it's separated in a context, what's your mission, what's your needs, the pre-design phase, how do you assess your risks and your environment and set objectives, and then design and implementation of your solution. And there are a series of feedback curves because after you design and implement your system, it's key that you continue revising and evaluating what's going on. It's not the end goal, but it's part of the process. The parallel table here is one that speaks about all the stakeholders involved in each of these individual steps. And it's separated into people that are going to lead that step, who are going to be consulted, and who are going to be informed. And as you can see, it takes a team, it takes a village. Everyone is involved, and it's important that we have everyone at the table so we can hear their voices and get buy-in for this process. So shifting forward to our current suite of workshops, this is Changing Climate Management Strategies. Here our objective was to build upon our previous course, address obstacles in developing and implementing more adaptive environmental management strategies. Our goal here was to increase our cohort size. So each workshop is about 40 participants, and we've offered it 3 times. That third time is actually going to be next year in Los Angeles. And part of the reason why we were able to increase that is we have a 1-week intensive workshop. There's no significant online prior to the workshop, and there isn't the action plan mentoring at the end. And one benefit of this, it's just easier for people to commit only 1 week of their time in order to participate in these courses. I wanted to just show the QR code for the announcement for the workshop in case any of you are interested in applying for this workshop. So the application is due today, and this is for the workshop in July of 2025. So there is, for this workshop, there's 15 hours of activities prior. It's just recorded presentations, development of the participant case studies. Again, we have this 1-week intensive in-person workshop, and the curriculum for this workshop builds upon the same curriculum from the course, adds a few things like decision-making under uncertainty, addresses the relationship between damage, change, and value. What is the impact of loans on sustainability, and how do we monitor our objects? There's visual techniques, but there's also another suite of more technical techniques that we show here: acoustic emission, digital image correlation, MFT, and then there's a speed mentoring component at the end to make sure every participant can speak to every instructor. So since I have 2 minutes, I'm going to add on and just speak about a couple other of our educational efforts. I know the focus of this conference really is on temperature and RH, but there are other aspects of sustainability. And I was thinking about art in transit. In 1991, there was a seminal art in transit conference that published these canonical guides about transit, and it was about the packing of paintings, and they're super influential. But that was a long time ago, and it's important for us to update and expand that discussion for the field. And we were interested in tackling different topics: alternative packing materials, monitoring and currying approaches, focusing on packing of 3D objects, and just overlaying all of that with sustainability and environmental carbon footprint. So the MCE group was part of a committee that organized a symposium at the 2024 AIC annual meeting. And that QR code shown here gives you all the abstracts at that symposium. We're currently organizing a hands-on packing workshop at the 2025 AIC meeting. And we're also interested in continuing this discussion at other heritage focus meetings, whether they be for preparators, registrars, and museum directors. The other thing I wanted to just mention briefly was the development of the Microfading Tester International Discussion Group. The microfading tester, as you know, is a key tool that assesses how sensitive an object is to light, and that evidence aids you in developing your lighting policy. The issue with MFT is that it emerged from the conservation field as opposed to an exterior commercial company. And as a result, it's up to us to really support our MFT practice. So we recently established the MFT International Discussion Group with the American Institute for Conservation and supported by the Preventive Care Network. This allows us to create this online community for MFT users and all colleagues that are just interested in this topic. So far, we have a searchable discussion forum, so all the questions and answers are transparent. There's an MFT user directory, results from a survey we gave to the field, glossary, and we're sure to expand this going forward. I happen to be the chair. JP Brown is at the Field Museum is vice chair, and Brio Lopez at the Academy Museum is our secretary. So if you're interested in joining, just go to this QR code and it'll give you access. And that's it. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Vincent. And it's always so inspiring to see the work that's coming out of the Getty. And going to the Getty is a little bit like going into a parallel universe. Like, there's so much cool stuff happening, and you just feel like you walked into a different planet. It's really quite spectacular. So just
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to acknowledge the privilege that the Getty affords us. That's the only place I've worked at as a heritage institution. But as a result, it's really important that we spend our resources wisely and have a big impact, as much of an impact as we can have. Aligning ourselves with people like Key Futures, I think, is really helpful.
Well, a huge thank you for that. I remember I was talking with Tom Lerner about the climate control project when we first were starting it, and I just said, and he said, well, how can I help? And I said, well, is it okay to just tell people that the Getty approves of updating climate control? And he was like, absolutely. And I was like, I think that's really all that the cultural sector needs. They just need permission, and coming from leaders like you, not only providing all of the scientific evidence and research that is so necessary to make us feel safe in making these updates and changes, but also showing how it can be done and what it looks like in practice. It's really monumental. So just a huge thank you for all of that. Brilliant. All right. Well, unfortunately, we are just a couple of minutes behind schedule. So if anyone has questions for Vincent, I know you probably have a day to get to because it's early in California, but I hope that we'll be able to continue conversations. Once again, a huge, huge thank you for joining us today, for sharing your work and for your leadership in this space. It's really important. So
thanks so much, Caitlin.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vincent. Fantastic. And hi to our team from Hauser and Wirth. I'm so excited you guys are here. We're sticking in California, but bringing in the UK as well. So,
truly global.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much to Cleona and Peter and Fernando for joining us today. It's really exciting to have you guys. Hauser and Wirth are leading the way in the gallery space on updating climate control practices. And it has been a huge, huge pleasure to be working with you guys on your gallery space in Los Angeles. So I'm not going to give anything away. I will turn over to you guys to take the stage. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Caitlin. It's really great to be here. Like Caitlin said, my name is Cleona Murphy, and I'm the Global Head of Environmental Sustainability for Hauser and Wirth. And I'm here with Peter Mundweiler, who's our Head Preparator in Los Angeles, and Fernando Vargas, who's our Facilities Manager in LA as well. And like Caitlin said, my role is kind of unique in the art world, and there's no other commercial gallery of scale who has a full-time member of staff leading on sustainability, and really building community and talking and sharing about our journey towards environmental sustainability has been key since we started our program in 2021. So I'll give a little bit of context. Hard data has made us aware that 40% of our emissions are coming from shipping and storage. about 20% is coming from travel. And since we started measuring our emissions and managing our energy better, we've been able to reduce those emissions from about 16% to about 8%. And it's really been down to the hard work that our operations and facilities teams have been doing to switch contracts, go through programs of energy audits, upgrading LED lighting, and really like getting into the nuts and bolts of what we're going to talk about today, the understanding the climate control system is better in our buildings. And what Peter and Fernando discovered through the Key Culture program has been really inspiring, because we've been able to start to get our climate control systems in our downtown LA gallery under control. And I think we should note that it's not a purpose-built gallery, but it's a former flour mill from the 19th century. So nobody ever expected that this would turn into an art gallery. And kind of giving a bit of context to understand where our carbon hotspots lie in the gallery is really important, because I think when it comes to areas like energy efficiency and understanding how we can better reduce our building emissions, it's really important, because so much of the international art world is still reliant on aviation and moving artworks by air and moving people by air, that anything that we can really do on the building front is a huge boon, and it really helps build engagement and show to our team that this work is really doable, and it creates a pathway for some of the more challenging behavior shifts within our sustainability program. So that's really a kind of preamble to this. We first met Caitlin back in 2021, and she spoke at one of our conferences around this program, and it's great to be here today to show how this work is starting to come full circle. So I'm going to hand over to Peter and Fernando to get into the details of what we've been learning at Hauser and Wirth.
Thanks so much for that overview and intro, Cleona. Yeah, as Cleona mentioned, in April 2023, we began working with Key Futures on a campus-wide assessment and overhaul of our downtown facility. And we really approached this from the standpoint of making improvements to a system that was somewhat overdue for some upgrades. We wanted to bring ourselves better into alignment with museum and gallery climate control guidelines, but to do it in a smart way, where we weren't just going to be throwing excess energy at that. So our goals were to assess the building for opportunities to conserve energy, implement those where possible, and begin lowering the facility carbon footprint. And to do that, we focused on a few different areas, including lighting systems, a revamp or rethinking of our climate control systems, and also just a different approach to using those systems and how we consider our settings for the buildings. Fernando, our facilities manager, and myself worked closely with Christopher Cameron and Fiona Graham, our Key Futures coaches, to test our buildings, upgrade our systems, and strategize about those approaches to climate control. So in LA, as Cleona mentioned, we are in this non-purpose built converted flour mill complex. It's a series of brick buildings with open courtyard areas and ample breezeways, a lot of airflow and direct access from the galleries straight into this coastal desert climate in Southern California. Our on-site storage and display of works includes paintings, sculpture, photo, works from all media and contemporary art from the 1950s to the present. Our exhibitions roughly last about 3 months, and they include new works from artist studios frequently and occasional historical exhibitions, including loans. And we have about 190,000 visitors per year to the 3 galleries at our downtown location. When we started the program, there were some things that were very simple to implement, or at least you guys made it look easy. It was very quick, adding in motion sensors to our lights throughout the complex, and we saw some energy savings there pretty rapidly, but the climate control process was a bit more of a journey. We focused in on our two north galleries, which had somewhat outdated systems, and made these kind of the focus of parameter updating and climate control testing. That complicated the journey a bit for us, as we had to make several stops along the way to overhaul parts of the system, go through approvals processes, and really kind of do the hard work of budgeting for this kind of thing. At a glance, we started by improving our monitoring system. We had an on-site visit with Christopher Cameron, one of the Key Futures coaches, who did an assessment of the building. We made some initial improvements to the HVAC system and their controls. We had some stumbling blocks along the way, began some new parameter testing, settings for climate control, and started rethinking how we analyze the data that we're now getting for our buildings. We also kind of approached control settings in a different way by analyzing risk factors for the specific works we're exhibiting. Sometimes we have performance oriented or conceptual works in the space that don't necessarily require the same rigorous controls that other exhibitions do. And as we went through the program, our primary challenge in this last round was really, how do we reduce energy consumption during the heat and humidity of summer in LA? LA's got a lot of, contrary to popular belief, has a lot of seasons, and we really feel heat and humidity in the summer, but we also feel some pretty extreme changes from the morning through the evening. And applying what we learned about how some limitations of our building to how we can control that. That started with better monitoring. So early in the program, we invested in improved data monitoring collection. We upgraded from our outdated hygrothermographs to some digital sensors. We also tested several different aggregator dashboards and ended up with one that made it very easy for us to make comparisons between the different spaces and the ambient temperature in LA. Once we have those better tools in place, we're able to start combing through the data much more efficiently in real time, and then work with Key Cultures advisors to start pinpointing a number of shortcomings in our system and also some limitations of the building, and then start taking steps to improve it. So I'll turn over to Fernando here to talk through that early visit and then some upgrades that you guys were able to make.
Yeah, and Christopher was able to visit the LA Gallery and spoke with our facilities team about the specific makeups of our building. He identified a few factors contributed to our building limited climate envelope. One of the key factor was lack of insulation for our ceiling. Certain walls also that had longer solar exposure throughout the day. So the temperature was different from the morning to the evening, and that was a huge factor depending on where the sun was hitting on the building. Windows and vents were offered, vents that offered areas for the heat to get in. For instance, we have a barn door that a lot of the humidity comes inside. So that was a huge factor that he was able to point out for us. So we were able to kind of adjust certain settings and also temperature settings. Doors that allowed outside air also contributed. For instance, the doors that the visitors come into, that also played a huge factor throughout the day. And then we were able to improve monitoring and analysis from shortcomings from our HVAC system. And we took some steps to improve these. We repaired our faulty humidification system, allowing the system to better control humidity throughout the day and evening as well. And that helped a lot. We improved data monitoring as well right away when our North Bree compressor failed. For instance, we added some sensors into each gallery space, so we were able to pinpoint when the compressor went out, and that really helped a lot for pinpointing like the location of the faulty compressor. And we were able to repair it immediately without causing any stress to our HVAC systems. We also based readings from a new monitoring system and the assessment of airflow as well. We were able to change our economizer, which helped bringing in humidity from the outside in. We went from 100% to 15% from the outside air in, and that kind of improved humidity as well. We upgraded outdated thermostats that helped kind of pinpoint better thermostat settings and temperature as well. And we introduced a reheat coil previously removed, so we're in the process of getting that repaired as well. And we implemented some HVAC system costly pose challenges to our progress. We're in a non-purpose building, leasing building, and there are limits to what we can do and spend also on improvements. Due to the constant constraints, we didn't put a BMF system in the HVAC, so that kind of becomes a challenge, kind of monitoring our HVAC system. Because of these big tickets items, the upgrades required approval, so it's kind of a slow process. But we're able to gradually improve some of those HVAC system repairs. The overall design consideration also informed decisions not to take certain steps, like adding ceiling insulation, implementing shades into our structures. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it bears mentioning, like, we didn't approach this with a huge budget to totally overhaul our system or to pinpoint an ideal system. We really kind of serviced and repaired and upgraded the system that we do have. So, you know, being one of the few galleries, I think, that's done this program, it was nice to be able to show an entry point for somebody who is coming to this work without a ton of budget contribution to that. Like, really are more scrappier ways to do this. Yeah, once you guys had made all those upgrades to the system, we started working with Chris and Fiona to do a few rounds of simple testing to see how our system was working, how our buildings could handle the controls that you guys were able to implement there. In spring and early summer of 2024, we started doing nightly shutdowns of the HVAC system to test how the climate would rebound in the space. And that worked really well up through late spring. Ambient temperatures cool off quite a bit in LA, and we're able to bring our temperatures back down without HVAC in the evenings, which was great. You can save a ton of money doing these nightly shutdowns if your system and your building can handle it. In the summer, however, gallery was not really able to ever quite recover during those evening shutdowns. Heat would start building up, and we, in this kind of shoulder season, found a place where we had to stop doing those shutdowns. So through this testing process, we're starting to learn how our building is responsive to different seasonal changes, what the limits of some of these tests are, or some of these new settings are. We also tested new programs that expanded our temperature and humidity set points. In the summer, this meant increasing our temperature range a bit from 67 to 72 to 67 to 77 degrees, and our RH range from 45 to 55, opening that up to 40% to 60% RH. Throughout any of this testing we've done, we worked closely with both those conservators at Key Culture to take into account the specific artworks that we had on display, making sure that we're doing this first with an eye towards any risk factors we might be presenting to those works. And one of our top line takeaways from this testing, from this initial rounds of testing, was the limited effectiveness of those North Gallery buildings envelopes. Looking more closely at that, with our improved data collection, we're able to identify some inherent limitations of those North Galleries. By comparing our internal dew point in the galleries with readings from outdoors, we discovered that those North Gallery envelopes were really not sufficient to create a very separate climate environment within the galleries. In this case, pushing the system harder, turning the RH down or turning the temperature down in order to dehumidify our space would have simply resulted in just pumping energy into those conditions that were quickly lost through those porous doors in the roof of the building and wouldn't have had the desired effect. So, working with Christopher, we tried some additional testing. We opted and saw some good initial results and opted to use some conservation heating principles, using that inverse relation between RH and temperature to lower the RH by allowing the temperature to rise just a little bit in the summer. So stepping back from cranking that thermostat and kind of starting to lean into those seasonal changes a little bit with the knowledge that our building just was not going to respond as well as a purpose-built building might. And that was really kind of an aha moment for us to start changing, back away from just a simple reading of the thermostat and simply adjusting to taking in a more holistic approach to our specific buildings and what's going on specifically with the outdoor climate in that season. We also reviewed the type of works that we display with Fiona Graham, who's the conservator we're working with towards the end of the program. We're able to rethink our approach to setting climate ranges in a more responsive and specific way. So we stepped back from setting blanket ranges for our buildings and started to assess the works themselves for certain risk factors based on the materials that are actually present in the works. And then we adopted controls to avoid putting these works in conditions that would adversely affect them. In looking at what we're displaying in general, we don't have works on display long enough for them to be damaged by temperatures below 86 degrees. Certain adhesives do begin losing strength over 86, so we're mindful of collages and works with those adhesives. But another eye-opener for us was that temperature fluctuations throughout the day are principally only a risk if they result in exaggerated RH fluctuations. And Fiona gave us some additional guidelines there. We want to be within a plus or minus 10% to avoid warping paper. Principally, we don't have a lot of wooden objects with inlays or things like that. We do want to keep away from high RH to avoid encouraging mold. For what we're displaying, a low RH is unlikely to lead to desiccation during our short display periods. But it turns out for many of our shows and for the objects that we're displaying, human comfort ranges really come into play well before temperature conditions begin to trigger these risk factors. And we consult with our security team on a daily basis. They're kind of a first line of responsiveness to us in this regard. They're the ones who are wearing suits in the gallery. So when we do slightly turn up the temperature in the summer now to lower the humidity, they're the ones who tell us, okay, this is the point where it's getting a little too warm in here. You guys need to back off of that. Since we modified our approach to programming our climate ranges, we've seen a real reduction in kilowatt hours consumed in the galleries. And even more than that, our engagement with the program has really led us through a number of those upgrades in a much smarter way than if we were to just hit it with bigger, more expensive machinery. We have these new climate sensors in place now, new monitoring system, and better knowledge, better understanding of how to interpret that. We've got the upgrades that you guys did to the HVAC systems. And we also generally have better engagement from our staff as a whole on energy conservation. My whole team on the art handling side and art registrar colleagues are much more mindful of specific risk factors for the works, and we're consulting with conservators we work with to assess works as we start putting on exhibitions. And this has led to just a overall emergence of a program for continuing to analyze our climate settings in relation to each exhibition and really get bespoke with how we're approaching those settings, both seasonally and in terms of which artworks are on display. Looking ahead, we've really just begun to get into this work, and we're continuing to improve how we approach these procedures in different seasons now. We have the data and better knowledge of the tools to continue to assess best practices here, and we're starting to look at how we deal with a dry and pretty cold winter in LA this year, and how we can work with our specific buildings and the improved HVAC system that we now have to do the best for the work that we're displaying. We have one exhibition coming up that has very few objects in it, actually, and we're going to lean towards human comfort ranges in that regard. Going forward for the other exhibitions we're putting on, we're looking at specific risk factors for those artworks and using those to guide our climate controls. Thanks very much. And yeah, happy to take any questions anyone has.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that incredibly thorough overview. It's really, as I said, it's so inspirational to see that this conversation is not just limited to museums, but it's also relevant for commercial gallery spaces. And I think, as Cleona was saying, it's maybe in some cases even more relevant, considering that there's conversations that haven't been had yet. So it's really exciting to see the inspiration and the leadership that you guys are taking in this. So a huge thank you. We did have one quick question for you guys, and so we won't take up too much of your time, but considering the fact that you are the only gallery that's participating at the moment, and of course leaders in the sustainability movement for the commercial gallery sector, what has been your biggest challenge in terms of lack of resources, information, studies? What would you like to see that would be helpful for the gallery space to start moving in this direction as well, on a larger scale, I should say?
I can add, and then Peter and Fernando might have some other thoughts. But I think the challenge is that the climate control systems in galleries are a lot less regulated than they are in museum spaces. And Caitlin, we had been talking for quite a while about how we would try to implement this and start it out. And it's so different across the landscape. And we chose our largest gallery footprint in a location in the world where the climate is obviously at the front and center of everyone's mind. So I think though, in terms of how to get into this and how to understand it, I think it's, if you've signed up to the Gallery Climate Coalition and you want to reduce your carbon emissions, this is one great place to start. And it's one totally doable way to start. So I think that, the evidence is there. You've been doing the work for the past couple of years. You've been teaching us and training us and telling us. And so I think the information is out there. It's just, I think within the commercial gallery space, it's difficult because we don't have set spaces like there are in museums. So I don't know, Fernando and Peter, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I'd echo that. I mean, we probably compared to a museum, we are starting from less perfect HVAC infrastructure. Again, it's not a purpose-built complex in downtown LA. So we're dealing with a pretty normal HVAC system for the size of the buildings we have, but it was not built to like museum climate standards. So adapting that, improving it where we could, doing as much as we could with a limited budget, and then, rethinking our approach to those settings to deal with the limitations of our building were kind of the key takeaways for us. But yeah, I wish I had known then that, we could enter this in a different way. It's pretty empowering to know that we can make some small changes and actually do pretty well for energy conservation for ourselves.
And I guess also I would add that it's a great internal story when we say that doing this is actually saving energy and money. So yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Successes, win-wins. I love it. I love it. And Peter, I love what you said about scrappy ways to save. That is like the most brilliant description, because indeed, like a lot of times people think that these savings require huge financial investments or, gigantic overhauls of systems or facilities. But a lot of the times it just starts with, okay, what is a small thing that we can do? And then you can build on the savings. And, for example, we were listening to a case study from Louisiana Museum of Modern Art earlier today, and they were talking about how they changed out like 99% of their heat pumps. And it was, more cost effective to do that. But of course, it takes 2.5 years for the payback and, kind of looking at some of the numbers there. But if you put one into place and then you get savings from that can finance the next one, and this type of kind of cumulative savings, which I think is really important to think about. And also, as you were discussing, just the understanding of the building and how it works and what doesn't and what seasons it works in. And you can take the HVAC system, shut down energy saving financial savings that you have, and then invest that into updating the heat pump or updating the boiler or whatever it is that you need to do. So there's a lot of innovation and creativity, I think, with this. So I love that description. I'm going to start using that, and I'll credit you, of course, but
we're in a very privileged position in the gallery world. We have someone like Cleona who is overseeing this kind of work for us and bringing in a lot of innovation. But when, many of us have worked at places of different scale, and when I think of smaller places I've worked at, this is also, all of these things would apply there, and there are many entry points. So it's really encouraging to see that, to learn that along.
Well, you guys have been such a fabulous team to work with, and I very much look forward to continued conversations and seeing how the journey continues. So, and thank you guys so much for sharing this with the world. I think it's really important to show that, this is not just a conversation for museums, but that it's time for galleries to get on board. So thank you for leading the way in that. And,
thanks so much, Caitlin.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Fantastic. All right. So speaking of solutions, it is absolutely an honor to be joined today by our colleague from the Netherlands, Rick Kramer, who is the co-founder at Diseco and has been doing research on this topic for long before I was involved with it. So much more of an expert and really excited to have you join us today, Rick. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin, for having me. It's an honor to be part of this fantastic program and conference. So I will share my screen so we can start right away. Let me know if you can see my screen.
We can see you. Perfect.
Yeah. Let's start the presentation. Can you also see my cursor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Well, welcome everybody. My presentation is all about dynamic climate control. It's very much connected to many presentations I've heard today before. But I would really like to update you on this concept and especially take you a bit along the journey of development. I think we all can say that many of the problems that we face nowadays concerning the high energy demand boils down to the strict climate control that we have developed over the years in the 20th century. So we have, let's say, developed the climate requirements to very strict values, let's say pursuing the ideal climate of 21 degrees Celsius and 50% relative humidity. And of course, we know that this also results in a high energy demand, but it's important to understand that this correlation is exponential. So plus minus 2% relative humidity is not demanding twice the amount of energy as plus minus 4%. There is a certain exponential relationship, and nowadays a lot of museums are actually operating on very tight climate control, and that really increases the energy demand to exceptionally high values. However, there is more to it. It's not only about the very high energy demand, it's also about, for example, the degradation of often historic building structures. Especially in Europe, we face this issue in the northwestern part of Europe with quite humid and cold winters. And if you look at a city like Amsterdam, a lot of museums are housed in beautiful historic houses. We call them monuments. The problem with these buildings is that the outdoor, let's say the facade, is often of a poor quality. It has a low insulation value. And if we want to maintain 50% relative humidity in midwinter, we actually need to humidify a lot. And that humidified air at 50% relative humidity comes into contact with a much cooler outdoor facade, external facade, and that cooler facade results eventually in condensation. And that's what you can see in the right picture. In Amsterdam, a lot of museums face the problem of condensation in winter, and as a consequence, also wood rot in often very old wooden structures. But there is a third argument why we should leave the strict climate control, and it is an argument that I have been hearing more often over the past few years, and that's high technology dependency. And that means that we have become very dependent on the optimal functioning of the HVAC systems. For example, in wintertime, when a humidifier malfunctions, that results in a much more rapid decline of relative humidity compared to the case of a more free-floating building without active humidification. In other words, if you slowly adapt the indoor climate in winter towards a lower limit of, for example, 40% relative humidity, the drop in relative humidity will be less severe if a humidifier malfunctions compared to the case where you pursue the ideal value of 50%. So in the period, it's already quite a while ago. In 2012, I started my PhD research and I finished it in 2017. And it was all about targeting these issues by developing smart control of temperature and relative humidity. Smart in this context means taking into account several disturbances like visitors, the outdoor climate, but also allow certain fluctuations. So it's about controlled fluctuations and only actively compensating, so actually actively correcting the temperature and humidity fluctuations only at the moments where it is really needed from a collection point of view or a thermal comfort point of view. So the research was really about optimizing the balance between collection preservation, thermal comfort of visitors, and minimizing the energy demand. In this research, I combined physics-based and data-driven methods, and eventually this has resulted in a physics-based and data-driven algorithm. So during the research, the Hermitage Amsterdam Museum, now known as Heart Museum, played a crucial role. We did a lot of experiments during multiple years, spanning I think 3 years and all seasons in those 3 years. And we did a lot of climate monitoring, so measuring temperature, humidity, but also air velocity, operative temperature. We also did a lot of energy monitoring at a component level, like in this picture on the top left, you see how we measured the flow water flow of chilled water through a cooling coil, but also the flow through a heating coil. But we also measured in detail the electricity consumption of the fan and the steam humidifier. Besides the climate and energy monitoring, we also did a lot of comfort monitoring, because thermal comfort of visitors is well, not studied very well. And we also did, in the end, a lot of climate interventions. That means we had the permission to actually manipulate the indoor climate conditions and see what are the effects on the actual climate performance and the energy demand, and also the thermal comfort of visitors. When we look at thermal comfort, I noticed in the beginning that the guidelines on thermal comfort are mostly based on office settings. Also, the international databases by ASHRAE, for example, are for 99% filled with data from offices. An office is not the same situation as a museum, where people are walking slowly, they have a different clothing behavior, they might perceive the environment differently. So the thermal comfort of museum visitors cannot be predicted very accurately based on what we know from an office environment. So we started doing a lot of climate measurements and also surveys. So in total, we did 1,250 surveys almost, and we covered 4 seasons. And we constructed a database, including data on gender, age, clothing behavior, and of course, the perception of the indoor climate. This has allowed us to develop adaptive temperature limits, which relate the indoor temperature range, which is perceived as comfortable, which is in between the red line and the blue line. So in this range, 90% of the visitors perceived the thermal environment as comfortable. And as you can see, and which is also quite logical, that temperature range is lower in wintertime. So on the x-axis, you can see the reference outdoor temperature. And on the y-axis, you can see the operative temperature. And you can see that there is this slope. So it means that, of course, in wintertime, the range of comfort is lower than in summer. But when we compare this range to what we know from the office environment, we see 2 differences. The first one is that the range in general lies a little bit lower than the range of comfort for an office environment. And that is due to the somewhat higher metabolic rate, so the higher activity level of a museum visitor compared to a seated office worker. But what is also quite interesting is that the slope, so the dependency, the correlation between the operative temperature indoors and outdoor temperature is steeper than the same adaptive temperature range for an office environment. So that confirmed the hypothesis that the thermal comfort perception in a museum is not exactly the same as in an office environment, and that we need separate data for an office environment, which can actually give insight into the comfortable ranges. to keep the visitors comfortable at the lowest energy demand possible. So the next step was to combine the adaptive temperature guidelines, which I developed, with the collection requirements. And for collection, we adopted the well-known ASHRAE classes. I think by then it was ASHRAE class AS and A, but nowadays these are called type of control A1, type of control A2, and B. So an optimization algorithm had to be developed which integrated comfort and collection requirements and calculated the optimal course of temperature and humidity over the day and over the season and also over the year. So we tested different climate classes. We had a reference climate class, which is, let's say, the ideal climate, the golden standard. We compared the performance against type AA and against type A2. But these are just the boundary conditions, right? So this is the climate class which needs to be met. The optimization algorithm calculated the optimal course over the year, and that yielded this result. So compared to the conventional control and a very strict climate control, which is here the reference, the class or type of control AA with the dynamic climate control yielded a 49% energy reduction on heating, cooling, humidification, and dehumidification. For the type A control, it was 63%. But also, which is very important and very interesting, is that you can immediately see the change in dynamics of temperature, humidity, and also the control behavior of the air handling units when we switch from a conventional control to the optimization-based Diesecker control. Here you can see, so the blue line marks the activation of the dynamic climate control, and you can immediately see how the climate is allowed here to follow the outer limits, but you can also see that the climate becomes a bit more stable here. Here in the conventional control, you can see that the heating and cooling actions of the air handling unit actually are the cause of these peaks. So the short-term fluctuations that we observe in indoor climate data are often the result of the control behavior of the air handling units themselves. In the lower graph, you can see, and this was in January, so winter time, you can see how the humidifier, which is the green curve, was very active in the conventional control and became much more relaxed in the optimized control. Only when it was really needed, the humidifier came into action. The same holds for the heating, which is here the yellow curve. And after a few days, we started experimenting with controlled fluctuations, and which was actually about preheating. And here you can see these peaks in the upper graph. You can see how we actually used the maximum allowable fluctuation per day of 2 degrees Celsius in this case, how we used that allowable temperature fluctuation to actually yield an optimal control. Also, if we look at thermal comfort, we use this graph here on the right side to evaluate thermal comfort performance, because we know that in the wide range, this is the range where 90% of visitors feel comfortable. Then we have an 85% range and a 75% range. The temperature, the indoor temperature, is here related to the running mean outdoor temperature. And what you can see is that the cloud of data follows much more the seasons, which also results in an improved comfort, especially in summertime. People felt actually too cool when they were visiting the museum longer than 20 minutes. So That's often the case, of course. So after 20 minutes, people started to feel cold. And in the new situation with the optimized control, this discomfort has been improved. But you can also see that sometimes the indoor temperature is not exactly within the wide range, but there is some exceedance. And that is because the algorithm always prevails the collection requirements. So at some moments, the thermal comfort requirements could not be met, but that was because the collection requirements prevailed. So the savings on the total of heating, cooling, humidification, and dehumidification are also specified, which has also been published in a conference paper at the Klima conference. And if we specify the heating, cooling, humidification, and dehumidification, you can see that in wintertime, a lot of energy had been saved at the Heart Museum, 55%. Mostly heating and humidification. In spring, mostly heating was saved, a lot of dehumidification was saved, but we actually used a little bit more humidification, which is the yellow bar. In summer, a lot of dehumidification was saved, and because of that also less reheating was needed. And in autumn also a lot of dehumidification was prevented, so also a lot of savings. What you can see here is that we didn't manipulate or we didn't optimize the fan at that time. And the fan energy, as you can see, becomes actually the dominant factor of the energy use of an air handling unit after applying the optimization algorithm by DSECO. So we have developed a dynamic fan control, and that is now being tested also in the museum and an archive, and I'm very happy to share the results and data in a next event. But I think for now it's very important to note that we have saved a lot of energy, but the fan becomes the next target. So to make all this knowledge and the algorithms available for the community, we have developed an add-on for the building management systems. So our add-on is not replacing the building management system, but it's really adding intelligence to the building management system. What it does, it extracts data from the building management system. It then optimizes the temperature and relative humidity trajectory, so the course over time of temperature and humidity, taking into account maximum allowable variation per hour, per day, per season. And the effects of the outdoors, visitors, and internal sources are implicitly considered. That means, and that is a very important aspect, it's not explicitly measured, so we don't measure exact visitor counts, but we do analyze the influences of these aspects in the temperature and humidity data. And then the optimized set points are sent back to the building management system. The data is stored in the cloud, and that is also a big advantage for many museums because often they have troubles extracting data from the building management systems. Often the data is only available for the last previous week, and now with the cloud functionalities, we can store the data basically forever and have them always ready for analysis. So we also developed an online platform to do analysis. So the collection care people can do climate analysis. We can compare the performance among zones. And facility management can use, for example, the page air handling unit analysis to see how the air handling unit components work. We included models that calculate the response time of objects, of typical objects. And if you have the raw data, like the blue lines in this graph, and you apply the models, we can calculate the actual response of a model, the response of an object to that data. And in this case, the orange shows the response time of an object that responds in a 24 hours time span. And you can see then, for example, that this small peak here of relative humidity that falls outside the range is actually not being perceived by the object. So that is a very interesting tool for collection care analysis. So the energy reductions of air handling processes, we have monitored the energy flows in the following museums closely. So at the Van Gogh Museum, we have saved 61%, and that is using ASHRAE type A1. At the Art Museum, it's 36% with type A. At the Mauritshuis, 42%, and that is actually with the quite strict control of ASHRAE type AA. And the Vries Museum, 36% also with type AA. And the Zeeuws Archive in Zeeland saved 51%, but that is not using the ASHRAE guideline, but the Dutch archival law. So from the Van Gogh Museum, we know that they saved 100k euros in a time span of 300 days using the optimization control of DISECO at 4 air handling units. And because of this success story, they decided to expand to all the air handling units in the museum. So we now did an expansion to 16 air handling units in total, which is just finished now at the end of November. So I think that collaboration is very important. If you want to know more, you can contact me, or for more research, you can also visit me at tue.nl at the research website. Well, thanks a lot, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Rick. And it's so exciting, as we mentioned earlier, to see that there are support systems and products and services that are available to help support us in our journeys. And I think that it's really exciting that there's, also opportunities to make changes without having to touch your temperature relative humidity ranges if you're not quite ready to do that. Because of course we know that that can feel scary, but it's exciting to know that there are ways to optimize your energy and your HVAC systems even without having to, or while you're having those conversations, let's say. So brilliant. Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind schedule. So if you're available to hang out in the chat, if anyone has any questions, that would be fantastic.
No problem.
But thank you so much again for joining us today. And it's really, you guys have been doing such amazing work. So it's really exciting to see how much impact it's been having.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Brilliant.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Rick. So one of the other things that we've heard a lot about today, especially in our case studies, is the importance of environmental monitoring, especially when it comes to the data loggers and the systems that you're using. So I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Melissa King, who's joining us from Conserve, to talk a little bit more about what the importance is of knowing our temperature and relative humidity and how we can do that. Melissa, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. We're really excited. This is an awesome conference, by the way, really great topic. I know I nerd out a little bit on this stuff myself, but I'm really glad to see everybody in the same room here. We are really excited about the work that you're doing at Key Cultures. And you can see my screen, right? I should probably check before I jump in. Looks good?
Perfect. We can see you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so we're really excited about the work that you're doing at Key Culture. Sustainability is really, really important for us at Conserve. I just wanted to give a quick introduction to Conserve if you haven't heard of us, and also talk a bit about some of the sustainability measures that we're working on and plan to work on in the future. So when we think of Conserve, we think about it as a comprehensive three-tiered platform. We have wireless sensors that are very easy to set up. They're continuous automated data, and we have a warranty with them that makes sure you always have functional equipment that's calibrated and ready to use. We also have software that is designed for the preservation field, specifically for collections preservation. We have on our team, about half of our team are actually conservators. I myself am a conservator, and there's a few other of us on the team, and then the other half of the team come from a very strong sensor and software, well, and sensor background as well. And so then the third part of our pillar is the support. Because we have such domain specific expertise on our team, it's a lot more than just traditional support when it comes to working through your problems and if you have any problems with the hardware or the software. And we also do training, and we have an online community that goes far beyond just helping you utilize the tools that we provide. So how does Conserve work? As I mentioned, we have an all-in-one smart sensor that measures temperature, humidity, light, shock, and UV. And then it has a wireless connection into a gateway, which uses a wireless network called LoRaWAN, which is really, really, really long range, works really great in indoor environments. And it has added benefits of having really extended battery lives for our sensors. We also have real-time alerts because the data is coming in live. We can let you know if temperature or humidity goes outside of a range via text message or email. And then also it links into our analytics tool, which is our software itself, which is cloud-based. We also have a mobile app as well, and it's purpose-built for conservation professionals. I will add that the software is entirely free to use. Actually, a large majority of our users are utilizing the Conserve software for free and importing data from other data loggers. And then we also, within the software, outside of just environmental management, we have integrated pest management tools as well. And we are continuing to add new things. Just to give you a little overview, we do have a bunch of different types of sensors. It's not just the smart sensor that I mentioned before. We also have cold storage sensors and cryo storage. We have outdoor sensors, and we have just added a new very fancy leak detection sensor through a company called Layer based out of the UK that can give you a lot more information about whether a leak is present or not. It can tell you how big the leak is, and you can kind of control the sensitivity of that. This is just the beginning. We can add a lot more integrations with other sensors very easily with the way that our sensor, our system is designed. So just wanted to touch a bit on some of the sustainability measures that we have at Conserve. So we're really proud to have a circular product design when it comes to our sensors. And what that means is we've designed our sensors to be recycled, refurbished, and redistributed. So it's a subscription service with Conserve. Our customers have sensors for 3 years. When they renew with us, we send them brand new sensors that have updated technology, new batteries, are freshly calibrated. Our customers send the old sensors back to us and we can refurbish them and then recalibrate and send them out again. So we are trying to minimize our amount of waste. We've also implemented over the past few years a very impressive trade-in program for old sensors. So anyone that has old sensors, instead of going into waste, we have offered to acquire some of those sensors, check on their performance, and redistribute them to small organizations that don't have the funding to set up environmental monitoring programs. Some other sustainability measures we have in terms of training. We have, I work a lot with our customers on helping them understand the value of doing seasonal and regional levels and being really specific to the capacity of the building and where you are and what region of the world. I also encourage people to do testing in terms of passive control measures, experiment with closing the door for a period of time, see how that might impact the environment, close a window shade for a period of time, just to see if there are ways we can control the environment more on a smaller scale. And then coming up, some exciting things. We are partnering with the IMLS, which is got the Environmental and Cultural Partners, on working on a really exciting project where we're going to be creating some building models that might influence people's decision on narrowing or expanding their environmental min-max levels that would amount to actual pure dollar amounts and an actual carbon savings as well. And then we're hoping to integrate some AI tools that can help people make some decisions as well. So we're very, very focused on sustainability. We love the idea of collaborations and thinking of other ways. So please reach out to us if you have any questions, comments, or ideas. We always love to hear from you. So thank you so much.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Melissa. And it's, as I mentioned, it's such an honor to be having you guys here, because I know that Conserve is genuinely committed to the sustainability conversation. And, one thing that I love to be able to do is to promote great work and great solutions. And I know that we're in conversations and in collaboration for continuing to expand the climate control program. And we actually just got wind of a project that we're going to be collaborating on in Finland. So really excited to be working more closely with you guys, and just a huge thank you to your leadership in this space. And I think it's also really exciting to make the software open and accessible to everyone. So just thank you for that. It's a great service to the entire sector.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Melissa. And thank you so much for joining us. It was a fabulous surprise to have you. Wonderful. All right. Well, we had a little change in our programming. So a huge thank you to our key coach, Fiona Graham, who was patient enough to wait us through some buffer time as we were running a little bit behind schedule earlier this evening. But super, super excited to have you, Fiona. Thank you so much for joining us today. You guys have heard Fiona's name all day long. You've heard how much she's helped support our champions in implementing their changes and getting a better handle on the needs of their collections. So I will just hand right over to you, Fiona, to tell us more about what we want to know. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. Okay,
great. Now, of course, I can't see my notes. One of these days I'll figure that out, but that's why I have a printed version. So, here we go. I am going to stick to a script because I promised not to go over. So hi, everybody. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this project and in this conference. I'm speaking to you today from Cataraqui, otherwise known as Kingston, in Eastern Ontario, Canada. And this is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat peoples, who have cared for this land and the waters and all the creatures who live here for millennia. And I thank their descendants and the Indigenous peoples, in all of the Indigenous peoples in my community, for their ongoing generosity towards uninvited guests such as myself. Okay, I was going to start with talking about my role as a coach, but I decided, based on what Caitlin had said a couple of times, that I was going to talk about, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. And of course, did I print that out? No. So I'm just going to wing this. Oh, I did. Oh, thank God. So yeah, my contributions as a coach are influenced by my conservation approach, which is in turn influenced by my experience and my personality. Excuse me, sorry. I'm really glad that Caitlin was looking for a mediator and facilitator rather than the kind of coach you see on the left, since I definitely could not pull that off. And my conservation approach is perhaps best illustrated by my definition of best practice. We hear that term a lot. And for me, best practice is whatever best helps a museum meet its full mandate, which includes more than just collection preservation. It includes accessibility, fiscal accountability, and of course, environmental responsibility. So for me, really a solution, even as a conservator, a solution that prioritizes conservation at the expense of the environment or community access, for example, isn't really the way to go, at least not for me. So that influences
what, how I teach, how I advise, and certainly how I'm coaching. So Caitlin also briefly mentioned that I'd say something about the so-called ideal of freezing objects in time. And it's true that this is something I bring up with the museums in this program. I encourage curatorial and conservation staff in particular to sit down together and discuss what they expect in terms of object or collection lifetimes. Since most conservation and collection policies don't really reference this, but it's a concept that underlies decisions about managing climate-related risks. So I asked them to consider what is an acceptable level of change over the next 100 years, for example, pointing out that a preservation goal of keeping everything unchanged forever is not really possible or practical, and certainly not environmentally responsible. And I'll just make two other quick points before moving on to the main presentation. First, there was a question regarding what research we could use to help us make these important changes in museums. And I completely agree with Peel's mention of traditional climate control practices and looking more into those. And I would add that more collaboration with building scientists who are engaging in research on building envelopes and other non-mechanical means for temperature and moisture control would be great. That's something I wanted to pursue and haven't managed to do it with any of the academics in my neck of the woods. And the very last thing, again, for getting to this, and I've got a few slides here. I'm not going to go through them all. I just cut and paste from another presentation at the last minute. But we had a question about how BISO related to ASHRAE standards. For those of you who aren't aware of ASHRAE, the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers Handbook, HVAC applications, and these are what Rick just was alluding to or talking about in his presentation. In this handbook, there's in the 2019 edition, and make sure you have the right edition, because the 2019 edition is quite different from the previous ones. Chapter 4 has a chapter on museums, libraries, galleries, and archives, and it outlines it gives a lot of great background information, just like the BISO handbook does on sort of how relative humidity, temperature, and in this case, pollutants as well, influence the preservation or deterioration of collections. And it also lists certain classes of museum or any collecting institution, and gives explanations as to, these different kind of levels of environmental control. So in North America, and we often use ASHRAE as our Bible in architects, mechanical engineers, museums, in terms of deciding what environmental conditions to use in our facilities. BISO is around for sure, especially for museums who do a lot of international loans, who host big traveling exhibitions, for example. But certainly in Canada, ASHRAE is very much the predominant set of so-called standards, because it's also Canada's federal, I would call it, for simplicity's sake, museum accreditation program for indemnification and all of that. It requires museums to meet a certain level of ASHRAE standards. So I hope that kind of explains. If you haven't seen this chapter before, and if you haven't seen the details of these different classes before, I'm not going to go over these, but I've just paraphrased them in the following slides. And what you can do is anything that is in red And you can look at this when you review this online in video form later. Anything in red is what's changed from the next level up. So just to keep things straight. So there's, yeah, it goes from class AA to class D. Anyway, so that's that. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. You have already heard, and you'll hear more tomorrow from museums themselves about their technical achievements, whether that's a decrease in carbon emissions with no negative effects on collection preservation, or solving a long-standing HVAC conundrum. What I'd like to do is talk about some commonalities that I've seen emerge, first in the area of successes, and then in terms of challenges. So one of the things that has struck me the most is how this key initiative, and I'm sorry, this is going to be one long plug for this program, I'm sure you're not going to complain, but this initiative supports and encourages improved communication between various museum departments, and I gotta say in particular between collections and facilities staff, something which is already resulting in more problem solving. In large museums, communication between different groups can be difficult, and the champions brought together for this initiative are building collaborative relationships and helping each other understand their goals and their constraints. They're also creating a community through their joint sessions with other museums, and you've heard lots of the case studies refer to this. And honestly, I think sometimes it even functions as a kind of group therapy for the champions and for the coaches. And then, yeah, education. I don't think we've talked about this much. Through this program's training sessions, all of the champions, for example, now have up-to-date knowledge of the nuanced ways in which relative humidity and temperature conditions affect objects in their collections. Common misunderstandings have been corrected, and they have a better grasp of what constitutes suitable and unsuitable conditions in their own facilities. Then in terms of experts, well, participating museums obviously have access to outside experts who have knowledge and experience with museum climate control in all of its complexity, and they can suggest effective solutions. But at the same time, and we heard people mention this as well, they get a better idea of the expertise in their midst within their own institution. I'm pretty sure I can see this happening in the meetings that I have with the champions. As team members are listening to their colleagues' contributions and really recognizing their knowledge and abilities. And last on this list is the 2023 BISO refresh. So museums in this program that have up until now maintained or tried to maintain conditions of 50% plus or minus 5% or even tighter relative humidity and 21 plus or minus 2 degrees Celsius. They've expanded the range to 50% plus or minus 10 and 18 to plus or minus 10% and 18 to 25 degrees. This is not just great for them, but it's creating more momentum for other museums to move in this direction, and that is a real success. But we do have some common challenges as well. And these aren't project ending obstacles, obviously. They just do, they create a bumpier road, let's put it that way. So one of the project deliverables is for participants to compile 18 months of environmental and energy consumption data as a contribution to the international benchmarking, which is fantastic. And obviously it helps champions and coaches understand what is happening in these collection spaces. But for a variety of reasons, many participants have had difficulty obtaining useful data. I think you've heard some of this already. Whether it's because data from the BMS system is either unavailable or in a tricky format, let's say, or because they can't measure energy consumption for specific zones within the building, or at least not yet, or for any other reason, it really is a common challenge. Which is why I'm really glad to see that Rick's presentation on DISECO, because that sounds like it's going to solve a lot of these issues. Another huge challenge, this one really should be first, for many museums is the fact that the design of their building makes it difficult, if not impossible, to maintain BISO-like preservation conditions without extravagant uses of energy. This is more often the case in exhibition areas rather than collection storage. And some designs lend themselves to adaptation more than others. Functional museum design is really a topic for another conference. But I just wanted to point out that museums without it have to get even more creative with their solutions. So next, I've been working with museum facility managers for a long time, since the early 90s. And I thought I had a pretty good understanding of how hard their job is. I know that museum HVAC systems are among the most complex, if not the most complex, to design and operate, but I was wrong. Their job is actually way harder than even I imagined. Listening to facilities managers in this program, the number of things that can and do go wrong with these systems is beyond belief. And these people are not whining about it at all. Exactly the opposite. They just mention these things very matter-of-factly. It's like, oh, one more piece of equipment to repair or replace, or one more mysterious malfunction to figure out. One more, this is one of my favorites, one more damper to access by crawling through the ceiling. Getting these systems to function in a way that allows fans to be slowed down or equipment to be temporarily shut down, just that has proved to be challenging for some museums, but they have got there and are getting there thanks to the perseverance and ingenuity of their facilities groups. And even if the systems are working well, as we saw in Denmark's Louisiana Museum that Bo talked about, the facility managers like him, they accomplish great things. So I really seriously think that they deserve a standing ovation. And I'm not just sucking up to Mike by saying this, though he's going to be convinced I am. Okay, finally, the same document that is playing such an important role in some museums' success can also be a tiny bit of an obstacle. And it really is just because of one particular word. Caitlin went over much of the language in the protocol, and emphasized the fact that, you know, it talks about blanket conditions that shouldn't be applied and all of that, but then you get to part 4, the BISO Green Guideline, and it says, quote, for many classes of objects containing hygroscopic material, a stable relative humidity is required in the range of 40 to 60% and a stable temperature in the range of 16 to 25 degrees with fluctuations of no more than plus or minus 10 per 24 hours within this range. So that's the only place in this entire protocol, and I think it doesn't appear in the handbook either, where you see the word required as opposed to should. And I think what's happening is you combine that with the fact that they're giving specific numbers, and we all know that people go automatically to the numbers, the magic numbers. Witness, you know, the way that Gary Thompson's has been interpreted over the years. But museums understandably feel that this 40 to 60% plus or minus 10 is the required standard, even if that actually contradicts what the principles found in the rest of the protocol say. And I totally think that everybody should read handbook number 1 because it is fantastic. It's excellent. It has so much good information and advice. But museums, even if a different range of relative humidity is actually more appropriate for their collection, if reading that particular sentence the way it's written, they're very reluctant to do that because they are afraid that that means they're not meeting BISO and therefore they're going to have difficulty getting loans. So just leaving that out there, if anybody has any influence on the next refresh, maybe have another look at that particular word. So yeah, we have talked a lot about BISO and interpretation. Very quickly, these are kind of my key points for the museums in the program. Apologies for the pun. The points that I've kind of emphasized. So first, for the museums to identify what their collection actually needs, as opposed to what lenders request for their loans. If achieving the conditions, and this is me talking to them, if achieving the conditions that your collection needs is easier than achieving BISO green, don't aim for BISO green. On the other hand, if BISO green is less rigid than what you have now and is appropriate for your situation, for example, if you have exhibition spaces where loans are frequently displayed, then aim for BISO green. In the training that the museum champions receive as part of this program, I mentioned this before, they learn to question assumptions about so-called ideal conditions. And I absolutely hate the word ideal conditions because it completely depends on context. They learn also to better understand where environment-related risks lie in their particular situation. So, but understanding those risks is seldom easy given the multitude of variables. And figuring out environmental control systems that honestly make rats' nests look like minimalist design is not any easier. So we really need to acknowledge the complexity of both and the skill required to navigate them. However, as Inga and Peel said, you can find the simplicity within that, but I think we first have to start by saying, yeah, this is complicated. Despite this, I also emphasize that as numerous case studies have shown, these ones and many before, it's not only possible to realize energy savings and therefore cut carbon emissions in museums without jeopardizing preservation conditions. It's possible to reduce emissions and improve preservation conditions. And using less energy and preserving collections is what we call a win-win solution. And that's at the heart of the Getting Climate Control Under Control program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. I love your conversations. And I think, it's so important that we indeed stop talking about ideal conditions and start talking about acceptable and, what works for us. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the discussions that we're talking about, are we willing to say maybe this object will only survive for 1,500 years instead of 2,000 years if we make this much of a change in the energy, but it will decrease our carbon by this much? These are the kinds of conversations that we have to start having. And I think that it's really important. And this is actually relevant, not only in terms of the temperature and relative humidity ranges and our climate control practices, but also in terms of accessibility of art. And, you know, if we're really, if the only goal that we have as cultural institutions is to perfectly preserve every art object there is, then no one would ever get to see them. They would just be sitting in storage in dark, cold freezers forever. And we don't want that, right? Amazing. Well, yeah, and I think, you know, some of your takeaways are just really inspiring because it's things that we can think about in our own contexts. You know, this is, as you've shown, this is win-win situation. This is not a compromise. And I think that's one of the biggest things to take away for people is that when we're talking about these updates, yes, it can sound scary, but it does not mean compromising your professionalism. It does not mean compromising your collections care standards or practices. It's just really important for us to be able to know that we can do both. So thank you for illustrating that.
Oh, thank you so much, Caitlin.
Such a pleasure having you. Absolutely amazing. Brilliant. Well, this is a really perfect segue into our last presentation for the evening. As you may have noticed, we're making a couple of shifts in the agenda as we go on because there's just so much interesting content. So what we're going to do is I was going to talk a little bit about loan agreements, but I'm going to talk about loan agreements tomorrow at the end of our program. So hopefully you all can tune in to learn a little bit about how our champions have been flipping the narrative on loan agreements. But we get a sneak peek right now as we are joined by the fabulous Anne Crable and Andy Phillips from the Art Bridges Foundation, who are going to be talking to us about making art accessible. So Andy, Anne, would love to turn over to you.
All right.
Thanks so much. Are you able to hear me? Andy, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Can you all hear me?
Perfect.
I know Anne was having some technical difficulties with audio just a few minutes ago, so good that everyone could hear us now. I am going to go ahead and start our presentation.
Hey, wonderful. So I'm going to kick us off and then turn it over to Andy. But I'm Anne Crable. I'm the CEO of Art Bridges and joined by Andy Phillips. And I think actually the next slide introduces us, Andy. So we'll just go on to that. Yes, there we are with our much more pretty headshots. So a little bit about Art Bridges. It was founded in 2017 in Bentonville, Arkansas. And I'll give you a little bit more about the origin story as we go through the presentation, but it's part of Alice Walton's vision for making art truly accessible to everyone. So as I said, I am the CEO. I've been in the role for about 10 months, but actually have come back to Bentonville, Arkansas. Prior to my role, I was in small regional museums in the United States as a museum director, and then I was at Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art for about 8 years. And Andy is our incredible director of collection loans and exhibitions. So as you learn a little bit more about Art Bridges, you'll understand what a heavy lift she has and what a talented team she has to fulfill our mission. So go to the next slide. So our mission is really straightforward. We deliver access to meaningful experiences with art for personal and community well-being. And that idea of well-being is really intentional. Alice Walton has a vision that the arts is just as important as access to really high quality healthcare, and that quality of life is essential for having a good well-being. So how we fulfill that is we partner with museums to provide strategic and financial support to get American art out of storage and into communities nationwide through our innovative and collaborative programs. And the change that we see in our vision is that we want to empower art museums to collaborate more effectively, dismantle silos, and develop flexible solutions to overcome barriers of access, ensuring that museums are inclusive for everyone. And this is where a lot of what Key Futures is working on really intersects with what we are trying to accomplish. Go to the next slide. So here you can see Alice Walton. She, again, believes that everybody deserves access to art, that this is a human right. And, you know, she frames it as the idea of art being hope, it's opportunity, it's education, it's all of the things that we want. So again, just as essential as having access to high quality healthcare, high quality education, access to art is a right for everybody. Next slide. And I'll give you a little bit of the origin story in case you're not familiar. Crystal Bridges was the vision of Alice Walton. Oh gosh, it opened in 2011, but I think the construction was underway for about a decade prior to that. And she, as a child, never had access to arts, but she had these distinct memories of, you know, going to a Five and Dime and getting a little postcard or painting with her mother when they were on camping trips. And she wanted to open a, you know, state-of-the-art museum in her hometown of Bentonville, Arkansas. And this was to much skepticism of East Coast and West Coast elites or people in major metros, because they thought, this is, you know, flyover country, who's going to ever visit this place? And 13 years later, I believe Crystal Bridges has welcomed over 8 million visitors. So it's, you know, one of the few museums that actually serves more people than its population of 55,000 people. So it's an incredible institution, but she also was very strategic. And rather than build a large collection storage warehouse where we, you know, the institution would just amass and amass, she had seen these vast storage facilities at institutions that were, you know, centuries old and did not want to do that. She believed that, you know, arts cannot exist if they don't have an audience, really similar to the closing conversation that we just had. If we wanted to care for art forever, nobody would ever see it. She believes that people need to be able to see it for it to be fully realized. So small storage space, and this idea kind of planted the seed for what Art Bridges could do. Could Art Bridges as a foundation give capacity to institutions that had collections that were in storage to get them out and redistribute them to institutions across the country that perhaps didn't have acquisition funds? I was a museum director before at a small regional institution. I had under $100,000 a year to acquire new artwork, which just does not go a long way. But I think there's also an ethical question too, like how much is enough? Can we just actually work collaboratively with each other to share those resources and really treat art as a public good? So we'll go to the next slide. So we have currently partnered with 240 museums of all sizes, so you can see across the country. Where there's less density of museums, we have less partners, but we are working on that. And we are also in Puerto Rico. Next slide. And we have two program pillars. We have a program pillar, art sharing, and the program pillar of community engagement. And we believe the two of those things coming together really intersect to provide access for all. So we'll go to the next slide and I'll kind of explain a little bit more about what community engagement means. So in our art sharing, and you can go to our website to learn all about this, we have our own collection of art. So these are very, you know, what people would think of as high valued things that we share with institutions that otherwise could not acquire these things. We also provide capacity to institutions that are creating great traveling exhibitions, but don't have the bandwidth or the registration team to share those exhibitions with colleagues. We have what we call the Partner Loan Network, and this is where we are getting art out of storage and giving loans of at least 2 years to organizations, museums across the country. And then we have our cohort program, which I like to think of as little mini ecosystems of art sharing. So think of a larger institution like the Philadelphia Museum of Art sharing their resources, their collection with a regional cohort of art museums across the state or across the region. For every art sharing program that we have community engagement. So this would be funding to develop programs in collaboration with your community. It can be really experimental, innovative, things that maybe you've never been able to try before. We also have an evaluation program. We want to know, are we moving the needle? If we're doing this work, if we're getting more diverse stories and artwork out there and innovative programming, are we actually building new audiences to come to institutions? We all know we've seen a dip in visitation post-COVID, but the NEA, the National Endowment for the Arts in the US, has been tracking this over the decades, and we're seeing a dip across the decades. So how can we make sure that museums are viable and relevant to everybody? So we measure that through a visitor intercept survey that looks at not just really rich demographic details, but motivations and reasons for coming. We also have an Access for All program, which is about reducing barriers through admission fees. So we rolled this out at the end of 2023, where $40 million went out to 64 institutions to either eliminate their admission fees, either on certain days, evenings, or through different programs. Or for institutions that were already free, it was a way for them to market to new audiences and program for new audiences. And then we also have our Fellows program, which places emerging professionals in institutions that we work with across the country. So again, you can learn much more nuanced detail about all of these just by visiting our website, artbridgesfoundation.org. Go to the next slide. But to get to why we're here today, so why did we join Key Futures? Well, we're finding that issues of access and sharing art and sustainability are inextricably tied. So one of our biggest barriers, we can say we've got the financial resources, we have the logistical capacity because Andy's got this incredibly talented team of registrars and project managers. But at the end of the day, sometimes the denial of loans still comes because facility standards that are impossible to achieve cannot be achieved. Even though we work with trying to, give, humidifiers, dehumidifiers, create microclimates, it's just an easy way to rubber stamp what is often an already overburdened registration team within a very, bureaucratic institution. These standards are also responsible for pushing HVAC systems that add to the carbon footprint. We have also found, and Andy will talk a little bit more about this, crating is super expensive, y'all. Like, we spend a lot of money on crates, and then at the end of the day, we have to spend even more money to sustainably recycle them if we don't want them to end up in the trash. And then we're also trying to get the field to change their 3-month exhibition cycle to at least have their traveling exhibition programs to be a 6-month minimum, if not longer, so that we can also, again, reduce that kind of hamster wheel effect of adding to carbon emissions through the shipping. So for us, the business that we're in, we don't want to add to the problem. We want to lower the problem, but that means that we need to work with folks like Key Futures to develop innovative solutions for our own practice, and then hopefully for what we hope to push out to all of our partners as well. So I will turn it over to Andy, who's going to talk a little bit about how we've adopted some of these things.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, so as Anne stated, we are not, the traditional museum model. We don't have our own brick and mortar space. So a lot of the issues that our partners have with climate control and facilities, we don't have directly, but we do have them indirectly. So as we were seeing this, as our organization, continues to grow and our focus continues to be on expanding access and sharing art, we really felt a need to start addressing those barriers that limit the art sharing around the country and drive up those costs. So back in April, we had this great idea that we would hold a convening here in Bentonville. We decided to create a space to talk about, these problems and the sustainability issues that all of us are currently experiencing. So again, we brought 50 museum professionals here. We wanted to gather leaders in the field who were thinking deeply about the roles and responsibilities of museums and the responsibilities to the communities and the collections. Again, that whole collection philosophy of more is more. Is that really the way that we should be thinking? So with that, the Art Bridges team, really carefully curated the attendee list for this convening. We wanted to be very inclusive, but also diverse and bring a group of, curatorial collections, conservation and executive level leaders here to start having these conversations. It was really important for us, again, to create a space where there could be transparency, there could be, kind of everyone speaking on the same level, not the typical hierarchy that they might feel having these conversations internally. Again, our goal was to improve and have sessions that presented expertise from a cross-section of professionals in the museum field and express how museums could be more sustainable. We had some great, again, sessions. Our keynote was presented by Whitney McGuire. She was the Associate Director of Sustainability from the Guggenheim Museum. She talked about exploring equity, involving community and sustainability, not within the museum, but also within the community around the museum. She really stressed the importance of involving staff at all levels in these conversations. Again, that's something that we have already heard from many of the presenters today about making sure that you have buy-in from all staff and you're not being exclusive. And framing accountability as part of the process rather than something that you're going to measure. Another session focused, getting ahead of myself here. Another session focused on exhibition design and building management. We had two presenters, one from MoMA and the other from the Glenstone Museum, and they kind of highlighted sustainability efforts that they were doing at their institutions. Again, importance of having internal task forces, focusing not only on the inside of their institutions, but taking that to the outside as well. Both of these institutions were champions of how to reuse materials, sharing materials that you might otherwise throw out with other institutions that can reuse them to reduce waste. It was really, really eye-opening and inspiring. We even learned on Glenstone how they're, planting native plants to reduce their water consumption, and that their entire facility operates off of wind power. So again, really, really innovative and new ways that we can explore how to be more sustainable within our institutions. We also made sure to involve our for-profit friends. So we had several attendees from, the shipping industry. We had Stephen Riley, who is in charge of the Museum, who is leading the charge on challenging museum legacy systems and exploring how art can operate as new business models. We focused on, reusable crating options that were presented by Atelier 4 and Masterpiece. They touched on using turtle crates, using the loop system with Rockbox. Our friends at the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum are actually working on a new vibration reducing reusable crating system. So Dale, the head conservator over there, presented on that. And then there was also, much collaboration about how the use of carbon calculator was being used. Again, to create more transparency with clients to show what their actual carbon footprints are, as they're transporting art, and hopefully, again, getting them to think about what ways can they improve on that? Can they do more shuttle transits rather than exclusives? Can they hold off on shipping things and, kind of plan ahead a little bit more, again, to utilize more of a shuttle service? So again, very, very thoughtful conversations. So after the convening, we conducted a survey of attendees to kind of inform how successful and useful our gathering was. We wanted to make sure that we were kind of accomplishing some of our initial goals, which were encouraging the adoption and understanding and possibly updating new standards regarding BISO and greener museum practices. We also were hoping that we could identify and explore new opportunities for innovation in the existing barriers that most of these museums and that ourselves were facing in the collection sharing process. And then also we were trying to better figure out how us as a foundation could leverage our funder status to drive the development and help our partners adapt these new standards industry-wide and really encourage collaboration above them, and to not be scared, to take on new experiences and to, push these old standards. So overall, we really had a successful response. 72% of our attendees strongly agreed that the convening increased their interest in environmentally conscious art management approaches. So, we will definitely take that as a win. some of the post-convening outcomes and feedback that we got. We had several attendees saying that they were going to go back and rethink how they would use and how they currently fabricated their crates, and different materials that they could utilize for packing, again, to reduce their own individual carbon footprints. We had attendees say that they were going to immediately go back and start initiating in-house conversations about legacy systems and how they can be updated, and then also bring some of these topics that we talked about to board members, so they can kind of start the conversation at that higher level and start discussing steps needed to start implementation of greener policies. The positive responses and actionable feedback from the convening not only highlighted our collective readiness for change, but it also underscored the importance of leveraging this momentum to foster increased art sharing and accessibility. So, art sharing and accessibility. So, Art Bridges, building on this momentum, our collection team plays a pivotal role in driving the Art Bridges mission forward. We implement innovative strategies and foster collaboration, and our team works to eliminate the barriers that we have kind of already touched on with our partners. And my team does this through, as Anne mentioned, borrowing works from institutions of all sizes to share with others, sharing our own collection of artworks to fill in gaps that other institutional collections might have, because they don't have large acquisition policies and they continuously, want to try to refresh what they have and bring new audiences into the museum. So we highlight our collection, hoping them to uplift what they have in theirs and to create those new dialogues. We focus on traveling exhibitions from organizers who develop deep, impactful exhibitions, but they can't travel them on their own. So they might not have their own traveling exhibitions team. They might not have the staff capacity to do it. They might not have the funding to do it. So that's when our team kind of steps in to help facilitate those great exhibitions that otherwise wouldn't be seen by other institutions across the US. We approach all of our loans with a yes first policy that really applies for our collection, but that also applies for our partner loan network loans and also our traveling exhibitions. Obviously, because those are loans from other institutions, we are a little bit more restricted on what we can and can't do with those loans, but my team definitely tries to have a conversation and to make sure that there might be a yes in there. What does it take to get to that yes? So again, removing those barriers to sharing art, such as cost, staff capacity, and facility issues. So just to give you a little idea of the volume that Art Bridges does. So in our fiscal year 2024, I know we're not through 2024 yet, but we run on a little bit different fiscal year here at Art Bridges. In FY24, we lent over 700 artworks, and those artworks were transported over 138,000 miles. We've spent over $175,000 on shipping, and we've spent over $321,000 on crating. So again, great for our, for our art sharing, but as you can imagine, that's a huge carbon footprint. And if we're going to be an example and a leader in our industry and really be a champion of thinking about greener ways to do this, we really need to self-examine. We need to take a look at ourselves. And again, going back to, since we're not a traditional art museum, we don't have a brick and mortar space, trying to focus on and zero in on what are our biggest costs and creating the large amounts of waste and leaving the largest carbon footprints. So as you just saw, we move a lot of art. As a result, that's a lot of transit. That's a lot of crates, equaling, again, large carbon footprint. Currently, again, we had facility requirements that were set by many of our lenders. So it posed a barrier and can be restrictive in lending. Art Bridges temperature and humidity requirements are more flexible for our collection objects, but again, we still had a preset range in there. Our couriers, we definitely have analyzed how and why we're using couriers. In the past, we utilized a significant amount of on-site couriers, and even with our loans through our lending institutions, many of them were requiring lenders to be present during exhibition turnovers, and even for some specific installation of objects. And then our loan agreements and our contracts. Looking at what we were issuing, many of our contracts were adapted from other institutions, meaning we were using their documents as templates when Art Bridges first started as a foundation. So they included the prescriptive numbers for facility requirements, and there had been little updating since then. So our next steps, as again, we've moved through this process, we have been starting to implement the following changes. Changes specifically to some of our programs. Our traveling exhibition requirements have shifted. We are now requiring 6-month placements for our exhibitions at each venue. So we typically place them for, we lend them, it's a two-year tour and 6 months for each. So they typically travel to 4 venues. In doing that, you know, we have seen a reduction in, again, the transit because they're spending more time at those. There is less waste at those venues because there is a reduced turnover. We've also extended the loan period for our partner loan network loans to 2 years. So again, kind of extending that placement duration. We're trying to reduce our carbon footprint impact. Our loan agreements and contracts, we are updating them to be with more flexible language. We are, you know, implementing BISO guidelines, including sustainability language, and the objects that do include specific requirements, they're definitely more bespoke to those actual objects rather than, you know, the traditional, it needs to be in this range and it doesn't matter what the object is. So again, we are, you know, we're taking that approach and we're trying to enlist preventative conservation to help also determine the needs of objects and anticipated ranges for those objects. Our transit, we are using shuttles more frequently. We are, again, trying only to use exclusives when we have to. Right now, that is typically when we're shipping an exhibition just because of the amount of objects that are in those exhibitions. But for our partner loan network loan groupings, which typically be 3 to 5 objects, and our own collection works, we're definitely shuttling those works to reduce carbon footprint and emissions. We are investing in some reusable crates to cut down on our crating cost. We are purchasing a small number of our own stock to test it out, but we're also planning on incorporating rental reusable crates for other loans when possible for, again, our partner loan network groupings because they do have such long-term placements of 2 years. The reusable crating system really lends itself to that, where we could pack those works, ship them to a lender, and then ship those crates out to get repacked with another loan rather than having them sit at that institution and oftentimes having to pay storage fees for those crates. We are also looking into retrofitting our current exhibition crates when they come off tour and figuring out how we can reutilize those rather than paying to have them destroyed. On the courier side, we are moving to absolutely no truck couriers whatsoever. We haven't used truck couriers for a long period of time, but we are definitely, you know, not using them. They're really not needed. I mean, for those of us who have rode on a truck before, you know, if something happens, you're sitting in the front, you're not going to stop that crash. You're not going to stop that occurrence. If the truck is on fire, you're getting as far away from the truck as possible. You're not going to be the one trying to get the stuff out of the back of the truck. So we are defaulting to virtual couriers over in-person couriers whenever possible. We are also looking more at utilizing local contract registrars when we have lenders that do require registrars or a courier to be on site during installation of their loans. Again, trying to reduce, you know, airfare, ground transportation, all of those things that cause carbon emissions. And then, you know, if we do have to send somebody, really thinking about what's the best economical and smallest footprint that we can do to send somebody there to have them in person. So with those implementations, again, some of them we haven't done for too long, but we are already seeing some successes. We have seen just an overwhelming enthusiasm among our staff here. Everyone is super excited and on board with doing this. I've had individuals from other departments come to me with ideas. So that's been fabulous. We've had people like even checking in like on progress and you know, and success stories that they could share out with other partners as they're having their conversations with them. Our traveling exhibition contracts, we've updated those. Most recently, we had an institution reach back out to us prior to signing it because their registration office questioned our wider facility range that we had in there and our BISO requirements. And, you know, again, it was more of a conversation. I just went back to them and explained, you know, what our sustainability initiative was and what we were hoping to do. And they were completely on board. They were ecstatic. Actually, they're like, oh yeah, we know about BISO. We haven't really done much research yet, but we really, really want to get into it. So again, you know, trying to have more of a conversation with our partners about ways that they can make improvements, save themselves money, and also be more green. We've had a positive response to our longer loan placements, which has been great. At first, we weren't quite sure because, again, a lot of our partners have very strict exhibition schedules, and we weren't quite sure if they could accommodate the 6-month switch. So far, so good. We've had really positive feedback and also feedback from them saying that it really allows them to develop more robust learning and engagement programming along with those exhibitions with that extended time period. We have had more flexibility with facilities. A couple of our institutions that were initially denied due to facility requirements, we provided different loan options to them from different partners that had a different range of facility requirements or that were a little bit more flexible. So again, you know, just having those conversations that the no isn't a no from our point. If it's a no, well, how can we turn that no into a yes? You know, we've been actively working with, again, more problem solving and collaboration with our partners. And then also, again, the big one, you know, being an example, you know, as we are in the place that we are in the industry and we're able to fund a lot of these organizations, being able to do that and being able to advise them and direct them in areas that they might not have a lot of expertise in. It has been really great and really great connecting with Key Cultures and Key Futures and to have them as a resource. So when we do have those questions that come up, we have that ability to kind of direct them towards Caitlin and her wonderful team to get answers. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much, Anne. It's just, you know, I'm a huge fan of Art Bridges and obviously the work that you guys do, and as well as, of course, the mission of the organization. And it's just so it's a huge honor for me, and I'm privileged to get to work with you guys. And I think, you know, this is a really exciting setup to start our conversations for tomorrow, because of course, what we're talking about now is not only the impact that these conversations can have on our own institutions, but the impact that it can have on other institutions, on our communities, on our audiences, on the capacity of people to be able to enjoy art could not agree with Alice more. I think anyone who set foot in a museum, understands what the motivation is behind that and why it's so important to have access to art. So just a huge thank you to you both for being a part of our conversation today, and also just for your leadership in this space. It's really inspiring, and really excited to continue to work together and expand and challenge the status quo. So really, really pleased to have you guys here today. So thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. My pleasure. It's an honor, of course. Wonderful. So we are at time now. I cannot believe how fast this day went by. We've been hanging out for 7 hours. So if you've been here for the full time, you guys are rock stars. Thank you so much for hanging in there. But of course, as I mentioned, it's just been such amazing conversations and such interesting presentations. So time has absolutely flown. But we do hope that you will join us again tomorrow, 12 hours from now, 9 a.m. Central European time. I apologize for my brain not being able to convert that into all of the time zones, but of course you can find more information on our website. Tomorrow, we're going to be introducing the French cohort and hearing from our French coaches, as well as continuing to expand and explore the case studies from the Danish cohort. We'll also be joined by a special guest from Arts Council England to examine and discuss the ins and outs of government indemnity schemes. So some of the sessions tomorrow will be doing some myth busting, looking at why we can no longer blame indemnity schemes or lawyers or loan agreements or insurance companies for not updating our loan agreements and climate control requirements, because that is something that actually, after tomorrow, we will find out is no longer a barrier. At the end of the session tomorrow, it is my great honor and privilege to announce that we will be joined by Tino Segal, a close friend and the famous artist, who's going to give us some updates on climate control and also talk a little bit about the perspective of the artist in this very large conversation, which we have seen needs all stakeholders involved. And then we'll sum up by presenting the impact report from the Danish cohort and the updated loan agreement approaches from all of our participants across multiple continents. So thank you guys so much for joining today. A huge thank you again to Anne and to Andy for your amazing presentation, and to all of our speakers today for your incredible, just energy, your hard work, your motivation, your commitment to this issue. It's so inspiring to see how much is happening. And I hope that everyone who joined us today also feels inspired to take action in your own institutions. So looking forward to continued conversations. Everyone have a nice afternoon / evening / morning, wherever you are in the world. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Thanks so much.